Very much, very much social distancing there in Cleveland for the draft. Welcome, everybody. I believe we are on the air. Let me know if you are on the air. Throw something in the chat. We are on Facebook. We are on YouTube. We are on Twitter. We are on all the different things, including the Fanatics Network for our YouTube live stream right now. We're going live here. Trevor Lawrence looks like he's going to be the first pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars, much to the surprise of absolutely nobody. He looks a little bit like, hey, Matt, how you doing? I see you there on YouTube. Trevor Lawrence, I'm actually joined here by Nicholas Powell off camera here, but doesn't he look a lot like Martina Navratilova, the old tennis player? He absolutely does. We're waiting for Chris to get here on the air. Not sure where he is, but he's here somewhere. Matt, thank you very much. Hey, Josh Mercer of the podcast, been listening for 5 years. We're going to see it. I'm going to show everybody just how this works right here. You can see Josh is actually on Twitter, on Periscope, listening, watching, doing everything here that you can. And you can see Matt Roosh, one of our longtime listeners and fans and friends. He's on YouTube. You can see his comment popping up there. So if you're listening to this stream, you're watching this stream, you're doing anything with this stream on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, leave your questions, leave your comments. We'll be popping them up and answering those questions and comments as we go. Speaking of comments and questions, here is the man, the myth, the legend. Joining us here on the show is the co-host of the show, Dr. Christopher Cullen. Christopher,
what's up, bud? You're trying to keep me out of here.
I gave Chris the wrong stream link, which now has me concerned for all of our guests that are supposed to be joining us here soon, Chris, that I perhaps maybe gave them the wrong stream link. So I will be emailing Levon Kirkland here shortly just to make sure that he is here with us. But how are you doing? I know you're not feeling well. You are working from home, but somehow got sick. How in the heck did you do that?
Yeah, good call. I worked for the public for over a year, no cold, nothing. And then here we are, and we're going live streaming for the draft, and all of a sudden I've got the sniffles. So if I cough, I'm sorry, but I'm here anyway, because Sam, I wouldn't miss this for the world, bud.
No, absolutely not. I mean, as you've said before, this is football Christmas. And that's what it is. I mean, yesterday was Christmas Eve, and, there's all kinds of things happening, all kinds of presents, not only just for us, but for all these teams out there, Chris. Right before we went on the air, there is a lot of chatter on the draft tonight about Aaron Rodgers. You and I talked about this just a little bit earlier today on the phone, but Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay. Just found out it's in Wisconsin, and they have nothing but cheese and fat girls there. And he's like, I'm out. Get me the hell out of here. And get me somewhere else. And as it seems right now, Chris, what I'm hearing, what everybody is seeing and everybody is hearing is that he might be going to Denver, Chris. So how does this affect the Miami Dolphins? Well, it affects the Miami Dolphins because the Denver Broncos, who just traded for Teddy Bridgewater and have some random white quarterback that's also there that they said they liked but are apparently going to go draft or trade for somebody else, is one of those guys that are one of those teams that the Miami Dolphins was looking to maybe trade back from at number 9, if that were the case. But if they were to go get Aaron Rodgers, Chris, I'm pretty sure that trade partner goes right out the window for the Miami Dolphins.
So is the Denver Broncos now just like the graveyard of old Hall of Fame quarterbacks that get to move on? And then, they get Peyton Manning and now Aaron Rodgers?
I think it's just because John Elway is there somewhere, and he's just got some magic John Elway dust that he sprinkles all over them, saying, hey, guys, why don't you come here? I was an old man who won a couple of Super Bowls. Peyton Manning was an old man who won a Super Bowl. Why don't you be an old man and come win a Super Bowl here, too? You're right. It's the Mile High area, and that's where the old guys go.
Maybe that rumor of Dan Marino in the same draft was Elway dust and not cocaine.
Mind Bomb 123, which is my friend Mike, who is a huge 49ers fan, saying Jets. Fuck you, Mike. Get out of here. We understand what you're up to.
Anthony Steele, Wellington, Florida, dude. That's awesome. And Gerald, thanks for joining us, buddy. Coworker at work, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, there you go. Anthony Steele joining us on Facebook. We have people joining us on Twitter and YouTube, all over the internets, Chris. How cool is this for us to just be sitting here talking shop? You're drinking beer. I'm drinking a Perfectville Sip Sack Koozie Sprite because I'm not allowed to drink because my son may be born at any moment. That's the other part of the intrigue of here tonight. Not only who are the Miami Dolphins going to get, but is my son going to drop out before we actually name whoever it is the Miami Dolphins are going to draft at 6 and 18? We may have a live birth here on the live stream here, Chris. And you're a doctor.
Thank God I'm a doctor. Yeah. That's why we're so good, Sam. We're on the same wavelength. Hopefully your son does hang tight so you can enjoy this weekend, because it's going to be entertaining as hell. But this might be the best draft ever because you're sober and you can't drink. And now I get to rub that in your face all night. That's fantastic.
Well, speaking of which, the good Reverend Roosh, Mr. Matt, wants to know: is Chris healthy enough for a proper meltdown when we draft Penei Sewell? So one of the traditions here on draft night for the Welcome to Perfectville gang is we get live reactions from Mr. Christopher Cullen, Dr. Christopher Cullen. Famously, when Laramie Tunsil was drafted, big meltdown, flipped out. Turns out the best draft pick the Miami Dolphins could have ever had, because we're still reaping the rewards from that draft pick all those years ago. Are you healthy enough, Chris, or are you going to keel over and die should we get Penei Sewell at number 6?
Great call, Matthew. Thank you for that. I am healthy enough to melt down if it's Penei Sewell. He's going to be a great player. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning how good he's going to be. I just don't think you trade up to 6 to get a left tackle with a left-handed quarterback. You just don't do it. So, yeah, meltdown, maybe a little too much, but a proper angry because we didn't get a playmaker. Yes, that'll be happening, and I'm well healthy enough for that, especially after a few of these, Sam.
Well, especially as this whole thing is recorded. So whatever happens from the Chris Cullen household will be recorded and replayed ad nauseum on our podcast. Welcome to podcast, part of the Believe Podcast Network. Chris, Malcolm Burbank, the original owner of the Fins.com, back when we were doing the message board thing back in the day, says, good to see both of you. Likewise, my friend, good to see you as well. And we're 9 minutes into the draft here, Chris, and somehow, some way, the Jacksonville Jaguars have not yet announced that Trevor Lawrence is their pick. I mean, I can't imagine they're going anywhere else but Trevor Lawrence, yeah?
Urban Meyer's waiting for Tim Tebow to get there to take pictures with him. It's Trevor Lawrence's new tight end.
Well, Trevor. There you go.
Did you hear that news, Sam? Did you hear that news?
No, what is the news with Tim Tebow?
I the way you reacted, literally, Tim Tebow tried out for the Jacksonville Jaguars recently, and it's for tight end, and there's a possibility that he signed per Ian Rappaport. It's not a joke.
So he's no longer going to be a New York Met. Tim Tebow's going to go back to playing
Baseball's
football.
Over. He's going back to playing football, and he's going to be a tight end. And he's been saving himself for marriage, so that end is very tight.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's married to Urban Meyer, because they have been doing this stance together since the University of Florida and beyond. So I don't think he's much of a virgin too much anymore. My buddy James Moat says that Mia, his daughter, his lovely daughter, heard me swear, and I'm so fucking sorry about that, James. I'm so absolutely fucking sorry about that. But anyway, we're getting ready to go here. We're going to have our first guest coming up here in just a little bit, and our first guest is actually a two-time Pro Bowler and All-Pro linebacker. He's actually in the Ring of Honor for the University of Clemson. And, of course, we're talking about Levon Kirkland, just part of that 90s Pittsburgh Steelers defense, Chris. As you know, I think you were old enough to watch football at that point. I certainly was. That was just an absolute monster defense there. He's getting ready to join us here in just a little bit. He went to Clemson. The first pick in the NFL draft is also going to be from Clemson. So I'm excited to see him, talk to him, and just see what it's like to be an alum, one of the best football players in Clemson history, talking to yet another best player in Clemson history, and just see what that relationship is like. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I am. The connection there of Clemson. My son's a huge Clemson fan. We took him to the Dabo Sweeney camp. I went on campus there. Clemson is beautiful. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it's beautiful. Old, historic, great place. And obviously a great team recently. And Trevor Lawrence is just one hell of a guy. But yeah, that's gonna be cool to talk to. Like you said, played with Greg Lloyd, played in the 90s, was like 300 pounds at middle linebacker at one point. So holy shit. Like they don't make them like they used to, Sam, for sure.
No, absolutely not. We got all kinds of guests here tonight, including, like you said, a 300-pound middle linebacker on the all-decades team in the 90s. Probably should be considered for the Hall of Fame when you consider that he's considered one of the best linebackers for an entire decade of NFL play. And we're getting started here, Chris. I see Roger Goodell walking around, no mask. Apparently he's immune to the disease. And then you've got what looks like Joe Thomas from the Cleveland Browns way back when, one of the best left tackles to ever do it. And they're doing it in Cleveland, of course, which is why Joe Thomas is there. What do you think of the venue? First impressions of what they're doing and how they're doing this in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, incredible. I'm watching it now. Kozar's also on stage, and Dolphins favorite son, Jarvis Landry, as well. Juice looking fly as hell. Huge mistake ever letting him go. But yeah, he's doing great things in Cleveland there. Love that passion and the type of player he is. But this venue is amazing. I think you had to prove you're vaccinated to be in that inner circle there, because there's just hundreds of thousands of people look like. But huge difference from last year when we were watching this in Roger Goodell's basement. And while we're talking about that, I've got people here, my two brothers, my stepdaughter's boyfriend, and my dad, my niece Claire, and my dog Thor all here. Say hi, everybody.
Why don't you go ahead and swing the camera around and show everybody what a proper Miami Dolphins draft party looks like there, as we see the man cave going around there. And Chris, we're going to go ahead and highlight that video. There it is. There's everybody. Look at all that orange. You guys scared the dog. Did you see the dog go running there? The dog ran right out of the room there, as you can see live in Chris's man cave as we go there. And you just let the boyfriend show up and be a part of the family, huh, Chris?
We did let the boyfriend show up and be part of the family. So they moved here from Florida. We got to treat them right their first draft here. So next year, that's a whole nother story.
And now, what is the boyfriend's team of choice? Is he a Miami Dolphins fan? Even if is he lying to all of you and saying he is, even though he's a Panthers fan or something along those lines, or what?
No, I appreciate his honesty. He's not a Dolphins fan. He is from Wisconsin, so he is a Packers fan. So he's actually very upset about the Aaron Rodgers news.
I'm surprised there's not a hole the size of him running out of there going, I don't want to hear about Aaron Rodgers going to the Denver Broncos tonight. But kudos to you. You had Aaron Rodgers for 6. I heard a crazy stat here, Chris. Somebody sent it to me earlier. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and the other old guy, the other old quarterback for the Green Bay Packers, Bart Starr, all played 16 seasons each for the Green Bay Packers. Nobody's ever got to 17.
Wow, that is interesting. It's like a curse or something. You never make it.
Yeah, it's just like almost like a little midget, like Hornswoggle or something like that from the WWE. Put a curse on him, a little leprechaun curse from Hornswoggle, and says, "Thee shall not play quarterback for more than 17 years for the Green Bay Packers."
I wonder if Bart Starr and Aaron Rodgers sent Polaroid photos of their penises to cheerleaders like Brett Favre. And if it was Bart Starr, he probably did one of those old timey. They got to hold like a lamp, and it's
a big
big burst.
Yeah,
big shiny Bart Starr dick, and they sent it to a cheerleader.
Big shiny Bart Starr dick. We are 2 minutes into the live stream here, and we've already gotten a big shiny Bart Starr dick. Mia, cover your ears.
Sorry, Mia.
And here we go. We have, I believe, the first pick in the draft is coming up, or is this Joe Thomas hyping everybody up? Oh, he's just barking like a dog. Never mind. He's not going to do anything. I think Roger Goodell, I would be shocked if Roger Goodell allowed anybody other than himself to have the ability to say the first pick, right? That is the job of the commissioner.
Yeah, he's not turning that away. I wouldn't either. Would you? I mean, there's no way. I mean, it's good enough he does it like in the third round or something. But I love the delay too. The chat room just now reacting to the big shiny Bart Starr dick. That's fantastic.
Yeah, big shiny Bart Starr dick. Oh, Lloyd is telling us to be quiet. Lloyd, of course, being your father.
You mean Lenny?
Hello, Lenny. Yes, there he is. Lenny. Nobody knows.
Over there,
nobody
Lenny?
knows his real name. We just
What's
know it starts with
Lenny?
an L.
Yes.
Lenny Lafayette. Lurd. Yeah, Lurd. I think it might be Lurd. How about the fans in the chat room? Come up with your favorite L name for my dad, and we'll call him out the rest of the night.
Well, thank you for Steve Sykes letting us know that the Jaguars are on the clock. They have
Steve
10
Sykes,
minutes.
good guy.
What do you see? Are they going to take the whole 10 minutes, or are they just going to get up there in the next minute there, Chris?
It's 8:16, and Kings of Leon just acted like it was a Lollapalooza for them. Like, get off the fucking stage. It's time for the draft. They need to rush this thing. And this thing should have been like Roger Goodell. There should have been a magician on stage and said, check your left pocket. And Goodell's like, oh, it's the pick for the Jags, because that's how easy this is going to be.
Jeremy Hagan, longtime fan, says that your dad's first name is Luscious. Andrew Ingalls on Twitter says Lamar. I like Lamar. We could have Lamar.
Dad, we got Lamar. We got Luscious. So there's actually a really funny story about that. You can Google it. There's a football player down in South Florida, a little bit older than me. He's Haitian, and it is like a French Creole name. Honest to God, Deadspin did a story on it. His name was Lucius Pousset.
Lucius Pousset.
Yeah, and it was Lucius, like luscious, and then last name Pussey. Look it up. You can Google it. Lucius Pousset. He changed his name when I think he went to South Carolina or South Carolina State or something like that. Changed his name to like Dan Smith. Good call.
Well, as we get ready to see Trevor Lawrence, who looks happy. I don't know why Trevor Lawrence looks so happy, but he was in Northern California earlier this week, popping bottles, Chris. I sent a picture your way that somebody else had sent to me. He's got a lot to be happy about. He's about to be the number one draft pick in this year's draft. He's got to deal with Adidas. He's got to deal with Gatorade. He's got all kinds of money coming in. And plus he's got, those sweet, good looks that he has.
Yeah, he's pretty much one of those guys you hate in school. You're like, he must have a small dick or something because he's like great looking, great athletic, first pick in the NFL draft. There's something wrong with this guy.
I hope. Steve Sykes, here it is. He's so far the leader in the clubhouse with the best comments. So this guy from Hanson's going to be a decent QB. That's another good call. Everybody let us know, who does Trevor Lawrence look like? So far we have Hanson. We have the illegitimate son of Martina Navratilova. What is he? Sunshine from that one movie, Dazed and Confused. We've got at least 3 or 4 different people that Trevor Lawrence looks like. So if you're listening to this and you're watching us on the live stream, let us know who Trevor Lawrence looks like the best. We have Sunshine at Home. Here's one. We mentioned it already. Sunshine at Home with the fam, Derek LaFleur on Facebook. Thank you very much for participating so far here in this process. Look at him doing the hair flip. Look, I can do the hair flip too. If you're watching on ESPN, they just showed him do the hair flip, and I can do the same. Watch.
Gorgeous. If you think about it, so in Florida NFL teams, we're going to have Tom Brady, Trevor Lawrence, and Tua Tagovailoa. Like, talk about some names in the game, and just in the dingly dangly state of Florida.
Yeah, they will. So that brings up a good point there. We had Tua Tagovailoa, who was our pick at 5th overall last year for the Miami Dolphins. Trevor Lawrence going to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and of course Tom Brady, now a 17-time NFL Super Bowl champion or whatever the hell he is now, but also about 48 years old. Who would you rather have going into the 2021 season if you were starting your team? Do you want Tua Tagovailoa in year 2, Trevor Lawrence as a rookie, or Tom Brady, who spent over half of his life in the NFL?
That's a good question to propose, actually, and I'll get a thumbs up and thumbs down from the people in the room too. In this moment in time, would you take year 2 Tua, rookie Trevor Lawrence, or Tom Brady? So I guess the question, the deep question right now is, do you want to at least win a Super Bowl? Because if you put Tom Brady on the roster, possibly we win a Super Bowl with Parker, Will Fuller, Gesicki, maybe in our defense, or. Me personally, I'll just answer it's Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, you mentioned that on our podcast
on the show,
that you would trade. You would start calling around asking how is the Hawaiian food in all the other NFL towns because you're trading Tua Tagovailoa and taking Trevor Lawrence. I'm not gonna Judas Tua that much. I would keep Tua. There's no way Tom Brady is happening on my team. Matt just said my middle school age daughter got bullied by the boys in her class for saying she looks like Trevor Lawrence. I'll send you guys a pic. Well, that took an ugly turn. We weren't looking to bring up old memories there, but please send us the picture because we'd like to see. We're having a lookalike contest for Trevor Lawrence, and well, you know what? If we're throwing things up there, this one right here, Chris, right in your face from Kirk Watson on YouTube. Lawrence looks like Tua's bitch.
Damn, Kirk, I like it. Kirk coming in hot. That Lawrence looks like Tua's bitch. Woo, man! Put him in what's it? The belly dancer. Put him in like the shell brawl, and have Tua play the little ukulele as Trevor dances for him. Dance for me, baby.
You are correct there, Race. I did headbutt the mic, but that's okay. And then all the comments are coming in.
We edit out, Sam, that we can't during a live stream.
Yeah,
I headbutted the mic. Just cut that. We'll do it again. Not today.
The power is coming in here between Tom, Tua, and Trevor. And Gerald says, I'm definitely doing Trevor. And then if we go to Derek, he says, I'm definitely doing Trevor. So apparently we have a little bit of recency bias here, and everybody is on the Trevor train. But you know what? So are the Jacksonville Jaguars. So far, they're milking the shit out of this, Chris. It's almost been 5.5 minutes, and they still haven't announced Trevor Lawrence as the pick. It's becoming quite frustrating.
Haskin highlights. Like, this is getting ruthless.
Yes, yeah, Dwayne has it. Let's go back and look at other failed quarterbacks that have been picked up over the last few years. But then somebody just asked, I did not see this, Chris. I don't know if it's on ESPN or if it's on NFL Network, but somebody asked, Adam Malwis says, did you all see the free Josh Gordon sign? I did not. Did you see a free Josh Gordon sign? Nicholas, did you see one?
I don't know if any team wants to pay the payout money for that backyard 5-on-5 league that he's in. Is that still a thing?
I don't know, but you know what? The good Reverend, you know what? She's way better looking than Trevor Lawrence. Everyone in the chat, you be nice. She should not be bullied whatsoever. She's good looking.
Oh, no. Yeah, geez. What a bunch of dicks.
Yeah. So
Zach
Anyway,
Thomas's safeties, Eric Evans with the epic callback.
how you doing there, Eric Evans? Good to see you joining us here on the draft. And as we wait patiently for the Jacksonville Jaguars to put us all out of our misery with the first overall pick, we all know it's Trevor Lawrence. Is there any possibility they go anywhere other than Trevor Lawrence? Could somebody be calling up right now and say, could the Green Bay Packers be calling and say, hey, we will trade up and give you Aaron Rodgers for the number 1 overall pick straight up?
I mean, they could be doing that. Absolutely. However, no, like shouldn't be any reason that Trevor Lawrence doesn't have like Carnell Lake and Fred Taylor and Mark Brunell randomly like door dashing him food and steaks and giving him a Jaguars hat and jersey right now.
I like Trevor Lawrence's dad, if you're watching this on the actual ESPN right now, has the worst golf shorts on of all time. It looks like he just got off of a Zoom business meeting and decided, fuck it, we're doing the business mullet, and I'm only putting on the collared shirt and no actual pants. You are on the actual TV, sir, Mr. Lawrence. Anyway, well, we're waiting for this. Susie Colbert looking up there. Susie Colbert somehow got younger as she has gotten older. Good for her. Where are you watching? You watching this on NFL Network, Chris, or are you watching this on ESPN?
I'm on ESPN. Can you still hear me because my stuff's frozen?
No, we can't hear you at all. Not one bit can we ever hear you at all. But anyway, no, yeah, so we can hear you just fine. You look just fine. Well, I mean, you look like you, but that aside, you're fine. Well, now we can't hear you. Chris is gone, ladies and gentlemen. And until he comes back, I can just pop him right off here. That's the beauty of the live stream. So now it's just me and little old me looking at Adam Schefter, talking to Nicholas Powell, my brother-in-law, sitting over here on the couch with his ugly, disgusting 49ers football T-shirt on, eating food. I am jealous of the food. Not so much the jacket or the shirt, but the food itself. And then when Chris comes back online, we'll see if he's ready to go. Chris, are you there? Nope. Look, Chris is frozen. This is the quietest Chris has ever been right here. Look at him, ladies and gentlemen. Just frozen. Not doing anything. Just watch. Oh, I hear sound. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. We told everybody. We warned everybody. Chris was sick today, and he may die on the live stream. And figuratively, it seems like he did. So there you go. We're looking at Trevor Lawrence. Looking around, his hero was Peyton Manning. Apparently, that's why he's wearing the number 16, just like he did when Peyton Manning was at the University of Tennessee. As Gerald says here, if Urban Meyer, if I could read, that would be easier. But if Urban Meyer thinks he still has to recruit the player, maybe that's what he's doing. Hey, Chris, we see you. Welcome back. How we doing there, Chris? The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting on the first pick to be announced. And just any second here, we will have the first pick in. And the Jacksonville Jaguars have got to be happy there, Nick. I mean, would you be caught dead wearing that color scheme anywhere, whether you're a Jacksonville Jaguars fan or not? I would not be caught dead, the man says. He's not on the microphone, so I have to repeat everything that he says. But here we are. You guys are watching the live stream here of Welcome to Perfectville on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. I think we're actually on like 3 different streams on YouTube. Christopher Cullen is looking to try to join us once again. There he is. He's moving around. He's very blurry. He's come back to us from like the 1990s here with the blur vision. And very soon he'll be joining us back live. Chris, how you doing there, my friend? The first pick is in. Roger Goodell is sauntering up to the podium here. And here he is about to announce it. The pick is Trevor Lawrence. To the surprise of nobody, Trevor Lawrence from the University of Clemson is now officially a member of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Everybody in his family looks super stoked. I love that, Chris. Every single time that they go to the camera before the delay actually kicks in, and everybody just looks like we're not quite sure what's happening here. Chris, are you there? This is going lovely. We're going to go ahead and put Chris off to the side until he can join us proper. It sounds like he's having all kinds of issues when it comes to his stream over there, but that's what happens in North Carolina. They just invented the internet in North Carolina last week, so they got some kinks to work out there, Nick. So while we wait on him, I'm going to be looking at the New York Jets. The New York Jets have 3 minutes of their 10 minutes is now gone. They're on the clock. Everybody seems to think that they're going to be taking Zach Wilson. I don't know how I feel about that, other than the fact that Zach Wilson, as I believe somebody on Twitter said last week, Zach Wilson looks like an actor named Zach Wilson who was hired by Disney to play Zach Wilson in a movie about Zach Wilson. So this is clearly what they're doing. They got rid of Sam Darnold, who was their savior just a couple of years ago, but then the Jets went and did what the Jets do best, and they ruined another athlete's career. They moved him on to the Carolina Panthers, and right after that, they're now taking Zach Wilson, most likely. BYU. Who's the last good, great BYU quarterback, Nick? Would that be Steve Young? I believe that is probably correct. Steve Young was probably the last great and probably only great BYU quarterback. Who else was from the BYU? They had a run there, right? Of BYU quarterbacks. Ty Detmer, Coy Detmer, all the Detmer brothers. Yeah, they were all BYUers right there. He's going to look it up here. Oh, here's the best one so far. Kirk Watson, YouTube. Cover your ears, Mia. Fuck the Jets. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Chris is signed off. He's going to try to sign back on. I think he's lying about these issues here, Nick. I think he just wanted to go have a drink with his family. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I have a dog. That's laying here on the ground. I'm not going to pet him. I'm not going to even look at him for the next 3 hours because I have a job to do. Jim McMahon, also a BYU, although he wasn't that great of a quarterback, in my opinion. Eric Evans coming with the damn Mormons. I don't know if I agree with that one there, Eric. You might be on an island all by yourself with that, but the Jets are still on the clock. The pick is not in. I don't think they're going to do anything other than Zach Wilson. I do like the size, though. 6'2", 215 pounds. I'm watching highlights of him right now. He's scrambling around to his right. He's looking, having more time at BYU than he would ever have in the NFL. But somehow somebody's going to correlate that to success in the NFL. Not sure how or why, but we'll see how it goes. But the Jets rebuilding yet again. The Patriots with Cam Newton, but probably looking at quarterback as well. And then you've got year 3 or year 4 of the Buffalo Bills with their quarterback, Josh, whatever the heck his name is. And then you have, of course, Tua Tagovailoa going into his second season. So the AFC East, which had Tom Brady, old man Tom Brady, as the best quarterback for the longest time, is no longer where the old men play. This is going to be a young quarterback division here in the AFC East. This is a good one here. I'm going to put this up there for Mr. James Mowat, who I'm sure looked this up, who says, best name of an ex-BYU QB, Tanner Mangum. That is pretty good. That actually sounds like a fruit. I feel like if I'm hungry and I'm low and I got scurvy, I'm going to eat a Tanner Mangum. That's what I think. But yeah, look at his face. He's got a very punchable face. He looks like a gross, like somebody else that looks like a Disney villain from like a teenage Disney villain from some high school show that Disney produced.
Frat boy.
Evil frat boy?
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Alan Doyle with a great comment about his stupid face. Ogba will reorganize his face. There you go. So Emmanuel Ogba, the sack master for the Miami Dolphins last season. Hopefully the Miami Dolphins can actually find another edge rusher or somebody who can rush the quarterback, whether it's in this first round, second round, or third round, because they only have him and they need somebody else. And everybody they signed last offseason, one of the weirdest things the Miami Dolphins did is they signed all these people to 3, 4, 5-year contracts, and they cut them, traded them, and they are no longer here, including Eric Flowers, the prized guard that they got last season, traded him back to the Washington football team. They cut Kyle Van Noy, who immediately ran back to New England and signed a contract there. So all these guys that were supposed to be veterans that were going to help and fix this team no longer on the Miami Dolphins. Let's see what we got here. Derek says, would you guys give the Giants, number 11, or Eagles, number 12, plus the number 18 and Devontae Parker for their pick if Smith and Waddle are still there? Well, Derek, I think you're assuming that the Miami Dolphins have already picked at 6th, and let's assume they got either Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase. If they had Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase, you're asking trade back up to the Giants at 11 or the Eagles at 12 and give up the 18th Devontae Parker. I don't know. I don't know that I get rid of Devontae Parker. One of the issues the Miami Dolphins have had for seemingly ever is having more than one weapon in the wideouts. And Will Fuller, yes, he's there for one season, but he's suspended for the first game. And then you have really the only other guy you have, that midget Jakeem Grant, you can't rely on. The guy can't catch a ball. He can barely climb up out of the bed to get onto the field in time. And then you also have Preston Williams, very talented, but have ended both of his seasons so far with injury. So if you get a Jamar Chase or a Kyle Pitts to go with Mike Gesicki, I think your assumption is that you're going to keep Devontae Parker. I don't know that you want to go into Tua's second season and his top two pass catchers are two rookies with Kyle Pitts and let's just say Jalen Waddle. I think that's asking too much for your second year quarterback to try to have success with all those rookies. Nick, what about you? I mean, would you trade Devontae Parker? You're a Niners fan, so you're actually qualified to make bad decisions. Would you trade the number 18 overall pick and Devontae Parker to move back up to number 11 or 12 and get like a Devontae Smith or a Jalen Waddle? Should they still be available and they've already picked already? No. So there you go. The Niner fan says no. You can't go with one weapon. I agree with that. I think you would you'd want to just stay behind and just see who falls at number 18. Savak says he got the wrong link. That might be why he's not here. That could be it right there. But there you go. Fair points instead. Hey, Savak, I'll be sending you a new link so you can join us as well. And we will move on from there. It's just the ones are coming in here. Nick has been forced into action with Chris being out, but he is off camera because he does have food in his beard and he is not dressed for success right now. So he will be an off camera talent for now. I'm going to bring Savak in at this point and bring him onto the show and he can hang out with all of us and have a good time. Chris is trying desperately to get back onto the show here, ladies and gentlemen. That is the beauty of live TV. Well, Zach Wilson is now officially a member of the New York Jets as the Jets just picked Zach Wilson. There he is, all tiny little man of him showing up and putting on his disgusting Jets hat and getting ready to walk out onto the stage and see the beginning of the end of the rest of his career. The walk of shame. And he never did that at BYU, I doubt. And he probably had no women that did the walk of shame at BYU. But he does look a little uncomfortable, so he might be wearing the special underpants. It's very possible. But he's high-fiving some people, clearly not doing any sort of social distance whatsoever, but that is just fine. And you know what else is just fine here? This is what happens. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Savak.
I knew it, dude. As soon as you said that at the beginning of the stream, I'm like, oh, he sent the wrong link. I know for sure he sent the wrong link.
I don't think I sent the wrong link to Levon Kirkland, who was supposed to be joining us, but is not here. And I have to send the link to Jim Florentine, who's going to be joining us soon, too. Pretty much everyone that we had lined up here got an old expired link. So there you go. What are you going to do there, Chris? That's what happened. Or Chris. See, it's natural for me.
I know. It's okay. I'm filling his spot. See, I'm even in the same exact spot that he was on the screen, so it's okay. You're forgiven this time.
No, it is. So what do you think of, you're a Miami Dolphins fan. For people that don't know Savak, he is, I thought he was in LA. Turns out he lives in Jacksonville. I couldn't have been more wrong there, Nick. But
yeah,
big
dude,
Miami,
way the hell off. I'm curious where you got LA from.
I just assumed you looked like somebody who would live in LA. I don't know. You got the bandana, you got that vibe. I just thought, oh, this guy's cool as shit. He's going to be in Los Angeles. But
I'm wondering, should I take that as a compliment?
Take it as a compliment.
All right, I will.
Yeah, take it as a compliment. So the comments are coming in. Eric wants to know why you look so different there, Chris, but you do. So look, you're a Dolphins fan. Why?
Yes,
what are your thoughts on Zach Wilson? Does he scare you as a member of the Dolphins? No, not at all. Why not?
Because a lot of these throws, his play style, it might translate. Here's the issue. I think with the right coaching system or with the right coaching staff and in the right system, he could develop into a pretty good quarterback, even great quarterback. I don't know necessarily that that's what they have in New York. And I think that I've seen a lot of people comparing him to Patrick Mahomes. The difference is, of course, Patrick Mahomes got to come in and sit behind Alex Smith for a year. He had Andy Reid as his coach. So I don't see that him translating all that well. Not to mention their offensive line is not great. And then go ahead.
Yeah, I would say nothing about the Jets are great. I mean, there's just absolutely, they've been the laughingstock of the league ever since they came in. I mean, the Jets, the Mets, the Brooklyn Nets, everybody in the New York market, that secondary team, they've just been awful forever. And now the Nets are trying to turn it around, but and the Mets are, I guess, okay. But I just got looked at like that's a wrong statement. But the Jets, I mean, the Jets aren't even the best team to play in their stadium, and the Giants are terrible. That's how bad the Jets have been and continue to be. I mean, Robert Saleh, maybe. maybe that's the right coach for them, but they're years away from actually being any sort of actual.
Without a doubt. And you look at them, you look at the rest of the division. These are all head coaches that have that they're defensive minded and they're good at it. So I fail to believe that Zach Wilson is going to be that much of a threat to the rest of this division. So no, not scared at all. Have not been worried since they first started mocking him to the Jets.
No, me either. It was kind of like, whatever. And as we're sitting here and we're talking about the Jets, I should point out that the San Francisco 49ers of Santa Clara are on the clock. They have about 4 minutes left here, Savak. So where do you think they're going to go? Where, if you're looking at this, I know you're in LA, you're kind of far from San Francisco, but where do you think the San Francisco 49ers go with this pick? Obviously, they're going quarterback, but is it Mac Jones or is it somebody else?
See, now they said it was down to Mac Jones and Trey Lance. To be honest with you, I'm wondering if that was all a smoke screen. Wait a second. Okay. I'm wondering if it was all a smoke screen for them to just go ahead and take Justin Fields.
Justin Fields. Well, I've got Niner fans that are watching this right now, and I think we're on a little bit of a delay when it comes to this stream. And my buddy James Moat just said, "Don't you dare." But we're not quite sure what that means. I don't think he's a Mac Jones fan. So I'm assuming he may have gotten some intel, or he might be seeing something about Mac Jones, possibly being a Miami Dolphin, a San Francisco 49er. My God.
See, now that's the question I'm curious to get an answer to. Do 49er fans want Mac Jones?
I don't think most do. I don't think most people want Mac Jones as the quarterback as a Niner fan. I have one sitting on my couch right now. Nicholas, you don't want Mac Jones, right? As you say, he's an Alabama quarterback, and Alabama quarterbacks don't do well, which I would agree with, other than the fact that we have an Alabama quarterback. So I kind of hate you for saying that.
Hey, unfortunately, jury's still out on ours. So
5 years.
Yeah, so you don't want Mac Jones. I maintain that there has never been a good quarterback out of Ohio State, so that leaves Justin Fields out, which I actually like Trey Lance. The only problem with Trey Lance is I've thrown as many passes in college at quarterback as he has. He just doesn't have any, right? You know, there you go. Gerald says you look like a WWE wrestler.
You know what? I might be. I've
I don't
got
know
a
if he's
belt.
talking about it. You do have a belt? Why aren't you wearing
the
the belt on your oh, look, there he is. Is that a number 3? Is that a Dante Culpepper jersey?
Actually, no, it's got my last name on it because I vowed after I bought my last jersey. By the way, there it is. There's the belt.
There it is.
This is the spinning John Cena one too, by the way, just so you know. But no, I vowed after I bought my last jersey, which was a Jarvis Landry jersey, that I would never get another jersey that did not have my name on it because, they can't cut or trade me. So,
well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, Dante Culpepper brings up bad memories for the Miami Dolphins as well, because if everyone remembers correctly, it was between Dante Culpepper and some injured San Diego Chargers quarterback named Drew Brees, who ultimately ended up going to the Saints and did something. Here he is. He's on his phone. He figured out a way. Mr. Christopher Cullen. The Niners pick is in. Chris, we just thought maybe you wanted a couple of drinks with your friends there.
What's that, buddy?
We thought maybe you just wanted to go have a couple of drinks with your friends there and family. So we aren't holding it against you whatsoever.
Not at all.
But the Niners pick is in here, ladies and gentlemen. And last, gun to your head, last but not least, what do you think they went? I think they went Mac Jones.
It's either Mac Jones or Fields.
You think it Fields? They do have a lot of things with Fields. What do you think there, Nick, off cameras? He's going Trey Lance. I think he's got wishful thinking and hoping right there. But the pick is in. We're just waiting for Roger Goodell to show up and tell us exactly what young man is going to have a 4-year career.
Wasn't Mac Jones a rapper?
Yeah. I think that was Mac Dre, Mac 10, a lot of different Macs, to be honest. A lot of Irish rappers. Mac Miller. There you go. Here we go.
Trey Lance. Wow.
Trey Lance becomes the latest quarterback. Hey, you know what, 49er fans? They did it right.
Yeah.
They did it right. That was the way to go. Now, what that ultimately means, as my friend James Moat says there, I think Trey Lance, and he's 20 years old. He doesn't turn 21. He can't even pop the bottles and celebrate this moment legally until, like a month from now. But Trey Lance becomes the next quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers that they will be trading away to the Kansas City Chiefs in about 4 years. So congratulations to Trey Lance. Well done. I think my friend James Mowat is very much – now he's the one swearing right here. Thank fucking God. There you go.
James,
So
wow.
they avoid the Mac Jones trap.
Yeah.
They figured out that Justin – now here's the thing. This is telling about Justin Fields, in my opinion, because Kyle Shanahan knows Justin Fields better than anybody. He ran those quarterback camps. He's known him since he was in high school. He's followed this guy's career. The fact that he didn't go with Josh Fields here says a lot about where Josh Fields maybe is in terms of his development.
Oh, that's so rough. Well, my wife pointed out that
Please
this
stop calling him
man's
Josh.
yeah.
Oh,
My wife was
Justin
pointing
Fields.
out how his pants aren't quite tailored correctly. They looks like he's wearing high waters.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a good
He
point.
is
That's not a
showing
good look.
way too much ankle, dude. You know, if it were the 1930 something, we might be in trouble here.
It's also possible, though, that, I mean, the guy is still going through puberty. He's that young, Savak, that maybe he just grew through the actual suit while he was walking onto the stage.
Yeah,
That's
you
very
think
possible.
you think you hit a growth spurt on the way from the green room?
Possibly. He could be growing up from there. So now this is where it starts to get really intriguing because we knew that the first 3 picks were going to be quarterbacks. We had a little bit of doubt as to who the Niners were going to pick at 3, but the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock now, and they need help in just about every single position here, Chris. In your opinion, where do the Atlanta Falcons go here? Because what the Atlanta Falcons do here ultimately could dictate what the Miami Dolphins are going to do at 6. So where do you think the Atlanta Falcons land with the 4th pick in the draft there, Chris?
I think Pitts for sure. They got Matt Ryan for a few years still. He's only 35. I mean, you go Pitts here, pair him with Julio Jones, and ride off on the sunset.
Yeah. What about you, Savak? I mean, where do you think the Atlanta Falcons are going here with this pick?
I gotta say, I agree with Chris. My immediate thought is I got to assume that they're going to go with Pitts. If they don't, I mean, who else would they take? You'd imagine they could take Justin Fields, but the cap hit to move on from Matty Ice next year is just too steep.
But do they have to get rid of Matty Ice in order to take a quarterback? Could they not take one of those quarterbacks and have him sit there and say, "Look, we're going to do." We're going to do the old who was it with the Tennessee Titans?
For me, I think the only guy you can do that with is Trey Lance, and he just got picked.
Yeah.
I think Mac Jones and Justin Fields are ready now. Trey Lance, you can sit behind Matt Ryan a year or two.
And even still, I think the issue, though, is that if you use a pick that high to select a quarterback, then you're not really, you're not really showing a whole lot of faith in winning right now. Which, I mean, that's the reason they kept Matt Ryan on. They want to win now, don't they?
I would assume they want to. I mean, but you look at that division and you have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers who are returning all 22 starters from a Super Bowl winning venture.
That's right.
You have the New Orleans Saints that are going to be rebuilding and probably not going to be that good. And you have the Carolina Panthers who I think are looking at, if the things fall the right way for them, can possibly sneak in as maybe a wild card. So, I mean, where do the Atlanta Falcons, they have an identity crisis right now in that I don't know that they know who they're going to be in 2021 and beyond. I mean, maybe it is time to cut bait, especially with Matty Ice after June 1st, where they can actually spread out that cap hit and just move on. And maybe you do that with a quarterback here, but we'll find out in 4 minutes or less. Speaking of quarterbacks that have been drafted, Jimmy B says, I would never draft a player if he wore skinny jeans, which I think means he's out on Trey Lance to the 49ers. But yeah, would that be funny if that's how they actually picked him? Like, I'm thinking Mac Jones, but God, he's wearing a big fluffy jacket and I'm not down with that fashion, but I like the skinny jean look of Trey Lance. He makes good decisions. We're going him. We're putting our franchise on him.
Didn't like Max.
You never draft a quarterback that farts and blows off his shoes.
Here you go. Race from Twitter says, "Oh shit, Running CM is here. Tell us what Greer did wrong this time." We got Twitter beef between Running CM and Race, 2 longtime listeners of our show. Race is a fan of Chris Greer. Running CM is not. He doesn't like Brian Flores there, Savak. He doesn't like Chris Greer. He doesn't like Ed Tua. He doesn't like anybody. So we're gonna have ourselves a little bit of a live stream fight here, a little bit of a slap fest between these 2 longtime citizens of Perfectville. That's it. That's what we got there. So, Chris, how are we doing on the old internet over there? Is this how we're going to be doing the podcast here for the rest of the night?
Yeah. So I'm going old selfie style here. Like I'm FaceTiming you guys at Disney World. My computer is old as shit. you know this, Sam, from off-air conversations. I'm currently AirPodding myself. My son's AirPod here. There it is. It's the first time I literally heard this thing. Hey, but running CM's in a bowling alley watching us. So that's the first time I've heard that sentence put together. So that's great.
Yeah, I mean, imagine you're going bowling, and I appreciate the support, and I actually don't want you to jump off because he's just here for the facial expressions. But imagine you're like, I'm going to go bowling with my family and have a good night, but you know what? Damn it, I got to be on this live stream with Sam and Chris. So we appreciate you running. We really do. Oh, he's back. He is back here, and it looks like he says Greer sucks. So there you go.
I don't know where you guys are at, but the pick is in.
The pick is in the Falcons. We are waiting here, right here. Oh, there's Chris once again.
I was about to say, whoa.
We got double
Hey,
vision.
guys.
There we go.
We got a better camera now. What's going on?
You're frozen again.
You do. No, he's back. He's back. So the pick,
as long as we can hear him, I think we're all right.
we will be. We can always hide him. We can always just, make me look super big like this.
Superimposed Sam Marco.
Marku.
Yeah,
I mean,
Sam, you can do one of those like comedies where you do like the really
Hey,
bad lip reading.
Yeah, exactly.
You were calling me Chris earlier, and you thought I lived in LA, so I get that one. I get at least one.
That's fair, Savak. That is 100% fair. So the pick is in there, Chris. Chris is drinking a beer, and have they announced? Because I'm on a little bit of a delay here, but what do you got, Chris? Have they announced the pick for the Atlanta Falcons?
He's making somebody leave his recliner, and they're about to announce the pick. It looks like
It's very weird. They have like fans, and they're letting them sit down, and then all of a sudden they go, you know what? Get out of here. It's kind of a weird vibe that they're doing with this whole man sitting on the stage thing, right?
Oh, and he just puts a nice sensual hand on his shoulder.
It is. It's Pitts.
Hold on.
It is.
Did he take Kyle Pitts? We can't hear it.
We're
a little bit delayed there.
It is.
Well, there it is. Kyle Pitts is now an Atlanta Falcon. I'm just seeing him kick him off the chair right now. That's what I'm seeing there. But
you see that hand on the shoulder? Get on up there now. Come on.
Well, there you go. We now know Running CM's choice for the Miami Dolphins at number 6. And, of course, he wants Mac Jones to
get the fuck out of here.
What is wrong with this man?
So this is huge here, guys. Cincinnati. This is going to be everything. Are they going to protect Joe Burrow and the disgusting knee scar with Penei Sewell, or are they going to pair him up with his former teammate, Jamar Chase? Chase is, in my opinion, directly number 1 receiver in this draft. If he falls to us and they go Sewell, then we have the pick of the litter when it comes to the best pass catchers not named Kyle Pitts. So it would be in a great spot. However, I still am happy with Waddle or Smith. What do you guys think?
I mean, look at his comparison there. Darren Waller and Travis Kelce. I mean, what is he like? I don't know, the greatest to ever do it. How about that? That's what he's like. I mean, that's the guy that's who I wanted the Miami Dolphins to get at that position, because Tua Tagovailoa, if you look at the 12 personnel, which is 2 tight end sets, that is where he plays the best. And you have Mike Gesicki on one, and then you have Kyle Pitts on the other. That would have been a dream scenario for the Miami Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa. But the next best thing is he goes to an NFC team where we don't have to see him for all those years.
So let me ask you guys this. I was talking to Jason Jennings off the air before the show. I'll get both your guys' opinion in the chat too. We basically, if we wanted Pitts, we basically gave away Pitts for a 1st and 3rd round pick next year.
Yeah.
Is that worth it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think in a 1-year vacuum, yes. I mean, tight ends don't typically do a whole heck of a lot their first year in the league. I mean, it takes a long time for that position to adjust. If we're looking to be a playoff team right away, yes, I think he would have helped us, but probably not as much as the hype is. There's no way he's going to live up to the hype, regardless of where he's picked. I mean, you would have thought this guy cured cancer and created the Declaration of Independence. If the draft didn't happen tonight and went another week, I guarantee this guy would have been credited for all the good things that have ever happened to humanity. That's how much they were blowing smoke up this man's ass.
He's the highest picked tight end in history, Sam. I mean, this guy is generational.
He is generational. As Jim B says, somebody needs to fart in that chair tonight. I agree with you, Jim. Somebody needs to fart in the Roger Goodell chair. In fact, they all need to fart. If somebody hasn't farted already by the 5th pick, they're not doing it correctly. So I'm with you on that one.
How could you not fart in that chair if you get the opportunity to sit in it? Come on now.
I hope someone does. I hope someone doesn't aggressively get up and go, woo! Wow! Just to really show off that they just crop dusted the entire NFL draft stage.
I would love that, because then you have to watch Roger Goodell's face at that moment. You got to look for that grimace. He's going to try and hide it.
But I wish I had a mask on.
Adam poses a good question, and we're going to come back to it. But Jim is dealing with us in real time. People are definitely eating tacos there. I 100% agree. But you guys are on the live stream here with Chris, myself, and Savak, fake Chris, as I like to call him now. But Adam has a definitely question, which I think pertains to the Miami Dolphins. How do you think Greer feels about Chase opting out this season? Would that give Smith, Waddle an edge? That's an interesting question because did the COVID opt-out of Jamar Chase turn some GMs, including the Miami Dolphins, off or not? For me, it didn't, but
it shouldn't because he tested positive and just bowed out for the year. It's kind of weird at that point in time in the season. However, it is worth repeating and mentioning, and we talked about this in our show, Sam. His only one good year is with Joe Burrow. Like, he didn't really do much before that, and then he sat out a year. So there's that chicken and the egg thing. Did Burrow make Chase? Did Chase make Burrow? Did they help each other? 1 year of film is kind of rough when you got Devonta Smith that's been doing it for 3 seasons.
What about you, Savak? I mean, what do you think? Do you think that it turned them off, or that it might turn them off since he didn't play? I mean, that would suggest that Penei Sewell is not in the cards either.
Yeah, that's a tough one. To be honest with you, I don't think wouldn't turn me off, but I could see how a front office might look at that and be like, well, some of these other guys, they did play this past year, so
What do you guys do here if Chase gets picked by Cincinnati and we trade back?
I think if Chase gets picked by Cincinnati, I think there's a very real possibility of the Miami Dolphins trading back, not because they don't like Jalen Waddle or Devontae Smith, but I think they can get them a little bit further down. And if that's the case, you also have a couple of quarterbacks that were maybe rumored to go to the Atlanta Falcons that maybe the Carolina Panthers or another team wants to jump up and get. And
if you trade to New England?
Would I trade to New England?
Yeah.
That's a very good question. So if New England is coming up from – yes, Savak said, ew, I guess that's a no. So if New England were to come up from 15 to 6, I guess if they gave us a first-round pick next year and a second-round pick, I mean, I would hold them hostage. If they want to come up and get
I would take like 3 first-round picks from them, please.
Yeah. No, I
the next couple years.
Oh, there you go. Adam says trade back to 9 with the Broncos, get some picks, and take your tackle or Waddle. Yeah, I would be okay with that. The rumor is that the Denver Broncos may have another quarterback that's not a rookie that they would be trading for. And I guess we'll find out soon enough, because if all of a sudden we see movement at number 6, if the Miami Dolphins don't keep that pick, then you will be looking at seeing what's going to happen next here. So you're listening.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
And all right, what do you guys think they do? Do you think they went Jamar Chase and they reunite Joe Burrow with Jamar Chase from LSU, or did they get somebody to protect Joe Burrow?
I think they got T. Higgins, and he had a great season last year, and you protect Joe Burrow and you get Penei Sewell. But that's just me maybe hoping to get Chase.
I hate to say it, and as much as tantalizing as that idea sounds, reuniting Chase with Joe Burrow. That man got his legs snapped in half last year, so it would kind of behoove them to go ahead and bolster that offensive line, protect this man if you hope to keep him as your franchise quarterback for.
Well, my thing is too, you had Higgins last year, and this draft is deep with receivers. You can get more or the other receiver from LSU later or early in the second round. So why go for Jamar Chase when that's more of a sexy pick when you can get the true protector for Joe Burrow, your franchise quarterback?
For sure.
Well, we will know soon enough there, Nick. What are you seeing? Are you seeing anything on the internet telling us what the pick is? Nick, our super producer over there, getting drunk on my couch.
Everybody's drinking around you, Sam.
I wish everyone is drinking around me, because I can't drink because this baby's going to be born any minute, and I might have to jump in the car and drive to the hospital. And that's totally fine. I'm down for it, but it's kind of a bummer.
Such a thrilling live stream. My goodness, I love it.
So Adam Schefter just tweeted 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced by Roger Goodell.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, I guess if you're trying to hold back leaks and you're trying to make sure that it doesn't get out from a draft advantage, I guess that's a good thing. You hold everybody back, but do you have a little bit of dissent there when you don't trust your people?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. What does that suggest about the level of trust amongst the organization? Do they not believe that their people, have their best interests at heart?
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't be worried about leaks. I mean, they're the 3rd overall pick. I do know, guys, give up on the chase is all I'll say from what I just saw on Twitter.
Spoiler alert, it does look like the Miami Dolphins will not get Jamar Chase or Kyle Pitts, two of the guys that I wanted. It's just my number 1 and my number 2 pick that I wanted, Chris. It's no
that
big
doesn't
deal.
come back to bite Greer in the butt, man. Smith or Waddle better be good.
I believe Smith will be. And that would probably be my pick. I think Smith will be good.
Devontae Smith, who is about 160 pounds, somebody brought up a point the other day there, Savak, that, maybe the weight thing is overblown because we're talking about a league that no longer has the Ronnie Lotts, that no longer has the Steve Atwaters, that no longer has these heavy-hitting safeties because, A, they're not allowed to hit like that anymore, and B, a lot of these safeties and linebackers get pulled off the field because of these nickel and dime situations. So maybe, just maybe, this whole size situation doesn't make any sense whatsoever to think about. And if that's the case, you take size off the table, Devontae Smith might be the best receiver in this draft.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. When you're looking at the route running specifically, I think it's the little nuances that he plays the position with. That's what sets him so far apart from everybody else.
Well, I don't know.
Guys, I got the glasses on for the Dolphins pick.
There it goes.
So
Jamar Chase. That's a fly-ass suit, by the way.
It's not a bad suit. It's definitely not a skinny suit, right? I mean, he's got a little bit. He looks cool as shit. I will give him that. I mean, but
he's his mama too. That's cool. Bonus points.
Yeah, and he's had time to shop because he hasn't played football for 2 years. So, he had time to get it right. So good for him. So the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. We're going to be joined shortly by Mr. Jim Florentine, who will be joining us after the Miami Dolphins make this pick, or if they were to trade out. I mean, this is the scenario where I think the Miami Dolphins could have traded out. If Jamar Chase is gone and Kyle Pitts is gone, and they think that they can get Waddle or Smith later in the draft, later in the first round, then maybe they trade back, get themselves some more draft capital going into next year or later in this draft. What do you think the Miami Dolphins do there, Chris?
I'm hoping it's Devontae Smith or Waddle. So the rumors going around is that Waddle's the guy over Smith, which he's got the speed, crazy speed. But I don't know, man. Like, if we go Penei Sewell here, I'm not going to be happy.
All right, so Chris is putting his cards on the table. He doesn't want Penei Sewell, and we're going to do a little something here like we always do. One of the best things about our show.
Get a guy to maybe play in another position. Sorry,
Chris is having his own live stream inside of his own man cave there, talking to his dad, talking to his brother. If the Miami Dolphins go with a lineman, there would be some symmetry there from using the pick that they got by trading a left tackle in Laramie Tunsil to go get a left tackle in Penei Sewell. But I don't know if that's the pick that the Miami Dolphins want at this point. But we'll find out soon enough. There's about 4 minutes left.
We didn't trade. Pick is in.
The pick is in here. All right, we're going to go silent, and we're going to let Chris take the main camera here, and we will see what happens.
All right, guys, let's do this.
Here's
We're going to get everybody's reaction.
This is one of the things that everybody loves about our show is when we do these draft specials, we get Chris's reaction in real time, famously swearing, cussing, yelling when we drafted Laramie Tunsil years and years and years ago. Absolutely loved some of the picks that we did last year with Tua. I think he blew snot out of his nose last year when Tua was drafted by the Miami Dolphins. So we're going to be highlighting Chris here. Yep, we got you with your stars. We got your family. Nice paint job with the Miami Dolphins colors, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Look at that. How beautiful.
That is beautiful. Beautiful
Clean
family.
room.
It is clean. Is that your doctorate right there? We call him the doctor.
Yeah.
Chris Collin.
And Gerald in the chat's the one who actually got me that doctorate. So thanks. And here's the Tannehill jersey never hung up, signed.
There you go, Ryan Tannehill.
And Jake Scott. Need to get that up.
Jake Scott as well.
Great.
You can trust Chris. He's a doctor.
Damn right, Sadak. Thank you.
All right. Eric Evans says he's going Smith. And what beer is Chris on? Chris, people want to know, what beer are you on? Gerald wants to know.
What beer am I on? I don't know. I don't count during the draft. They just go down like water.
He doesn't count, and I don't read. That's how this is how this whole thing works. Steve Sykes is holding his breath. Steve, don't hold your breath too long there, pal. These things tend to take a little bit of time. So take a couple of deep breaths.
Got to have a couple commercials, Steve. Calm down.
I know.
There's a very good chance we're about to go to commercial.
Yeah, this is what they do. The Miami Dolphins. They'll just put a little ticker underneath
Devontae
there.
Smith or Jalen Waddle?
All right. Well, Kirk Watson is saying it's Smith. We'll see if he is correct.
You don't trade up to 6 to draft a tackle and put him in a different position. There's no way.
It's true. It's true.
Chris is hoping against hope here with Penei Sewell.
He looks like a young Andre 3000.
Oh yeah, apparently.
My wife said that Jamar Chase looks like Andre 3000, so that's pretty great. Too bad he wasn't picked by the Falcons.
That got me, bro. That was good.
And Jim, there we go. We got people saying they better not be wearing skinny jeans. This is true. This is true. So when the pick is in, the clock starts for the Detroit Lions, right? So by the time that the Dolphins pick is actually announced, the Lions will have a minute and a half left, if my math is correct.
Right. It's always the longest as possible when it comes to us guys.
Yes.
Always.
What a magic trick that was, Chris. You know, when I last saw that glass, it was half full. When you brought it back up this time, it was filled up all the way again.
It's a luck of the it's a luck of the Irish, buddy.
Well, since we're waiting, we might as well all be waiting together in the room while everyone can watch this here. So we're not just staring at Chris's face for no good reason at this point.
Not that we're not enjoying it, of course.
Of course. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely not. But they are showing right now what I'm seeing is the Burrow-Chase connection. I'm actually a little bit excited for Cincinnati. I think that will be good because you're right. They did get T. Higgins last year out of Clemson. Now they have Joe Burrow as well as Jamar Chase. Look at all the Dolphins fans chanting, yelling, looking just disgusting with that hat. What do you guys think of the draft hat this year? I didn't like it.
It's horrible. They're disgusting. They look like shitty trucker hats.
They do. They look like trash. Like you could actually buy them at the truck stop. I don't know if you ever seen. Do you guys have those over there? The Flying J or Pilot off the interstate?
Not in California. You know that, Savak. You live here. All right, there, Chris. We've got a lot of people. We got Running CM booing. I'm not
All
sure.
right, here we go, boys. Let's get this reaction on.
Here we go.
McAfee's live stream is saying Waddle.
Well, let's see.
Waddle.
Jalen Waddle.
Let's go, boys. Speed is back on the menu, boys. Oh, let's go. Next to Reek Hill, baby. Speed,
there we go.
Speed.
Jalen Waddle. You can argue that the reason why Devontae Smith got all those awards in college was because Jalen Waddle was injured for most of that season. So Jalen Waddle, now a member of the Miami Dolphins. Chris, your immediate reaction is what?
Dude, fantastic. We have speed on speed on speed with Will Fuller. Size with Gesicki and Parker. Now we get a running back at 18, boys. You better watch out, AFC. That Tua Tagovailoa right now is probably pumped.
Well, Tua Tagovailoa knows Jalen Waddle quite well, and it's interesting here. I wonder where Devontae Smith goes. At this point, look at him. He does look good. Jalen Waddle walking around. He's got the Waddle necklace. He's hugging Devontae Smith. They seem to be happy for each other there. Everything about this. I like the Jalen Waddle thing. I mean, I think the people keep comparing him to Tyreek Hill. That's the one you keep getting right here. And if Tyreek Hill is who you're – there it is. The comparison is right there on the screen as soon as I said that. Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. And if we have – Tyreek Hill 2.0, like you said, along with Will Fuller, along with Devontae.
And then he went up and got it.
Yeah, look at the yards after the catch here. If you're watching,
that's something that was missing so much last year. Sam was yards after catch. Soon as we caught the ball, tackled. Jalen Waddle gets you separation and gets you in the end zone.
He absolutely does here. And that's one of the things that the Miami Dolphins were the worst at, was getting separation from the defenders last year with their receivers and yards after the catch. So if they can get that with Jalen Waddle, if they can get that with Will Fuller, you still have the ability to go up and get the ball with Mike Gesicki and go get the ball along with Devontae Parker as well. We just looked at something, Chris and Savak, that last season was an absolute albatross and an absolute weakness for the Miami Dolphins, and that was the pass catching and route running ability capabilities of their entire wide receiving core. Now you look at the potential top three, and you're looking at Devontae Parker, who's a proven star, well, at least a proven player for the Miami Dolphins. You have Will Fuller, who, when he's healthy and not suspended, is a really good player. And you have Jalen Waddle, who might be the most dynamic pass catcher in this draft. Again, I think Devontae Smith got a lot of those awards because Jalen Waddle wasn't able to play last season, at least not a lot.
Sam, the best thing about this pick for you too, he replaces Jakeem Grant. Get out of here. You're gone, little shit. He can kick return, he can punt return, and he's a way better slot receiver. Be gone, Jakeem Grant. Don't hit your head on the door on the way out. We know that's impossible.
Yeah, Jakeem Grant can go be a tag team with Hornswoggle in the WWE. I mean, and he could actually be the tallest guy in the room.
2 Hornswoggle references in one show, and we're not even to pick 7.
No, I mean, Jakeem Grant is just—it's insipid that he's been on the Miami Dolphins this long. That's what I think about that. I don't care what Mowat says. Miami will still suck. That might be true, but you don't have the ability to tell us that, there, Chris, or not Chris, Mowat.
Lions. Who do the Lions get here? You think they get Devontae Smith, or they get a quarterback to compete with Jared Goff?
This is good, Savak. What do you think? Where do you think the Lions go with this pick?
Honestly, I could see them taking Sewell since he's still on the board.
Do you think Penei Sewell for the Detroit Lions? I don't know. I think they need pass catchers. They need playmakers. I could see them trading out as well. I mean, I think there's a whole lot that they can do with this. Everything that applied to the Miami Dolphins, I think applies to the Detroit Lions as well.
Yeah.
So
they are not going to trade out because the pick is in.
That's true.
So I think it's got to be Sewell would be a good choice. Of course, you're right. They do need weapons. They need to give Jared Goff somebody to throw to because the cabinet is a little bare.
You know, Run and CM, I just put his up there on following us on Twitter, says, can Greer pick anybody besides Alabama players? And yeah, I mean, I think that's true. He probably can, but I would question, why would you pick anybody other than Alabama players? Because they keep winning the national championship every single year with these players. I mean, don't you take the best players from the best program and try to make them be the best on your team as well?
How dare we pick the best players from the team always winning national championships? Like what do you want to go draft like Miami of Ohio corners because it's too meta? Like I don't get that reasoning at all, Running CM, and you're already on my shit list, my guy.
Well, I will say I love Jalen Waddle's necklace. I'm watching his interview right now, but the suit game a little bit, Nick, I'm looking at you. Nick's giving me a little bit of a cringe right there. I think he's got maybe too many patterns going on at the same time. It looks like one of those quilts. Yeah, a little bit there, but I'm not quite sure. But anyway, Run and CM not liking a pick that Chris Greer did. I don't know. Run and CM, let us know, who would you have picked if you were making that pick at number 6, given how we know the whole draft showed up.
Can we talk about Waddle being interviewed, and they asked him what does Miami Dolphin fans have to look forward to, and he said playmaking ability, and that is something that we desperately need, and it's exciting.
They have John Dorsey in their war room too. Anybody else notice that with Detroit?
You're talking about who? I don't even know who John Dorsey is.
The hell is John Dorsey?
Previously the general manager of the Cleveland Browns and the Kansas City Chiefs. He's the one that built both those rosters.
Oh, well, good for them. I do see Dan Campbell, which means whoever he picked won an arm wrestling contest somewhere at the combine. That's what I know.
So it's Micah Parsons.
Dan Campbell might have drafted himself. I mean, I could see him making a boneheaded move like that. Like, you know what? I was a pretty good goddamn tight end. Dan Campbell, that's the pick.
I bet kneecaps.
That was a great impression of him, dude.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard to do an impression of Dan Campbell. You just lower your IQ by 75 points, and then
imagine they get Sam Darnold, Devontae Smith here.
Yeah, well, joining us now is none other than Chris. I know you're going to go take a leak here, so I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to bring in the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jimmy Florentine. Jim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. This is why we have Jim Florentine here. For those that don't know, Jim Florentine from Comedy Central's Crank Yankers, from VH1's That Metal Show. A lot of you know him from Howard Stern, as well as just being a fantastic stand-up comedian. What you might not know is that Jim Florentine is a huge Miami Dolphins fan. Are you not?
Huge.
Absolutely. In fact, his whole life. In fact, he told us one time there, Savak, that he was booking some of his gigs around where the Miami Dolphins were playing in the season. So he would go do shows from Thursday to Saturday, then go watch a Miami Dolphins game on Sunday, wherever they were on the road. So I do want to know, as the Penei Sewell goes to the Detroit Lions at number 7.
Told you.
Savak nailed that one. Why are you not sure there, Jim? Are you not a fan of the Jalen Waddle pick?
I don't, you heard Pitts and you heard, Jamar Chase, but then Chase sat out last season. So I don't know if that, had any effect on it, but I would want at least one of those options there.
Yeah.
So
if
those guys become superstars, was this trade worth it? Because it could have had either one of them at 3.
Well, and that's what my co-host Chris was saying, and he's jumping back on the air right now, is saying, was it worth it to go out from 3, trade to 6, because you essentially traded for more draft picks, and you missed out on the 2 guys that apparently everybody wanted for the Miami Dolphins. I wanted them too. I love Kyle Pitts. I love what I saw on tape, and I love Jamar Chase as well, even though he did sit out. But, if the consolation prize is that you got extra draft picks, and personally take them from the San Francisco 49ers where I live, that's awesome because I live out here in California, and you get Jalen Waddle, and if he's Tyreek Hill 2.0, that's a good thing for the Miami Dolphins, don't you think?
Yeah, look, we won't know for like 3 years.
Yeah, that's true.
How these guys pan out. But so I don't know. Maybe they knew something. They said, look, Jalen Waddle is the top of our board, so we can go back a few picks, and I'm sure he's going to be there.
One thing for me, Sam, they were mentioning before the draft that the 2022 picks are like gold because you can now, do visits on site. You can, there's going to be Senior Bowls, combines, and things like that. So less of those picks are going to be. We got one of those picks for that trade. I agree with Jim. Now that we better hit on the 1st and 3rd round next year because you missed out on Jamar Chase and Kyle Pitts, and that might come back to bite them for sure.
Well, then also, they got the 49ers pick. We don't even. So if the 49ers are really good next year, if
terrible,
we might be picking 26th. It might be our first pick in the round.
Yeah, the thing I look at this too is that it actually makes sense. I'm looking at the Detroit Lions pick right now, and of course they took Penei Sewell, the bully. When you have Dan Campbell, our former interim coach, as the head coach there, he's looking for bullies. He's looking to smash people in the face. So that doesn't surprise me so much there. I do have to say this, Jim, if you're watching this, what is Kyle Pitts wearing in terms of a jersey? His suit looks like something out of the Green Bay Packers or the 1970s Oakland A's there. I'm not sure what he's doing as a University of Florida grad there. But
why did I need to see an hour and a half Kings of Leon concert?
Right? It's like Lollapalooza there. It's ridiculous.
Well, Jim,
I didn't understand that either. It didn't really seem like that was the right kind of energy. Like, what
well,
the hell
this
are
is
they doing?
This is actually Jim's uniquely qualified to talk about Kings of Leon because, as you guys know, the host of that metal show on VH1. Would you not have Kings of Leon on your show in 2021?
No.
No. No,
Zero
absolutely
hesitation.
No hesitation
Zero
at all.
hesitation.
Guys that CrossFit and drink craft beers like King of Leon.
No, I don't do either one of those things. Hide my beard, Nick.
Of course you don't.
Absolutely not. So Jim, what do you? Obviously, you had a stand-up special come out. I think right before COVID. You can see a little bit of this. I'll actually hang that out right there. You can see a little bit of Jim Florentine. Are you back on the road there, Jim? Are you out pounding the pavement doing comedy again?
Yeah, I'm starting to go back out. Yeah, and I'm waiting for the schedule to come out because I know they're playing in Vegas, so I'm already going to book the weekend in Vegas, and I'll probably go to 5 or 6 games this year. I'm hoping.
Yeah, if you're going to book that gig in Vegas, I may be contacting you because I do a couple shows out in Vegas, and I was thinking about doing the same thing. It'd be fun to meet up and watch that game, and I don't know,
I'm calling
puke
it
in the
live right
Tropicana
here.
pool.
I'm calling it live right here. My wife is sitting here. I'm making plans right live breaking. We're going to that game in Las Vegas. And we're going to go see Jim Florentine and Sam do comedy. That'd be great. We play the Raiders in Vegas. That has to happen this season. There you go,
Well,
guys.
so there you go, Jim. You got a couple of bringers on here.
Absolutely. We'll go to the show Saturday and then Sunday hang out and walk over to the stadium, which is right there on the strip, which is great. You just walk over a little bridge right there.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that stadium.
No, it's an awesome thing. I mean, have you been to? Did you go to any of the Golden Knight games out there and see where their hockey stadium is right there on the strip as well?
Yep.
What a fantastic area! I mean, just completely revitalize that Las Vegas thing, and not to make this about civil engineering right now in terms of this live stream, but it is just so awesome to see sports in Las Vegas, where you can go have your good time, do some comedy shows if you're like me or Jim, and then go enjoy some sports as well. It's just one of my favorite places to be. Absolutely. So Jim. The Miami Dolphins have a pick at 18. You know, we got Jalen Waddle. We got a playmaker. Where do they need to go at 18, in your opinion? If you're watching this as a fan, what do you think the Miami Dolphins need to do in just about an hour? Najee Harris?
Yep, I want him.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. I don't care if it's a reach. You know, the Steelers are going to take him at 23 or 24, wherever they pick. And you know he's going to be a superstar there. If he goes to Pittsburgh, he's going to be a superstar.
Yeah,
get him at
absolutely.
18. Who cares if he should have went at 23 or 24? That's all nerd
Doesn't matter. Yep,
That's
doesn't
nerd
matter.
stuff. It doesn't matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter. You passed on all those running backs last year. You whiffed on all of them, and then you sign. You know, you get Breda and Jordan Howard, 2 busts. You had no running game last. Gaskin did okay. Salvin or whatever did all right, but you need to get that defense the rest of the draft.
No, I absolutely agree there. I mean, we missed out on those running backs, and like you said, Matt Breida, we used him completely wrong in my opinion. And then he signed with the Buffalo Bills, just so everybody knows.
Oh, he's going to kill us.
And he's going to play us twice a year, and he's going to get 350 yards combined. It's going to be awful, to sit there and go, oh, how come he didn't do that for us? And then Jordan Howard, I think Jordan Howard's actually commenting on this live stream right now. I don't know what he's up to at this point, but he certainly was not doing anything for the Miami Dolphins here, Chris. Chris, can you have everybody be quiet for just 2 seconds in your room there? In fact, actually, I could do that.
I'll just mute myself.
Yeah, there you go. I can pull him down right there so I can actually hear myself think. So, Jim, you say Najee Harris. If Najee Harris isn't there as the Panthers get their pick, do you go defense or do you go get another running back? You just go to Travis Etienne out of Clemson, or where'd you go?
I don't know. I don't know who's going to be there at 36. Because the Jets are going to take a running back later in the first round. The Steelers are going to take one, and probably somebody else. So you're at 36. You might get the 4th rated running back. So is it worth it? And then if they're not high on that guy, they might wait to the 3rd or 4th round. That's what I'm worried about.
No, I agree. And that's one of the things. I mean, our weaknesses last year were in catching the ball, especially after Devontae Parker and Preston Williams went down, and we just had no running game whatsoever. You need to address those things. I think they did a good job in getting Jalen Waddle. He was the best on the board at that point because Chase and Kyle Pitts were no longer there. I don't think it's a reach to get Najee Harris at 18. The guy's got all the speed, all the skills that you need. Plus, he knows Tua. I mean, we're watching Tua right now do his thing, and just I imagine having Tua, Jalen Waddle, and Najee Harris, and we may not win the Super Bowl, but we can go back and win the national championship. That would be incredible.
Harris could catch passes out of the backfield too, which is huge.
Absolutely,
Miami hasn't had that in a long time. So you need that. He could block. He can run, all of that stuff. He's a good kid too. He's not a troublemaker. Get him at 18.
I heard it. Go ahead, Savak.
I was just going to say, ideally, he's a running back that can really do it all. He does everything that we need him to do, everything that you would want out of a workhorse back. He's a no-brainer for me.
Absolutely. So Jim, just shifting gears here, what are you working on these days? I know you said you're getting back out on the road, and I think the schedule comes out May 12th, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll know where you will be playing when Vegas happens for the Dolphins against the Raiders. But what else are you working on these days?
That's about it. I do a podcast on Barstool Sports on their platform. It's called Everybody is Awful. I got to do 2 podcasts a week. So that, and I do stand up, and and I'm a Dolphin fanatic fan. So I got my kid into it, which is great. So he's all in. So it's great.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
He wore a jersey to school today. I live in New Jersey, so the Jet fans were giving him crap. He's like, please. You're getting Zach Wilson. He goes, he looks like he's in 8th grade. He's already like trashing the Jet fans.
See, when your dad is Jim Florentine and you grew up in New Jersey as a Dolphins fan, like you're prepared. You're not going in there. You're like, I could wear this to a jersey.
Well, I told him, I said, listen, the Jets have sucked for so long and the Dolphins haven't been good either. So it's not really a rivalry around here anymore. But if they both get good again, it's going to be nasty.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be a lot.
So no one really cares. I was like, the Dolphins, the Jets. But so he's going to have to deal with it at school.
So what do you who do you think would be the worst pick from a Dolphins perspective for the New England Patriots to get at 15? Like if they just get whoever it is, then you go, crap, I wish they wouldn't have got that guy because they're coming up here before too long.
Well, I hope they don't get Najee Harris. I don't know if they would go for a running back. They'll probably pick a quarterback. Maybe they get Justin Fields. Maybe they get
Mac Jones
or something like that, which is fine. I don't know. Look, one thing about New England is they don't draft well, so I'm not really too concerned about them.
No, Jim,
That is a
you're not even
fair
kidding. It's
assessment.
not even like a rivalry thing. Like I think I saw 50 of their last 50 draft picks since 2010. One has gone to the Pro Bowl and is a punter.
Yeah, so I'm not worried about who they pick and who they, remember New England used to always stockpile those picks, and like it's not even fair.
Yeah.
You have 3 number 2s, 4 number 3s, like the, and they didn't hit out a lot of them. So I'm more concerned about Buffalo in the division than New England.
I'm just so mad that Buffalo's good again. I mean, I grew up as a kid in the 90s who hates Jim Kelly because of what he did to Dan Marino and Don Shula and everybody else that I grew up just idolizing. I was good with the Buffalo Bills being the doormat of the division for the rest of my years. And the fact that Josh Allen and the rest of those bozos are good, and not just good, have the potential to be great, especially when the Patriots just finally started torpedoing their own freaking, self. It's like, come on, man. When is it our turn again? I mean, did we shoot our wad in 1972? That's not fair. I need us to be on top.
Just give me one more Super Bowl. That's it. You know what I mean? Josh Allen is going to be the next, like Jim Kelly, Ken O'Brien. Those guys destroyed Tyrod Taylor.
Yes.
When he was with the Bills, destroyed the Dolphins every time. Looked like a Hall of Fame quarterback. And Josh Allen rushes for 100 yards, throws for 360, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions every game against the Dolphins. Like, when is it going to end?
And Jim, I love how diverse you are with this because I got friends of mine that are huge Stern fans, like I was telling you the other day, and they were like, "You better talk to them about upper deckers." So, just to satisfy that concern, for anybody that doesn't know what an upper decker is, can you please enlighten the public as to what an upper decker is and how you do it?
Well, I don't know if it's a Jersey thing. It might be all over. I don't know. We did it in high school. You go to a party, whatever. You basically you take a shit in the top of the tank. You take the lid off the top. And you shit in the top of the tank and you just leave it there. And every time the bowl flushes, little piece of shit go into the toilet. You just do it as a joke or whatever. So we used to always take upper deckers. You call it an upper decker because you sit up there. It's the cleanest place to go. You don't have to put toilet paper down.
Is that like full squat? Do you hold your hands up against the wall? How does that work?
You just sit on top of the bowl.
On top of the top?
But yeah, you take the lid off and you just sit up there and go.
Yeah,
if you want, but.
Chris is over there like taking notes, like, well, hold on. And I love the fact that, Jim, that you clarified, you do it as a joke. Like, this isn't a political statement.
Right.
Like,
No, it's just like, yeah, we'll take an upper decker and leave, Yeah, why not?
Stop being such a pussy. It's a joke. It's an upper decker. Get over it.
That is pretty funny. Chris is like, I just want to make sure I'm doing it right when I do it, okay?
Yeah, that's it. He's taking.
One time I was sitting at like an Applebee's bar and they cut me off and I wasn't even that drunk. And they cut me off during, okay, fine. I went in and took an upper decker. I'm like, okay, now we're even.
Applebee's.
Cut this off, bitch.
I'll throw one more back here. I mean, I know you're not taking requests, but I remember this story. I think this is back when you were like dating Robin and everything. But the pepper trick when you're at a restaurant and you go to a fancy restaurant and they come over with the big pepper shaker and they'll just keep going until you tell them to stop. Was that you that was just had them keep going until there was just a mountain of pepper on the?
Yep. Yeah. 35 minutes of, the guy's coming over. You want more pepper? I'm like, yeah, keep going. He keeps going. You want more? Yeah, just keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. He got to the point where he had to switch hands because his arm was tired. Like moving to the right hand. And then about like 8 minutes in, I go, no, I'll tell you when to stop. And the guy's like, all right. And they brought another pepper guy in, a relief pepper guy.
They went to the bullpen.
They
went to the bullpen for pepper.
They went to the bull. He came in and he was on 100. Then he's like, oh man, is that enough? I go, no, it's not enough. And then at a certain point, I go, you know what? I go, hold on a second. I flipped the chicken over. It was on chicken. I go, start on this side now. It was like this much full of pepper. I go, start on the other side.
I've wanted to do that ever since I heard that story. I just remember crying, laughing, listening to that story when you were telling that story. And I'm like, I'm going to do that one day. And to this day, I haven't done it. And in fact, if my daughter ever does more than like 3 rips of the pepper here at home, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with all that pepper? Like, stop wasting pepper. There's a pepper shortage.
The thing is, you can't enjoy your meal because you have to sit there and eat it.
You got a no seller,
Whenever
right?
I go to dinner with friends and they come around with a pepper, they look at me and I'm like, no, I really want to enjoy my meal, so I'd rather not be fire all this pepper on here.
Well, Jim Florentine.
All you did, Jim, was piss off the waiter, and he just went to your house and upper decked you.
Patrick Surtain went to the Broncos.
Yeah, that actually surprises me a little bit because in every single mock draft that I have seen, Patrick Surtain went to the Dallas Cowboys, and I think this will make the first defensive player taken in the top 10. Right? Everything else has been offensive players so far.
So now, now you would think that
No. J.C. Horn went to Carolina.
You're right. J.C. Horn went to
Panthers got
Carolina.
J.C. Horn.
You're correct. You're right. So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, so the Broncos didn't like Mac Jones or Justin Fields. Maybe
How about Dallas missing out on both corners?
If they can get Aaron Rodgers, maybe there's rumors that he might want to go there. But does Denver have enough to give him to give to Green Bay? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there, Jim Florentine. In fact, I just saw Nick Powell here producing this right off the bat. Said the three destinations that Aaron Rodgers has given people, according to Pro Football Talk, are the Niners, the Broncos, or the Raiders. Those are his three destinations that he says he's okay to go to. So the fact that they didn't take a quarterback here, I know they took Teddy Bridgewater or traded for Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, I don't know. If Houston wanted like 3 number 1s, 2 number 2s, and a starter, what is Aaron Rodgers going to want? What is Green Bay going to want for Aaron Rodgers, and who has all of that to make it worth the while for the Packers? That's they should have done it now, like we did, giving them the 9th pick and all this other stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, if your consolation prize is Patrick Surtain II, we're looking at a run here with Alabama. If they get 7 draft picks in the first round, that'll be a new record. That will be the record breaker. I think at this point they're going to have 3, at least 4 or 5 that I can think of when you talk about Barrymore and some others. But Patrick Surtain II, if this is a guy that if somehow fell to 18 or got past Dallas, I would have been pounding the table for the Miami Dolphins to trade back up and get. I love Patrick Surtain I for obvious reasons. And in all honesty, I actually reached out to Patrick to be on this live stream, and he was like, I'm a little busy with my son draft night. I don't think I could be on your live stream.
Yeah,
fair enough.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest. If my son was getting drafted tonight, I probably wouldn't be on here either.
No, I probably wouldn't have even bothered.
That's horseshit, Jim. That's horseshit.
So I am worried because I just saw Waddle. Nick Saban put a statement out about Waddle, how amazing and fast he is and how great he is. He put that out earlier today. And I'm nervous because that's what he said about Minkah Fitzpatrick, that this is the best kid he's ever coached in his life.
Inside agent for Nick Saban.
Yeah, and then next thing I know, in 1 year, he bitches out and wants to get traded. So,
well, Minkah Fitzpatrick did bitch out. And then, of course, he went on to do exactly what he was bitching about with the Miami Dolphins, which is to do anything and everything for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He just didn't want to be here. And you know what? I don't blame him considering who our coach was at the time prior to Brian Flores coming on. So, it was just a bad taste.
The greatest kid ever that he's ever coached, Nick Saban.
Okay, but Nick Saban told everybody he wasn't going to go coach Alabama. And then, he was signing was cashing the check on the same day, So
no, that's what I'm saying. I'm just worried about Waddle. He put out a glowing statement about Waddle today. Now what?
I will say this about Jalen Waddle. During the national championship game, they didn't need him. They had that game won. Devontae Smith had the entire first half. He beat him by himself, and then you had Najee Harris in the second half. But he went out there and really could have messed up his ankle even more. But he went out there and caught a couple passes because he wanted to be part of it. He wanted to contribute. I do think that says a lot about his character when it comes to Jalen Waddle. So, Nick Saban, I've said it before, when we win a Super Bowl with Tua Tagovailoa, I will forgive Nick Saban. But until then, I'm with Jim. Fuck Nick Saban.
Yeah, I mean, if Saban didn't want to coach the Dolphins, goodbye. Even if he lied to the press and said, no, I'm going to stay here. I had no problem with him leaving. Like, good, get out of here then. We'll get another coach. And who did we get? Philbin? Oh, no, that was I don't even know who we got. Oh, no, we got Cam Cameron. Yeah,
Cam Cameron. Yeah, we need our thumbs to go this direction.
We got Ted Ginn and his family. So talk about the value at number 9 there. I mean, Cam Cameron. And then, of course,
he traded Wes Welker or Patriots. That was a good move.
Yeah, well, they had that poison pill contract. But you're right. Wes Welker went there and did everything and won a couple Super Bowls and, took some ecstasy and ran around and did everything that he did up there in New England. And then Cam Cameron went to Baltimore and actually got a Super Bowl ring, I think, as the offensive coordinator, right, Savak? Isn't that how that all worked out?
Yeah, I think so. That sounds about right. Might have to double check, but
yeah,
pretty sure.
Yeah,
Cowboys just traded their pick to the Eagles.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Jim Florentine hit it on the head. I mean, they or whoever it was, Chris saying you missed out on both J.C. Horn, who was Joe Horn's son, by the way. I didn't know that until today, and Patrick Surtain, who was obviously Patrick Surtain's son. They both go. I think the Eagles come up here. Devontae Smith is still on the clock, right? I mean, they need playmakers. They could also go quarterback here. So
I think they're going to go quarterback here to trade up because Smith has seemed like he was slipping a little. So I don't know. I think they're going quarterback here.
Yeah. Now, what do you do if Devontae Smith is there at 18? Do you pick him up and you put Jalen Waddle and Devontae Smith together? I know you still need a running back, but that would be enticing as well.
I think I would. I'd be okay with them taking Devontae Smith at 18 and having those two and then trying to get a running back at 36.
Yeah.
Javonte Williams. I'm from North Carolina, Jim, and Javonte Williams from UNC is a monster.
Yeah, let's just hope that these guys at air at 36. I don't know. Devontae Smith's got those legs like Lamar Thomas, if you remember him.
Yes.
Legs, man. That's what I'm nervous about, that guy getting hit over the middle or whatever. So, but he's unbelievably fast, and the hands on him and the arms and everything else. So,
by the way, you're going to love that. But so Cam Cameron did go to Baltimore. However, he was actually let go and replaced with Jim Caldwell. And after that, they won the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That actually makes me feel better. It really does. Cam Cameron shouldn't be walking around with the Super Bowl ring, regardless of what team he was on. I mean, that was just a terrible, terrible experiment for all of us. To the point where we celebrate an overtime catch against those Baltimore Ravens with Greg Camarillo as one of the greatest Miami Dolphins moments of the last 20 years. I mean, that's not good. So Devontae Smith waiting around from what I tell. What do you see here, Nick? So they traded. They got the 12 and the 84 overall pick. The Dallas Cowboys did. Okay, so they got the number 12 overall and the 84 overall to trade back. That's what the Eagles gave up to move up to number 10 here. We'll see who they pick. They got 2 minutes left. Why is the clock still running if they made a trade? At this point, you made a trade for a specific player. I mean, you're not trading up and going, I wonder who we want.
Yeah, you don't trade up and then weigh your options. Like, oh, well, who's available now? I know we just
Jim will appreciate this. I coach youth football, and I can't stand when the referee throws a flag and then they talk about it for 30 minutes. Like, if you threw a flag, you saw a penalty. Call the penalty and let's move on. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, what age kids you coach?
My son's 13, 7th grade.
Really? So they'll spend 30 minutes, trying to figure out what the penalty was? Yeah, just call it. It's not the Super Bowl. It's not the NFL.
Right.
No one's betting on it. No one's
we had a touchdown pass to the left, and they called a delayed flag over on the right-hand side because the kid was not off the line of scrimmage enough, and it was like 3 inches. I mean, they're 13 years old. Let's be real here. Come on.
Well, hey Jim, back when the draft was in New York every year, did you ever go to the NFL draft and have that experience of being there live?
No, I didn't want to be around those loser Jet fans.
So even with a Miami Dolphins contingent that went every year, it wasn't worth it because you got to hear that Jet chant.
Because they get so angry when they pick the wrong guy once again, and they're definitely going to take it on a Dolphin fan. And I'm like, I don't need my ass kicked. It's not my fault that you guys don't know how to draft.
Yeah, absolutely. And Slack, are you waving goodbye? What are you doing over there?
No, I was waving at a friend of mine. Christina said hi in the chat.
Oh, okay. I'm not even monitoring the chat right now. I should be doing that. Yeah, I went to a game with Chris once and at the old Giants Stadium.
That was brutal.
That was the year we went 1-15 actually with Cam Cameron, and we lost to the Jets by a field goal. And afterwards, they pretty much just like lifted over the rental van that we were in. Even though they won, they were still taking it out on us. It's like, you beat us, leave us alone. We're just trying to get to the damn airport. But yeah, it was not a fun experience getting poked in the face for 3 hours in 90-degree weather.
That was the game where we left after losing, and that old man walked up to me and just out of nowhere went, "Joe Namath was a better quarterback than Dan Marino." And I said, "What the fuck did you just say?" And his granddaughter had to get in my face and split us up because I was just drunk and pissed that we lost.
Yeah. Oh, look at that! Look at Run and CM. So, Jim, don't listen to this guy, but feel free to ignore him on Twitter and everything else. But this is coming in from Twitter. One of our listeners says Florentine looks like Saban. He says you look like Nick Saban. Are you going to take that shit from this little asshole?
I'd love to have his money. Those championship rings. So if I got to look like him, that's fine. It's not like he said I look like the kid from the movie Mask, Rocky Dennis.
Yeah. See, that's a reference that I get. I don't know if these two, they're a little bit too young to know.
Oh,
that,
I know
but-
Mask. Yeah, with
Okay.
Cher, right?
Yeah, okay. I thought you were going to go Jim Carrey on me there.
Oh, come on. I'm not that much younger than you, Sam. Jesus Christ.
I thought about it.
Where Savak thought about it up there in Jacksonville. Well, the pick is in here, Jim, and I know you've got a lot going on here, so you are more than welcome to say. I love that he's throwing him out of the chair. That old lady, she's having so much fun just watching.
I got him
He's like, all right, now get the hell out of here. Come on.
So let's see where the Eagles went. But Jim, I appreciate you jumping on the show here today. It's always fun talking to you. Thank you for explaining what the upper decker was to everyone who was curious.
And let's figure out Vegas. You know,
They
maybe
took Smith
with me that weekend or whatever. We'll go to the game on Sunday.
Absolutely,
Sounds great, Jim. I love
I'm a
that.
yes. I'm a yes. Where are you normally performing in Vegas? What clubs are you making the loop on?
There's the Plaza downtown. There's a comedy club there.
Okay, right on.
That's the place I usually perform. So.
Yeah, I was doing the LA Comedy Club, and then I ended up doing like a 5:00 show during the week at the Tropicana at the Laugh Factory, and that was an interesting crowd to have a 5:00 Vegas crowd. It was basically a bunch of 75-year-old people that they pulled off the floor and said, "Come sit and watch this and stop winning money," you know. But it's always fun to do comedy in Vegas there. So yes, Devontae Smith. Goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Mr. Jim Florentine, you can find him at Mr. Jim Florentine on Twitter. Check out his show
you guys for
on
having me.
Barstool.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Jim.
Jim.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks, man.
All right, Jim Florentine, ladies and gentlemen. Devontae Smith goes to the Philadelphia Eagles at number 10. How cool was Jim Florentine? And did you guys know what an upper Savak? Did you know what an upper decker was before?
I had heard the term before. I did not know for sure. So that was a learning experience. You learn something new every day, kids.
There you go. So
Sabak needs to join the Perfectville podcast more often. I absolutely knew what an upper decker was. And do you even know what a bidet is, my friend? Because like that is like cliche.
That one
stuff.
I do.
Upper decker. Okay, good.
That one
you
I
shit
do.
in the top bowl, man. That's an upper
Classy
decker.
ass stuff right there. You know what I'm saying?
Better known as the Mark McGuire, the upper decker, right?
Well, and it's so funny with this live cast because he's talking about an upper decker, and I'm leaning back laughing. Savak is leaning to the side laughing, and Chris is leaning in like, so how exactly do you do it? Like, what is the technique?
I'm just like trying to picture how
Let me
comfortable,
grab a pen.
uncomfortable it is to shit in the top bowl. Like there's not a lot of room to put your feet. And he said he sat on the bowl, but that bowl is skinny. The walls, there's no seat there. So like I'm just trying to think of
It
physics.
doesn't seem very efficient. No,
And then what if it sprays? You cover the whole like the whole bubble thing that like floats up and down. Like I don't know. That's just mean to Applebee's.
Yeah, well, I mean, Applebee's is basically one big upper decker on its own. So
I love how Jim in the chat. Our fans are the best, by the way.
Yeah, I just
solid
saw that.
turds and upper deckers don't quite work as well as the chunky peanut butter poops. That's fantastic.
Well, there
Bears
you go.
coming to get a quarterback, guys. Bears just traded up with the Giants.
The Bears. Did you see that, Nick? The Bears traded up and are coming. So the Bears coming up. Who is their quarterback currently now?
Andy Dalton.
That's right.
Andy Dalton. That's right. Andy Dalton
Fire
almost
pubes
signed with the
himself.
Niners. The Niners actually wanted to sign Andy Dalton, but ultimately he went to Chicago because they told him he'd be the starter. And it looks like maybe they lied to him as well.
They did.
Because if the Bears came up, the Bears were at what, 20? So if they're coming up from 11, they're giving up at least a third rounder. If I'm.
So they just traded up like that again. They just keep wanting to give
So
away
here's
their
the thing
assets.
with the Bears, and somebody made a great point in one of the pregame shows is you trade up and you go balls to the wall here if a quarterback falls down. Here's why. Either you're going to win with them and you're going to stay, or you're going to lose and you're going to get fired and you're not going to use those picks anyway. So who cares? Trade up, go get a quarterback and try to stick around. They're on the hot seat already.
Fair enough, sir. Fair enough.
Yeah, you have consensus here, Chris. You have a quorum. We agree. Kirk Watson says, shame we missed Smith. 2:30 a.m. in England. Can I wait up for number 18? Kirk, that is entirely up to you. We would like for you to be here at number 18. Nick, I just heard an audible ooh from Nick here. So what was the trade there, Nick? Let me hear it. Oh, he doesn't know. What was the woof for?
It's a fifth this year and a first next year.
Okay, so they gave up a 5th round pick,
At least.
the Bears did, and their first next year to move up to number
And then
11.
their 20th this year, right? Like
Yeah,
they
so
obviously
they give
slot first. Okay.
Adam Schefter's looking at his phone. You might be Adam Schefter there, Nick. You're breaking news before Adam Schefter is.
I'm saying.
So they gave up. They went back to what the Giants get is they go back to number 11. They get the first next year and a 5th rounder. That is a hell of a haul, and a 4th next year. So
Wow.
they've got all kinds of look at the Giants being smart. Now, is this where he goes? Is this where Doughboy Mac Jones, or do you think they go?
I think it's Justin
empty-ass
Fields.
living room is that?
I think it's Justin Fields here. You don't bet the farm and go get.
Mac Jones.
Yeah, me and Sam were talking earlier off air. He looks like a Lego figurine. You know what I mean? Like you go get Justin Fields because that guy's a fucking baller and he started more games than Mac Jones has even watched in person. Like you go get Justin Fields here and that's it.
I agree.
Absolutely.
You take him and you do not look back.
All right. Well, we're going to find out here in just a minute. Justin Fields is running over here, getting ready. This looks like it might be a Justin Fields thing, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go with Justin Fields here. What do you guys say?
Justin Fields for sure.
I'd be surprised if it's not Justin Fields. You don't trade all that for Mac Jones.
Although
he's Andy Dalton. You already have him.
It would be remarkably hilarious if they took Mac Jones after trading all that to move up to this point.
Yeah, that'd be
given their recent quarterback history. Oh yeah, they'd burn.
Dude,
Chicago
Atlanta
down.
fans were furious that or 49er fans were furious that they thought Mac Jones was the 3rd overall. And now you imagine Bears fans in Chicago, they trade up to get Mac Jones? Absolutely not. He looks like a milkman. You don't do that.
I just shout out to Kirk Watson here, who is watching this from across the pond. In fact, one of our next guests is Simon Clancy, formerly of the BBC, contributing writer of Sports Illustrated, as well as the lead writer for the Gridiron magazine, which is a London-based magazine about U.S. football. But Kirk tells us, I believe he's talking about an upper decker, but a double decker over here is called a chocolate bar. So if we're over in England and we decide to poop in the top of the toilet, just remember, it's called a chocolate bar, ladies and gentlemen, not an upper
and
decker.
If you poop in the upper deck in Australia, it flushes the opposite way.
It's actually the lower decker.
Yeah, so that means that it shoots out the top then?
Well, and if you do it in New Jersey, it's called an Aaron Decker. So there's a name for it no matter where you are.
Exactly.
A little bit of football humor. So a couple things here. Rashawn Slater still, a lot of people had him projected to go before Penei Sewell. He's still on the board. Justin Fields looks like he might be coming off the board. The pick is in there, Nick. Do you have any spoiler alerts for any of us? He's going to tell me in the next 2 seconds. He's tied into Adam Schefter's phone over here. This guy knows everything and everything. Also, I would like to point out that Nick Powell is also, it's coming to the he's going to be talking about the trade here. But for all the Dolphins fans out there, this is a picture of Mr. Bob Greasy, glasses and everything, that we will be sending off to a lucky winner here at some point during the draft, thanks to 209 Autographs, a.k.a. Nick Powell's company. And we are on... Oh, God, we're talking about mental health or something like that. I don't think that the commissioner of the NFL should be talking about mental health, considering the concussion issues that we have.
You guys want to know why I also want them to get Justin Fields so the Patriots don't?
Yeah.
He scares me way more than Mac Jones does. So you get Justin
likewise.
Fields in the NFC North, get him out of here. New England's not getting him.
That's right. Send him to the other conference so we don't have to deal with him unless we're meeting him, the Super Bowl or something like that. Are you looking at the shower of shit comment? Is that what you were about to comment on?
I was. I mean, he said it's either a chocolate bar or a shower of shit. I mean, either one I think is quite fun. So the next time,
amazing. He left you at a loss for words there, Sam.
Well, I was looking at Justin Fields
going to Chicago.
Is the pick. Chicago. Congratulations to the Chicago Bears for getting yet another awful Ohio State quarterback that will do nothing but disappoint.
My brother pointed out Justin Fields is drinking a Four Loko.
There you go. That's a great look. One. Hello, world.
Hey,
I'm your new quarterback.
He knows how to party. You leave this man alone.
Welcome to Chicago, my friend. Brown bag it next time.
Yeah, dude, I was about to say he should have pounded that sucker real quick. Crushed the can on his head, maybe.
Speaking of pounding, is Kirk talking about a waffle stomp when you shit in the shower and stomp it down the drain?
Oh.
No, that's a little bit different. I mean, it didn't take us long, but we got to the Bears pick before we started talking about poo. But that's what happened.
Sorry, the Cowboys are on the clock, so I thought of stomping shit.
So do the Cowboys go Micah Parsons here? I mean, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm taking the best linebacker in the draft.
Yes, I would take Micah Parsons or a pass rusher here for sure.
Well, as we do this, I'm going to put Kirk up here because Kirk is actually over across the pond along with this guy here, the very first guest in the history of Welcome to Perfectville, Mr. Simon Clancy. Simon, how are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you?
We are doing wonderful. We found out that if you poop in the upper bowl of a toilet in London, it's called a chocolate bar or a shower of shit, according to Kirk Watson, whereas over here, it's called an upper decker. So, as you can tell, hardcore football analysis here on the Perfectville podcast.
Clearly. The early rounds of the draft have fallen way off the cliff, and we're into toilet talk.
Well, we have nothing to do between 6 and 18. We thought maybe the Dolphins were going to trade back because, Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase were no longer there, but they took Jalen Waddle. What are your thoughts on Jalen Waddle going to the Miami Dolphins?
It's not a surprise. For me, I would always take the technician. I would always take Devonta Smith, the route runner, the guy with the great hands. And people talking about the concerns about the weight. Look, he's 6 foot and a little bit. He was 166 pounds. He measured in at 171 pounds at the Alabama Junior Pro Day. So you kind of get where he is. But Jalen Waddle is 5'9" and 177 pounds. So there's not a massive difference between the two. Schematically, I thought Smith fitted better in terms of what he was able to do. But Waddle brings that explosive play. His upside to me is Tyreek Hill, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get there. There's some concerns I have over his route running. He's not a great, he doesn't have great hands. He still can body catch at times. But look, he knows Tua. He understands the system that they're clearly going to run. And they're going to try and get in the ball in a lot of ways, reverses, orbit reverses, screens, little tunnel screens. He won't just be a deep threat. He'll be a guy that gets the ball. He'll be essentially what they tried to do with Lynn Bowden last year. So it'll be interesting to see how he lines up. But for me, I'd have taken Devonta Smith, and I was probably a bit more disappointed about Waddle than I would have been over Smith.
So, Simon, what about what's your thoughts on beating out on Chase and Pitts for basically a first and a third next year, and then getting Waddle? Is that a win for the Dolphins?
Look, it's easy to sit here and say yes or no. Only time will tell. I know that's a really cheesy answer, but if Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase turn out to be Hall of Famers and Jalen Waddle, doesn't sign a second contract, then obviously Chris Greer will look an idiot. But we can't kind of be definitive in what our answer is going to be. I personally would have preferred Kyle Pitts, but look, you got 2 first rounders and a third rounder to move back. I don't think that the Dolphins did badly in that, and ultimately you're coming out of this with Jalen Waddle, an extra first rounder, and an extra third rounder. So, it's I know that the Dolphins are always going to get crushed, whatever they do. If they had stayed at 3 and taken Kyle Pitts, somebody would have complained that they didn't trade back and take a haul for a quarterback. So you can never win this game. I think they stuck to kind of what they wanted to do. They got picks, then they allowed themselves to move back into a position where they could draft one of these playmakers. And look, there's a bigger picture. There's a longer game. The situation with Tua is that, we all hope that Tua becomes the quarterback that we think he can be, and the quarterback he looked like he was at Alabama. If he doesn't do that, the Dolphins are in a situation next year where if Deshaun Watson does get moved, they are in a position where they have extra draft capital if that is a direction they want to go in. And I think what they're doing is they're keeping their options open. They have the extra pick. And you talk to people around the league. I've talked to a number of scouts and things, and they will tell you that draft capital for next year is far more important than draft capital for this year, because the way that this season has been so discombobulated in terms of the scouting system and not being able to get players into visits, the medical information not being as full as they wanted to, all those sorts of things. So that would be a concern. And I think the Dolphins are just setting themselves up year after year for those extra picks or to be able to move around the board.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. And I wanted to get a couple things here, but the Cowboys pick is in. It does look like it's going to be Micah Parsons, which I think is probably the right pick for them at this point. In my opinion, the best defensive player in this draft. They couldn't get the cornerback that they wanted based on just how the draft board fell out. They traded back. They got some picks, and they get Micah Parsons. Not a bad, consolation prize, if you will. So the Miami Dolphins get Jalen Waddle, and right now at 18, Simon, where's their head at? Where are they going? Are they going defense and trying to get themselves an edge rusher? I know that's not a strong point for this draft. Are they going to, quote unquote, reach for Najee Harris? We just had comedian Jim Florentine on, and he said, go get Najee Harris. It's not a stretch. Go get him. Are you of like mind, or where do you think the Miami Dolphins go at 18 if they stay there?
Yeah, I really like Najee Harris. I think he's a really good player. And, I understand people talking about value at running backs. I think the Dolphins have got to take high floor players this year more than any other year. You can't really take huge risks. And I think, look, I really like Kwity Paye. I think he's a great fit. I really like Zaven Collins. I don't think there's a more Miami Dolphin player in the entire draft than Zaven Collins in terms of the scheme fit. But Najee Harris just makes an awful lot of sense. And it was clear when they took Waddle over Penei Sewell, for example, that they're going to build around Tua with playmakers rather than linemen. Alex Leatherwood comes into the mix at right tackle potentially. I think we can talk about Leatherwood being a possibility. But for me, I think it's Najee Harris. He's a day one starter. He plays all 3 downs. He's got great hands. He dropped 4 passes, 2 of which were in his penultimate game in Alabama. He dropped 4 passes in 4 years. I mean, that's astonishing. He's a great runner. He's got great feet. I really like him. And like you said, the value is not always at running backs at 18. But somebody that just... Sorry, go on.
We don't even know who that was. There's someone.
But it's somebody, it's somebody
Simon, do you think
came up with, and I think it'd be a good pick.
Simon, do you think there's too many question marks around pass rushers for us to go there at 18 and running backs a better value?
I think what you've got to understand with the Dolphins is that rushing the passer for the Dolphins doesn't always equate to what most other teams think rushing the passer is. You have to look at how, and the reason the Dolphins a few years ago were so interested in Trey Flowers was because Trey Flowers played defensive end or edge rusher in the way that the Miami Dolphins wanted him to play, in the way that Brian Flores wanted him to play, which was very much about discipline. It wasn't, this is going to sound really weird, but it isn't always about sacks. It's about lane discipline. It's about not rushing past the quarterback, i.e. putting yourself in a position where the quarterback or running back can then undercut you and get out onto the perimeter. And somebody like Kwity Paye makes an awful lot of sense there. He's a fantastic run player. I think he's a very, very good technician as a pass rusher. There's still some work to be done, but he fits perfectly. I would not take a risk on Jalen Phillips, although I think he's the best all-round defensive end in the game. There are just too many question marks over those 4 concussions, the 2 high ankle sprains, and then the 2 wrist operations after he had the bike crash. Plus, he walked away from the game. He retired from the game because of the concussions. Greg Rousseau is another. I know, the guys listening and watching, obviously Hurricane fans, and he had the big year. He's played 1 year of defensive end. Manny Diaz switched him from wide receiver and free safety. He's played a single year as defensive end. And there is so much that he needs to learn about rushing the passer. He reminds me of a sort of a young Jason Pierre-Paul, but he's so far behind what Jason Pierre-Paul was when he came out of USF. I would have a real concern that Gregory Rousseau is not going to be the player you want him to be until he's in his second contract. He's a redshirt sophomore with 1 year's experience, and you're expecting him to come in and be a dominant pass rusher. I just don't see that.
I just see him getting gobbled up on the line. And if you're going to get him at 18, 36 maybe, but at 18, I think I agree with you. I think that's just a little too early. One of the things I was looking at this draft here, Simon, is that last year it seemed like the Miami Dolphins doubled down and even tripled down on young players and said, look, we're going to build this the right way. We're going to get these young players on their first contract. They're going to gel together and hopefully get better. I think they surprised a lot of people because of their defense and that fortuitous defense to get 10 wins. But I also think that there was a little bit of now an expectation that, okay, now we need to win. Now we need to get into the playoffs. And I'm wondering if that thought process is going into this draft to say, we need somebody that can come in and contribute right away. Jalen Waddle, for everything that you talked about, can come in and you can scheme for him, like you said. Everything that they tried to do with Lynn Bowden last year, they could do better with Jalen Waddle. I mean, the Miami Dolphins have not been there's not been a lack of creativity with the Miami Dolphins defense when it comes to, kind of these playmaking and schemes that are out there. But I am curious if that's going to shift or change their mindset going into this draft, into the second round, third round. Is this, how they're going to pick people that can come in and start contributing right away? And if so, to me, that means Najee Harris and a running back at 18. I don't know who does that on the defensive side of the ball other than maybe Kwity Paye at that point at 18. I would have said Micah Parsons, but he got picked. I don't know why I'm bringing all that up other than I'm just kind of mind vomiting right now. Am I right on the point with that or no?
No, you are. I was going to say, is there a question in there or is there? No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. I think, as I said, Harris to me is a day one starter. He comes in, he's a 3-down day one starter, and that's all you can ask. That's what helps Tua more than anything. And if you're really, really going to invest in this kid and you really, really want this kid to succeed, you kind of have to build around him. And yes, getting that deep. Look, we talked. My friend and I are watching it. We talked about, out there. Trent Murphy's out there. Ryan Kerrigan's out there. Melvin Ingram's still out there. You want a 1-year rental defensive end. You don't have to spend a first round pick on a quitty pay when you know that you can go and get yourself a Najee Harris, who helps you so much. Not only does he help you in the areas that you talk about, pass protection, catching the ball, and running the ball, he's also a great kid off the field. He's also a kid that's, this plays into it. He's a kid that sells shirts. He's a kid that came in the same recruiting class as Tua. He knows Tua's foibles, his intricacies. He knows how he practices. He knows where he throws the ball. He knows how he throws the ball in terms of catching it. Even the fact that Tua's a lefty, and a lot of the players in the Dolphins won't have caught the ball from a left-handed quarterback. As weird as that sounds, and the ball spins differently. It comes at you differently. For Harris, that's something that, and you build a running game which helps take the pressure off Tua in itself, because you're not trying to force him to win games with his arm the whole time. He can then rely on, last year you had to rely on Myles Gaskin and on Jordan Howard for a little bit and on Salvan Ahmed. Well, that's, with the greatest respect, Gaskin's going to be a nice third down back in the system, but that's not really what you want. What you want is a factor back like a Najee Harris.
No, I agree. And I just look at their Michael Adams. I don't know who Michael Adams is, and this might be the weirdest comment that we're going to have on a Miami Dolphins-centric live stream, but Mac Jones to the Vikings, please. Okay, I don't have any issues with that, I suppose. I was telling Nick, our producer over here, I forget the Vikings are a team until I see somebody wearing Vikings gear, and I'm like, why does that Lakers gear have a weird logo on it? Like, I forget the Vikings even exist. The only reason I ever see them is because every time I'm looking for Dolphins news, like alphabetically, they're there right before the Miami Dolphins, and I'm like, oh yeah, the Vikings are still here. Simon Cancy, contributing writer for Sports Illustrated, New York Times, formerly of the BBC, now the head writer for Gridiron magazine, which I believe is a United Kingdom based or British based magazine that focuses
Europe's biggest football magazine.
There you go. Europe's. See, I should just shut up and let him talk about it. He's the one who works there. I'm just trying bullshitting everybody, trying to figure out what the hell.
You gotta let him do it. He's got the sultry accent too. Can't just let him say.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys haven't guessed yet, Simon is from Mississippi. You can tell by the accent.
Exactly. I am a local. Yeah,
he is a local here.
He's about as American as they come. You can tell.
Yeah.
So looking at this draft, I mean, you obviously live and breathe and eat football here. So far, through 13 picks, the Chargers pick is in. I'm assuming it's going to be Rashawn Slater. Is that what it is? Yep. It looks like Rashawn Slater is the pick here based on what Nick is showing me. And that's a dream scenario for them. They just sat there and did nothing and get arguably the best left tackle in this draft, which is exactly what they need for Justin Herbert. So, God bless the Los Angeles Chargers, I suppose. But what has been the biggest surprise so far through 13 picks here, Simon? When you looked at this, what is the one pick that made you go, whoa, I was not expecting that?
There hasn't really been one, to be honest. And I think, I suppose the teams that, I quite like what the Eagles did in not only did they get a great player, the Heisman Trophy winner, Devonta Smith, they also managed to screw over a division rival because the Giants were clearly going to take Devonta Smith. I think the Bears need to be congratulated. Look, they found themselves in a situation of their own creation by taking Mitch Trubisky over Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson, and Ryan Pace has tried to get himself out of it by moving up for a falling Justin Fields, and in a way that's to be applauded. And if you end up giving up, Fields turns out to be the quarterback that some people think he is, you end up giving up a fifth rounder, a first rounder next year, and a fourth rounder this year, then okay, that's a decent deal. You've got Andy Dalton as a bridge there, and Dalton will be a good mentor for Fields because Fields has some issues, but I think it's a good trade. I think it's a good deal. But there hasn't really been one where you go, wow, that's and actually an hour before the draft when the old Aaron Rodgers news came in and everybody was like, wow, this could be the next 2 hours could be some of the craziest stuff we've ever seen. And actually it kind of hasn't really played out that way. So remains
Simon, do you think it's a shoe-in for Mac Jones 15 for New England?
My friend who's with me is a bigger Patriots fan as I'm a bigger Dolphins fan. Is Mac Jones the shoe-in at 15? No. It wouldn't surprise me. We talked about this earlier on. It wouldn't surprise me if Mac Jones fell out of the first round or to the bottom of the first round and then somebody trades back up into round one as they did with Lamar Jackson just to get that fifth year on the contract. I've never seen the fuss about Mac Jones. He's accurate, but in today's modern NFL, he lacks the things that really set people apart in terms of pocket movement and manipulation of the pocket. He's not athletic. I think there's some off-the-field issues. It didn't really get talked about, but the DUI doesn't look good on his docket, as it were. I thought that his first pro day wasn't great. His second pro day, I watched live, was really average. I mean, I've not seen many, when you're literally throwing against air. I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback throw so badly against air. And then there were times where he lifted his shirt up to wipe his brow, and he looked flabby. It's like, dude, get in the training room. Do some sit-ups. It's not a good look.
No, I will say this. I mean, you talked about it. You watched his second pro day live, and he was struggling against air. I'm wondering if the Miami Dolphins could draft air at 18 and help rush the passer, because
the thing is, he was throwing to Devonta Smith, John Mechie, and Najee Harris, and he was, missing them. And I was just like, it was that to me was not a great look.
Yeah, there was a famous, and Savak, I'll let you jump in there, but there was a pretty famous video moving around, I think, from that day where they showed Mac Jones missing the wide receiver, and it immediately went to Bill Belichick, who was kind of shaking his head. And you never know with the power of TV whether he was saying no to a burrito for lunch, and they just happened to catch him at the same time, or what. But I mean, it looked pretty damning from Bill Belichick to be like, no, that's not what we can have here in New England. We're going to go with the accurate stylings of Cam Newton instead. But I mean, I don't really know if I'm worried if I'm a Dolphins fan and Mac Jones ends up in New England. I just don't see the magic.
I'm not, and I think New England could end up taking Kwity Paye, for example. I think that's a really, just as we talked about as a fit with Miami. I think equally Kwity Paye is a really good fit in New England, and we've talked about. You look at Josh Uche came from Michigan, Chase Winovich came from Michigan. That Michigan pipeline continues potentially with Paye going to the Patriots.
And it just dawned on me, the reason why Michael Adams says Mac Jones to the Vikings, please, is because the New England Patriots are picking at 15, and I think he is worried about Mac Jones. But see, there you go. I forgot the Vikings were even a team again, and it turns out
they came up again.
Yeah, there you go. So Simon, what else are you working on these days? I know you're busy. You're always writing. You're always thinking. You're always crafting and noodling things out. What's next for you?
What's next? I mean, I've already done 10,000 words on the 2022 draft book, so that's kind of that's where we're looking. That's where the focus is. Who
are the Dolphins focusing on next year? Can you tell us who?
I mean, I can't reveal my sources or what the situation is, so but maybe I can tell you off air. But no, I mean, who knows? Who knows? I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Tua, because ultimately that's the answer to the biggest question out there. If Tua develops into the player we all hope, then things become really exciting for this franchise for the first time in a long time. And if he doesn't, then we're back on the hamster wheel again.
Well, let me ask you this. Speaking of back to the hamster wheel, if Tua does similar to what he did in his rookie season, just if you look at the numbers and extrapolate it out over, I guess, 17 games, does quarterback become a position of need for the Miami Dolphins going into 2022, in your opinion, or would they give him even more time beyond, essentially a quasi red-shirted, rookie season? Would they continue to have faith in him? I mean, Brian Flores showed that if the situation is needed, he will pull him and bring in the veteran. In this case, it would be Jacoby Brissett. But if he does kind of similar or maybe not that much better in his sophomore campaign, will the Miami Dolphins look to move on from Tua Tagovailoa?
I think you've got to give him 3 years, but I think he's very much on the clock if he doesn't play very well next year. I don't think, and also look, it depends on how they grade the 2022 class ultimately, in terms of how they think, whether Sam Howell is the guy, whether Jaden Daniels is the guy, whether Keaton Slovis at USC is the guy. There's 4 or 5 potential first rounders. The kid at South Florida, Dylan Gabriel. I think
I like him. He's good.
Yeah, I like him too. Yeah, I just think.
Hey, Simon, shout out to Sam Howell. I live literally in the neighborhood next to where he grew up. My son goes to the middle school where he played high school, Sun Valley High School here in Indian Trail, North Carolina. So Sam Howell is a player. He's going to be great in the NFL.
It'd be interesting to see how he copes next year, because he's losing Diami Brown, Daz Newsome, he's losing Javonte Williams, he's losing Michael Carter. So that puts the real onus on him in terms of he's breaking in some new players around him in terms of those skill positions. So, but I think he goes into, as we sit here today, he's probably the number 1 quarterback next year. But I think, it'll be interesting.
Well, I do want to put this out. We have a live poll on Twitter from the Fanatics Network who they said who will be the pick for the Miami Dolphins at 18, and the options are A, Najee Harris, B, N Harris, C, Harris, Najee. Or,
hey, real quick, not to interrupt, but the Jets just traded up, and they're most likely going to get Najee Harris here.
Yeah, no, that's let's take a look and see. Simon, I know you got a Jet. I will let you go, but if you want to hang on here and, for the Jets pick real quick, and then we'll all cry in our milk together if Najee Harris is not there. What a transition there, Chris. That is why you're a professional in radio. I was talking about Najee Harris, and you jumped right in. But
That's
yes,
it. You take what you got.
So the New York Jets jump into 14. The Vikings disappear from everyone's lives for another couple of hours. And I guess, I don't even know what the Vikings need other than a better PR, group, because I don't know who where their needs are. I guess some sort of defensive line. If nothing else, that's where you go. But Michael Adams says, watch the Jets take another QB. That would be a Jets thing.
It wouldn't surprise me if they took Elijah Vera Tucker here.
Yeah.
I think schematically he fits. You just pair him on the left side with you pair him with what's his name, Mekhi Becton. I think that would be a really look. We saw what happened with Sam Darnold. We've seen what's happened with Joe Burrow last year in terms of the inability to protect your franchise quarterback. You've just got rid of your old franchise quarterback and brought in the second overall pick. Protect him. Do you know what I mean? You can go. This draft is so deep at receiver that you can go and get him perimeter help. You need to protect him and keep him on his feet. And Vera Tucker is rated more highly than Austin Jackson was last year, so I think that would be a good pick if he was the guy.
It does look like Simon knows exactly what he's talking about. From what I'm being told, Elijah Vera Tucker is the pick for the New York
Simon!
Jets.
Holy shit! Good call.
It's not like this guy.
Better lucky than good.
The head writer for Gridiron Magazine, ladies and gentlemen, contributing writer for Sports Illustrated, formerly of the BBC, New York Times. The guy knows what he's talking about. Follow him at Cancy on Twitter. Simon, thank you very much for joining us, spending some time
my pleasure,
with us.
Boys.
Thanks, Simon. Always great, bud.
Technically, until the next guest comes on this live stream, the very first and now the last guest for the Welcome to Perfectville crew. So, Simon, thank you very much.
My pleasure, boys. It's always lovely to see you. Speak soon.
Bye, Simon.
Take care.
All right. Nick is frantically getting my attention. What is up there, sir?
23, 66, and 86 for the 14 and 143.
So the 23rd overall pick, which is what the Jets traded away, as well as what else?
66 and 86.
66 and 86. So that it would be a third-round pick and actually 2 third-round picks for the 14 and 143. So like a 5th-round pick. So they traded up to 14. They gave up their 23rd overall, and they also gave up what looks like an early 3rd-rounder and a late 3rd-rounder. The Jets giving up a lot,
guys.
All that for Elijah Vera Tucker, who in some mocks was going to the Miami Dolphins, but I don't think the Miami Dolphins are going offensive line. I mean, if they didn't get Penei Sewell at 6, they're not going offensive line in the first round of this draft, which is what actually Chris and I told you would make us very upset, is if they went offensive line in this first round of the draft. There's so much talent in terms of offensive linemen that you can get really, really good players later in the first round or even in the second round, which is actually kind of why I'm confused as to why the Jets would give up all that to go up. But if they like the guy, you fall in love and you protect him, like Simon said. So how cool is it to have
is there such thing as a reach if you're really that in love with the player?
And that's my whole. Sorry to cut you off, Sam. That's my whole thing with this. It's like, well, he's not worth it there, but if you miss him at your next pick, you lose out on the player. Like, you get the player if you like the player. I don't care if it's a reach or the points don't add up from the chart. If you like the player, you take the player. We got killed last year with the running backs by doing that kind of thing where we trade back and hope they fell to us. No, if you like a guy, you take the guy, period. I don't care about reaching.
Yes, sir.
I just realized I haven't fed my dog dinner, which is probably why he's basically dry humping my leg right now, trying to figure out just where in the heck his food is. So that just sucks for him. He's going to have to wait. But as we round into really coming in, we got the New England Patriots at 15. You have the Arizona Cardinals, which, the Cardinals don't really affect the Miami Dolphins other than I think they have their eye on a couple of players that I think we have an eye on.
Do they have a running back other than David Johnson? Like, I'd be worried about Najee Harris here, right? Arizona?
No, they actually signed James Conner, if I'm not mistaken.
That was it. Yeah, that was it.
Yes, they did. Thank you. They signed James Conner.
That's what I couldn't remember. I was like, I know they signed somebody. I just couldn't remember who.
Yeah, they have James Conner. I mean, I guess that doesn't preclude you from getting a Najee Harris. I'm not a big fan of James Conner, but I think they have, the Arizona Cardinals to me, like take a middle linebacker just about every first round. Like I could see them going like Collins or somebody like that, who I really, really like, but I think that's where the Cardinals probably go. And then 17 is the Raiders, and the Raiders are a wild card. They're going to get somebody who can run. That's what we know. The Raiders.
So it's the Raiders at 17 in front of us?
It's the Raiders at 17 in front of us as of right now.
No,
so we
have
have
Brandon Jacobs. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
listen to this. I got texted from a friend, guys. I want to get your reaction to this.
Sure.
Adam Schefter said that Jalen Waddle was number 2 overall on our draft board over Pitts and Chase. Only Trevor Lawrence ahead of him.
Well, I mean, I guess if that is the case, if that's who they were in love with, shout out to Chris Greer for getting the guy that he wanted. If Jalen Waddle was truly the number 2 pick on our big board, and you trade down from number 3 to number 6, you get an extra first round pick and an extra third round pick to do it. Then that's why you play.
Mac Jones on the phone. New England's up next, guys. This is live TV, boys. This is reality TV here in a live stream of Perfectville.
Elijah Tucker going to the Jets.
Yeah,
yep.
Well,
the Jet fans go mild. They're like, okay.
Shout out
like,
to
okay, yay!
They couldn't just sign DJ Fluker.
No. we did it.
They don't even know who that is. Look at them. They're just like, okay, sure, we like him. This guy with his Jets,
I like the. Hold on, I'm gonna go live here. Here's the camera. I like the one guy that went like this. He went, "Oh, I'm on camera."
Yeah.
Oh, the self-awareness.
He was like, "Who the hell is this?" And then, "Oh shit, I'm on camera." They said they acted excited. The producer told me.
What the hell is Elijah Tucker?
Nick, are you seeing Mac Jones to the Patriots? Is that what you? Sure. It looks like he's on the phone, like you said. Elijah Tucker in Kenwood, California, which is actually where my family is from. Kenwood, California, up in the wine country. Yeah, it's a very, very small. Here's what Kenwood, California is known for, other than Elijah Tucker. Kenwood, California used to be the National Pillow Fighting Championship capital. That's where they held the national pillow fighting until somebody got hurt in a pillow fight contest, and they ended it. So there's no more pillow fighting contests.
How do you get hurt in a pillow fighting contest?
I guess if you cheat and you put like a steel chair in there and you whack the other person, maybe. I'm not quite sure, but that is the case as to what happened there. We got a lot of guests still coming up. If you guys are just joining us, that means you missed Jim Florentine. That means you missed Simon Clancy. Simon Clancy's out there just predicting what's happening 10, 15 minutes before it actually happens.
So he gets paid the big bucks.
Jim Florentine's teaching us all new ways to poop in toilets and outside of toilets, and how to make your restaurant experience better when it comes to the pepper shaker. It's been a fantastic live stream so far. Savak, how you doing there, my friend?
I'm fantastic. I have not had to take nearly as many bathroom breaks as Chris. And hey, man, that's all right.
Hey, I got the magic beer cup. It keeps getting filled up. That's why.
That's what I'm saying.
It goes in. It has to come out.
I keep trying to do that, and it's not working, bro. I don't know.
Don't let your dreams.
Somebody's got to help me out.
Chug, chug, chug.
Chug. Well, so here, Jim B wants to know a little bit more about the pillow fights. Here's what I do know. It was like a big, long, like log-looking thing,
That's a cooler.
right?
That's a backpack cooler. Sorry.
There you go.
That's how you do it. I don't have to even get up to get a beer. Magic has been exposed.
Yes, sir.
Curtain's been raised.
Dude, next time you're gonna have to just get yourself one of those camel backpacks and fill that sucker up.
Don't play. This is only year one. I'm gonna year 2. I'm gonna have the camel pack.
Think about what Michael Adams just said on Facebook and into the stream here. Tua versus college backup 2 times a year can be an interesting storyline. 100%. Mac Jones looks happy. So either he's being drafted by the New England Patriots, or he found an extra chicken nugget in his 6-piece Happy Meal. We're not quite sure. But if I found a 7th chicken nugget in a 6-piece Happy Meal, I would smile the way Mac Jones is smiling, or the way Chris is smiling as he pours that beer live here on the Perfectville Draft. By the way, shout out to the Believe Podcast Network now, where we are having our show. Shout out to the Fanatics Network on YouTube carrying this stream for us. Sabak, thank you for helping us out with that. And now back to Jim's question about the pillow fights. It was like a long, almost like a tree trunk, and then they would cover it in padding, and then they would grease it up. And then you would actually have to straddle it with a pillow on either side, and you would just wage war. You would just beat the shit out of the other guy or gal with a pillow until they fell off into, I guess, hot lava. I don't know what they had underneath.
So into it. He's got the.
I'm
Yes.
intrigued. I'm intrigued. I
love
really
it. That's
am.
like me with the upper decker. That's me with the upper decker, man. I'm just like,
like-
what? Tell me more, please.
Go on. I hear you.
So is it Nick? Is it confirmed Mac Jones to the New England Patriots? He says, yeah, he's moved on. He's on to like pick number 18 at this point.
Mac
He's
Jones
like,
is
I don't-
walking like a Karen asking to speak to a manager.
Yeah.
He's like, I am going to speak to this manager right
Yep,
now. And he's
there
going to
it
hear my
is.
side of the story. How dare you not pick me? I'm going to destroy it on the New England
Oh my
Patriots.
God,
You
he
guys
really
watch.
is. I had a delay going,
Yeah.
but that is a spot on.
Yeah, you're welcome. He is just like, he's angry, but he's not going to do anything about it.
Yeah,
No.
I don't understand Mac Jones. Fat Jones, whatever, MacDonald Jones, whatever. Oh, he is on, and I am on a major delay. And you were right, he is working it, girl. Look at him on the catwalk.
Look at that. Yeah, you see that?
That is a power
Oh, he's
strut.
swaying the hips. He is about to write a strongly worded letter to corporate. Okay,
Nick,
it is coming.
Nick, does that not look like my sister when she is mad at you and the way that she would walk and approach you at that point? That looks exactly like my sister Stacy when she would be mad. So, my goodness. Yeah, there you go. So, the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. I'm going to feed my dog. So, Chris and Savak, I'm going to leave it up to you for a couple of minutes while I feed this big, fat, disgusting dog, this Mac Jones of a dog.
Yeah, I saw your dog in the background with the 1,000-yard stare out the window, and then he looked right at you and just stared again so longingly. I was like, Sam's starving me.
Yeah, this dog has
It's like,
plenty of
get this
food.
out
He ate
here,
my lunch.
please.
Karen
Derek
Jones.
LaFleur, Karen Jones. I love it.
Yep.
That's his new nickname. We're sticking to it. And I like how Gerald's asking where Nike is. That's Belichick's dog, Nike, which is super weird. Because doesn't Belichick wear like a starter hoodie with the sleeves cut off? He doesn't seem like a Nike guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine so. Maybe one of his kids named it or something.
Maybe.
See, but now it's just you and I, sir.
My friend, do you have LED lights on in your room? I was waiting to ask you that.
Only kind of. So what it actually is I have a couple green light bulbs that I got from the Home Depot up there.
Home Depot represent.
Yep. So I swapped out my regular light bulbs for these bad boys here.
So does that say dead end at the back behind you?
Sure does, and that is an actual dead end sign that I took off of some sign pole after a hurricane blew through my hometown.
Yeah, let's not talk about where you live. I don't want you getting arrested unless you're past the double jeopardy or what's it called?
The statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations.
That one, yeah.
You stole a dead end sign. That's not it's not ideal. I don't want you getting
I
arrested.
did not steal it. I found it.
Found it. It blew into your yard during a hurricane. That's your story, and you're sticking to it.
That's right. And I liberated it from the pole that it was stuck to. Okay. Otherwise, it would have been stuck out there in the harsh environment that is Southwest Florida. So here it is now. I have saved its life and its shininess. Still shimmers back there.
That reminds me of Happy Gilmore when he said, I broke the rake and it's made of wood, so I want to put it in the trees so it can be with its family. That was you liberating the sign from the pole. What's the jersey tonight? What is that? Is that Dante Culpepper? What are we rocking?
See, that is the same exact thing Sam said, and no, actually, it is my last name. I don't know if I got that in frame or not.
Melton, number 3.
Yes, sir. The number just happens to be mine, but I vowed to never buy another jersey with a player's name on it again. Not since Jarvis Landry got traded.
Same, hence the T-shirt. I'm never buying another player's jersey unless it's a legacy player. It's Marino, it's Zach Thomas, it's Cam Wake, it's Rashad Jones. It's somebody that can't leave us anymore and break our hearts.
Exactly.
So what's the significance of 3? Because mine's 33. That's my number.
Really? Hold on. That's so interesting. And I'm going to tell you why in a second.
Mine's easy if you think about it.
Gosh, is it your age?
No, I'm 34, so it is close. But this has been my number since high school.
So close.
My initials, I'll do the tattoo for the live feed. Let's see the tattoo.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
CC.
There it is.
That's the 3rd letter of the alphabet.
Sure is.
I played running back and middle linebacker, and I had to have a number that fit both. So I picked the 3rd number because my 3rd letter of the alphabet, CC, is 33, and that's it. I rock with it. Now my son rocks with it. It's pretty cool.
Yo, I dig that. That's awesome. So the reason that I am so partial to 3 myself is because I was child number 3 of 3, or at least son number 3 of 3.
At least.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of sons, I am
Sam's
back.
back. What's Sam's number?
My I don't really have a number. I the next one, I guess.
Well,
but
you don't have a. You're about to. You're about to have your multiple
Hold on.
kid.
Coincidentally, I want to say this too, because my 2 numbers were always 3 and 11, and of course.
Wow.
See, hold on a second. No
Did
way.
they take Zaven Collins?
Yeah, Cardinals. Zaven Collins.
I told you they take a linebacker in the first round every single year.
They should have
Even
the best
when they
defense
took
in history.
Even when they drafted Kyler Murray, they drafted him as a linebacker and moved him to quarterback. I mean, Zaven Collins is a hell of a pick for the Cardinals, but they pick the same fucking player every single year. And it's like, oh, he's solid against the run, but solid 3-down linebacker. And then you never hear the guy again.
Yeah, are they just eating these linebackers, or what's the deal here?
I don't know what happens to linebackers in Arizona. There's just like a big pit. Like, what do you play? Oh, I play linebacker for Arizona. And then they just fly away. And then they just have to draft another one.
Let's see, clearly, because I swear they got one of the top-rated ones last year, too, didn't they?
They did. They got Isaiah Simmons to
Yeah.
my
Isaiah Simmons from Clemson. Yeah, he's a hybrid safety linebacker guy.
So,
It's
yeah,
like,
where
remember
are they all
Detroit?
going?
Yeah, well, they're not going to the Hall of Fame because they have to keep drafting them in the first round. But look, I mean, Zaven Collins is a beast. If he'd actually landed to 18, I actually would have liked to have taken him myself. But yeah, I mean, the guy's he's a big, solid, stout guy. It's actually the right pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
He's the most Cardinals pick ever. He just looks like a Cardinal football player. Like he's just going to
7 tackles a game.
And the Carlos Dansby, the red jersey, like good linebacker. That's like, in my opinion, what they're known for. What's Vegas go for here? Gruden and whatchamacallit, used to be in the NFL Network's the GM now. Mike Mayock. Yeah, thanks. They go speed here. They go pass rusher. What do you think they do here?
The Raiders are a little bit of an interesting one here. They don't go running back. So here's the thing. The Miami Dolphins, if they went Najee Harris, as long as nobody trades with the Raiders, they can get Najee Harris. But I think the Raiders are always good for a wide receiver, although there's nobody here at 18 or 17 that they're going to get. They could go cornerback, but again, I don't know that there's a cornerback other than those first 2, unless they're going to go up and get Caleb Farley, who's got some bad medicals when it comes to his neck. But Caleb Farley is somebody that I could see if they fall in love with somebody. But I think it's got to be defense. I mean, they've got Derek Carr, they've got Darren Waller, they've got Josh Jacobs, they've got some talent on the offensive side of the ball, and it could very well be an offensive lineman. There's a lot of offensive talent when it comes to the O-line. So the Raiders are a little bit of an enigma here, but having said that, they'll probably draft Sebastian Janikowski's cousin and call it good. So I have no idea. Jeremy Hagan says edge rusher. I mean, Kwity Paye could actually be in play. That's actually a really good call there.
Yeah, I really think Kwity Paye to the Raiders makes a lot of sense. That's a good call.
Well,
Gruden likes his grinders.
He does.
Well, Nick is over here like trying to figure out who the pick is. The pepper grinder. Oa is a Gruden player. There you go, Jim B. The kid out of Penn State, Micah Parsons, running mate there. And then Jeremy's asking, do we trade back or do we go Najee Harris? I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Like we talked about before, Savak and I, you take your player. God, there's just no. Just if Najee Harris is even close to the guy you want, and you're like, oh, maybe if we trade back to 22, he might be there. No, take him. A third round pick, take him, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, exactly.
Like, you take your player, and he's on the team, and he's great for 10 years. That's it.
Exactly.
Yeah. This is sorry. I'm talking to some of our guests that are lined up to come on here in just a little while. I'm a little bit distracted listening to them. They're having issues with life, but
we are still feeding your dog.
No, he ate already. This dog is 110 pounds. You talk about a Bill Parcells type athlete. He's a massive dog that all he wants to do is eat all day. That's it. That's all he wants to do is eat all day. He can eat, and then he's looking at Nick's food because Nick's eating, and he's just like, "You gonna eat that?" I'm like, "Motherfucker, you just ate. Like, let it digest down your throat a little bit." And
no, I think that's when dogs tend to want food the most, is right after they've just had food. Because oh my God, I forgot how much I loved eating. You gonna finish that?
Well, this is a good question here as we wait for the Raiders to finally make a choice here. But any chance for the Miami Dolphins trading back into the first later tonight? I
Yes.
hope so.
Always. Chris Greer is always wheeling and dealing, and we have ammunition and picks. This draft, I've been saying it for months, Sam, on our podcast, is deep. If we get, say, we get Najee Harris here, you got Jalen Waddle, you got Najee Harris, and then you're like, man, I really love that guy at pick 28. What's it going to take to, come back to 36? And if it's just a 4th round pick or some shit, you do it and you go get your guy. Stop being shy. We need to go up instead of back and go get our guys, build this team. Brian Flores said it. It's not about gathering draft picks. It's about building a better roster. So if you can do that by trading up and getting the better player, you do it 100%.
Exactly.
So, yeah, we might not be done tonight after 18. Stay tuned to the Perfectville live stream.
Wow. So do you guys want to know the pick? Because we know the pick. It looks like, as I said, I'm going to start calling myself Salmon Clancy. The Las Vegas Raiders are going offensive line, and it looks like Mr. Leatherwood is the pick out of Alabama.
You. Very nicely done.
So Alex Leatherwood, left tackle.
Alex Leatherwood, left tackle from
Alabama, mama.
That's right.
The Bama. That's right. Okay. So very well done. Not a bad pick, of course.
So let me go on a rant for a second. Here we go. I have my entire life wanted a player that's not first overall, that's been 8th, 12th, whatever, that I've wanted, and it's happened, and we got there. And every single time, it doesn't happen. It happened with the safety from Earl Thomas. We were hoping he'd fall to us. He did. We traded down for Jared Odrick and Koamisi instead. There's players that you want, and you just go a different way in fantasy drafts, and this Najee Harris is there at 18, and that's who I want. I wanted Waddle or Smith. Let's see if finally the tides have changed and we get the player we want. It's either him or a pass rusher. If it's anything else, the reaction is going to be fun, guys. I'm a few more beers deep, as you pointed out, Savak. So we'll see.
Well, and as we do, Savak, once the Miami Dolphins pick is in, we will be spotlighting Christopher Cullen once again and getting his reaction. It is the Miami Dolphins do, but the Raiders have picked Alex Leatherwood. I think that's a little high for him. I really do. I'm surprised that he went
Raiders
there.
Always make a weird pick, don't they?
They do.
Don't they always just like? You're like, what the fuck? Like, okay.
That's a big man, though.
Yeah, no, he's not small, and that is something that the Raiders have. There is a need for that offensive line. I mean, I think they pretty much fired their entire offensive line here this offseason. So to go get, as my dog attacks me, Alex Leatherwood again. If that's the guy you look at him, he just blocked the whole camera. Get off me! Look at him! Get off my Nike shirt.
So my brother pointed this out. In 17 picks, 4 have been from Alabama, possibly 5 if we go Najee Harris here. That'd be interesting.
Give me Harris.
So the record for the amount of picks from one university in the first round is 6. And if you look at where Najee Harris possibly going in the first round, that would be, I believe, 5, right? And then you have Christian Barrymore, who is most likely going to go in the first round as well. That's 6. That would tie them.
Oh, wait, no, there was more. Sertan went too.
Sertan also went. So if Christian Barrymore... Yeah, if Barrymore and Najee Harris go in the first round, that'll put him at 7. I think really Leatherwood going at 17 almost guarantees Alabama will have 7 draft picks in the first round.
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's where we're headed. But again, to run in CM's point a little bit earlier, can we draft anybody other than Alabama? Why? Why would we need to? I mean, if you're going to get all these guys, then you might as well get the best ones.
And like I said before, and I wasn't joking. Like, why would you not pick a player from the best team in the country? That's the whole point of college football and playoffs and building programs and winning national championships. You win national championships with the best players. That's how it works. So if you pick those players, it works out. That's it.
Exactly. All right. So this is a great one here. This is actually something that I think for the Miami Dolphins makes more sense as they show Jakeem Grant on the field right now. This is very annoying. These Leatherwood highlights are showing why they should pick Harris. There you go, Jim. Michael Adams says, Yep, the pick is in. Where are we going there, Nick? Actually, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
I don't want to be spoiled for this, please.
No,
Yeah,
no, no. We're not going to
I want
spoil
to
that
react
one.
to the.
Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to highlight, and that was a fast one. Thank you, Miami Dolphins. So we're going to highlight Chris here. Savak, I think, knows what's going on. So we're going to
Sorry, buddy. See ya.
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, don't worry, I'm cool.
I'm more nervous for this one than 6, guys. Like I think this is that.
This is the one right here.
Yeah, this is the foundation builder here. This is the one where you're like, okay, we nailed this pick. We already got Waddle. He's gonna do great. Is this guy gonna be a guy that's gonna be a day one starter as well? Because you have to hit, and that's what I've said before, and I've said it many times. It's great getting all these picks, but if you're not hitting them, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. It's just, I agree with the fan in the chat room. I will chug the rest of this beer if it's Najee Harris, and it's full, my guy. So
yeah, that's right. Team turn up. Come on.
Team
this
turn
guy's
up.
sitting with his foot on his knee and barely acknowledging. It's the most Miami thing ever. That entitled kind of thing. Here we go. Here we go, guys.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, come on.
All right, Phillips from Miami. I'll take it.
Jalen Phillips.
Wow, we got a pass rusher, guys. Holy cow. I'm okay with this. As long as he's not injured, but we're really counting on Javonte Williams at 36 or Travis Etienne because
Or
you just
trade
passed on
back up.
Najee Harris, and that's going to come back to haunt us.
Wow.
He's played here his whole career. Or
No, he didn't. He was at
his whole
UCLA.
career. Yeah, UCLA and then Miami.
Oh, I like it. But Jalen Phillips is I mean, watch his highlights. When he's healthy, he's nasty. And of course, they don't show highlights on the.
When he's healthy.
Yeah, when he's healthy,
That's my-
Savak,
that's
exactly.
my-
That is everything.
That's my favorite part. The asterisk
6'5",
that you threw up there.
266.
Look, don't get the phone away from his head. He's going to get another concussion. Get that away from his head. Look, they need pass rushers, right? They need edge rushers. He's a guy that if he's healthy, and that is, I mean, like Simon Clancy said, he retired. He's had 4 or 5 concussions. He's got a medical history, longer than the first COVID patient. It's a risky pick in my opinion. I don't like this pick. I'm going to just say that right now. I don't like this pick. Look,
Well, I'll say right
UCLA.
now, his injury history was at UCLA, and he retired because he just thought he kept getting injured, and he kind of sat out a year. Life came back to him. He got an opportunity from Eddie Diaz, came to Miami and absolutely balled out. Had no injury concerns really last year. So really, he's been injury free technically for 2 straight years because he's out a year and then played for Miami. So last year, playing and starting full time for Miami, the Hurricanes, he was an absolute monster. He's fast off the line. He's big. He's strong. Good against the run and good against the pass. Like Savak said, you stay healthy. Jalen Phillips is going to be an absolute fucking baller for the Miami Dolphins. But there's a big asterisk there.
Yeah, I don't like how many times we've said that since he got picked. If he's healthy.
Well, here's my thing, and it's weird. We kind of said, right? We said that like we have to. Simon said there has to be a high floor. Like there's no risks in these picks. You take the sure thing. Miami said, "Fuck you, Simon," and they didn't take the sure thing. They took a guy that's boomer bust at 18 because guess what? We had the luxury of 2 picks. So we already got Jalen Waddle, who, according to Adam Schefter, was our number 2 overall player on our draft board. And this is playing with house money, Sam. You've gambled before in Vegas. We're just like, fuck it. Let's take a pass rusher. If he's good, great. If not, hey, we got 36. We got another second round pick, and fuck it. Let's go shoot the shit and have fun.
Look, I'm gonna bring up and highlight some of the fans' questions or things to make me feel better here, right? So Jim B says, "Good thing he only has to remember one play, and that's to hit the quarterback." He went to the University of Miami, so you can't really expect him to learn more than one play. So I do like that. Another thing, I am a Brian Flores fan, and Adam says from Twitter, Flores looks happy. So you know what? If Flores is happy, maybe that's a good thing for us. And then this one is more of my thought process here, which is not a fan. I think he would have been available in the second round. I don't know, but I think I would have been okay with letting him go. And let's just feel a little bit better about it. This comes from Michael on Facebook, who says, well, at least he doesn't have to adjust to the climate in Miami. Well, there you go. And look, this is my favorite one so far. This is from Derek on Facebook, who says, Jalen and Jalen, boys, this is what we do. We have, Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips. Apparently, all we needed are the Jalen's.
Anybody a fan of the Christmas Carol, the Muppets Christmas Carol, when they do the then we got the Jalen and Jalen. Ooh, it's Jalen and Jalen. Ooh. We got the Jalen brothers, dude, in the first round. Let's go with that. And we got 2 picks in the second round. My wife's laughing at me. It's just completely embarrassed for me. I don't care. 2 second-round picks still. Running backs deep. Najee Harris is not gone yet as of 19. We'll see. ETN or Javonte Williams or even Carter from UNC or Surnum or whatever the hell his name is from Ohio
Trey
State.
Sermon. I was going to say, I think Trey Sermon will be there in the 3rd or 4th round, but I think he's criminally underrated.
Yeah, I do too, and I would like Trey Sermon. I would not be mad at that pick if he fell to us later. Absolutely.
No, I wouldn't either. No, one thing that does need to happen here, because there was a guarantee from Mr. Christopher Cullen, who says
there it goes.
If it wasn't Najee Harris, he would down this entire beer. So, Chris,
I'm sorry. I was on the understanding I was going to down my beer if it was Najee Harris, but
why not both? Just go ahead.
Yeah, why not both? Let's just finish this.
Let's highlight the man. Oh, look at him there. That is a man right there, ladies and gentlemen. That
yes,
right
sir.
there.
Yes, sir.
Ends up.
Ends up glass down, I suppose.
Like you guys were saying earlier, I mean, we're not necessarily done in the first round. We have the capital to trade back in. Hell, we could trade back in and take Najee Harris. So,
could you imagine that? That would fucking make my entire night, bro.
I actually think, if you have all these picks, it's kind of like, you have all this money and then you die. You can't take it with you, right? You got to spend it before you go. So if we have all this draft capital and he's the guy, if he gets past the Steelers, which I don't think he will, but if he gets past the Steelers, then maybe you trade back up and you go, we don't need these second round picks, or we can, start spending some of the capital for next year. Kirk Watson, I wanted to say, you've been hanging with us for 2 hours here. Says you got to work in 2 hours. Great stream. Thanks. Fuck the Jets and fins up. That is a lot, but I love every single.
What a perfect exit comment.
Right.
Great job, Kirk.
Yeah,
Kirk
that
Watson,
was ideal.
Killing it. I want to shout out too. I forgot their name and I apologize. It's not there in the chat. Someone's here from Australia. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm sitting here in Indian Trail, North Carolina, in a random loft, doing this live podcast, and somebody from Australia is watching. That's fantastic. Thank you so much.
10:30 a.m. over there.
Yeah, that's unreal, man. They're having breakfast. And they're calling me a pussy for drinking too slow my beer. I bet.
So what the hell is wrong with you? Put that beer down, if you're a man. Come on.
The Washington pick is in. Where are they going? I'm actually a little bit. So the Washington football team selects
linebacker, Kentucky.
Jamin Davis. Yeah, he's a pretty good player. I don't think he would have been a fit for the Miami Dolphins, so I'm okay with him going somewhere else. But he's a pretty good player there. So
shout out to Derek LaFleur, who said, "My wife asked me why I'm chugging my beer." Well, honey, Chris did, so I did. That's fantastic. Thank you, Derek. Good looking out, my brother.
I wonder what else can we make Derek do just because Chris told him to do it. Why don't you, Chris, tell him to put money in my account?
If Chris jumped off a cliff, would you do it too?
I mean, maybe.
Derek, for future reference, if the answer is because Chris is doing it, it's the wrong answer, no matter what it is. That's just how it goes, my friend. So we are vastly approaching. Look, the Miami Dolphins have made their 2 picks. If they do nothing else tonight, they have Jalen Phillips, edge rusher from the University of Miami and the University of UCLA. And they have Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Alabama, apparently number 2 on their big board there. So they got the guy that they wanted probably more than anybody else, Trevor Lawrence excluded. Mm-hmm. And actually, to that point, Chris, I think that reveals that I think the Miami Dolphins would have taken Trevor Lawrence over Tua as we started.
Yeah, Dolphins agreed with me. So that is proof in the pudding. The Miami Dolphins agreed with Chris from Welcome to Perfectville. If Trevor Lawrence somehow fell to 6, they would have picked him because he was the best player on their board, regardless of Tua's on the team or not. They're like, man, like I said, how's the Hawaiian food in every other state? Because we're getting Trevor Lawrence, buddy.
You can tell Derek. Derek is a fan of the Welcome to Perfectville podcast. We're not doing that new combine measurement you guys mentioned on your podcast. Which, Savak, in case you were wondering, we had hypothesized that maybe in the future another thing that they could do at the combine would be a dick measuring contest.
I knew you were going to say that. I don't know how I knew it, but I knew it.
I
agree. I was just going to say I agree. You know what? I feel like it could absolutely help us. What's a good word? I don't know.
What is a good word? Yeah, pull the shoot on that.
Take the manhood of the NFL.
Like, what are we doing? Stop right there.
Well, like Raceling said on Twitter, but even that people are thinking about it the wrong way. The actual contest is a dick measuring contest, so it's not how big your dick is. It's what is who's measuring the most dicks, or how are they measuring them? The quality of the dick measuring. So I
casually mentioned that my ex would win that 100%. She's great at that. With other men, how many dicks can you measure in 10 seconds?
Oh snap! Shots fired, sir.
So
that's my question then. Is the petition to have the prospects measure dicks or get their dicks measured?
Right. It's a big dick competition, basically. There's no small dick energy to be a leader on a football team, Savak. You know that. So if you're going to bring in somebody and you're like, hey, this guy's running to our huddle, and you're going to expect him to lead a 2-minute drill, and he's got a thimble dick, like, it's just no one's going to believe you.
It's true. It's hard to command a huddle with a thimble dick. You can't do it.
This guy jerks off with tweezers, and he's gonna 2-minute drill Aaron Rodgers. He has a hog. You kidding me?
Hey, well, Jim says Jeremy wants us to rate. Jeremy, I see you there. But any reason why Baker can't play some edge rush with that Texan linebacker guy in the middle? I believe he's talking about Benardrick McKinney there. Whatever. Benardrick. That's all we need to know.
I mean, you remembered that name, but not his last name, Benardrick.
Yeah.
I like how Gerald is my bladder, like, speaking to me in the chat room. He's like, you sure you don't need to go to the bathroom, Chris? Are you okay? Do you need to tap out a little bit and go pee-pee? Because Daddy Gerald's got you. Gerald, I'm good, buddy. Thanks. I actually do have to piss in, but wow, I appreciate the effort to get me off the air here.
I wanted to thank Derek for the visual there. It's all about the girth, and he is, in fact, a can of tuna.
Yeah, so I just would like to point out that after the Dolphins picked at number 6, we immediately went to poop and shit with Jim Florentine. That's where this podcast live stream went. And then after the Dolphins pick at 18, it's immediately become a dick measuring contest. So I don't know what that says about us, other than the fact that we really, really are focused on the Miami Dolphins, and everything else doesn't matter. We're going to get back to just sticking fingers up our assholes and seeing what it smells like or something. I don't know what we're doing after.
My entire draft party is loving the girth of the small size, big can of tuna. Nice. Yeah. You're basically like, power punching the vagina at that point. So good job.
All right. Well, Jared says Chris must be wearing Depends. Gerald, Chris has taken like 17 potty breaks at this point. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I even joked about it earlier.
Simon measures in centimeters. I love the call out of the English way of measurements, the metric system. This is fantastic. Our fans are intelligent and fantastic. You guys are incredible. Don't you forget it.
Yeah. Next time we have Simon on, I'm going to talk to him in private about who the Miami Dolphins are targeting in 2022. And I'm going to ask him, because he's going to have no frame of reference for this, because he's a distinguished gentleman and a writer for Sports Illustrated. He's not listening to the bullshit that we put out every single week there, Chris. But I'm going to be like, what's the measurement of the dick in centimeters? And he's going to be like, never talk to me again. Just lose my phone number.
Yeah, forget I exist. I'm gone, mate. See you, mate. Out of here.
Here it comes. Can hit all side of a tuna can, but can't reach the bottom. Michael Adams.
No.
We're revealing a lot about ourselves in the later stage of the draft.
That's
here,
such
Nick.
a weird looking penis. That's like you remember the what are the you played you played Pogs back in the day, and you had the what is it called, the slammer? You have like that wide fat slammer you throw down. This guy's got a
I think that is in fact the nickname he's given to his dick. the wide fat slammer.
The wide fat slammer. That's Michael Adams' penis nickname. Congratulations, sir. You have a new nickname for your penis. You're welcome.
Oh boy.
Wide
Well,
fat slammer.
let's get back to the actual talk here. Thank
Yeah,
God for
Giants
people like
picking.
Jeremy Hagan, who we're talking. Hold on 1 second. I got breaking
Oh,
news coming.
Tony just went to the Giants, Florida receiver.
Kadarius Toney.
Oh,
Wow.
your guy Sam from Florida, Kadarius Toney.
I
He's
was
a
a
great
big fan.
player.
I was a big fan of Kadarius Toney, and I really thought that if maybe we somehow struck out early with a wide receiver, or if we wanted to double down, he might be somebody at 36. I think it's a reach for the Giants. But you know what? This tells you what they wanted. They wanted somebody like Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle early, and the board didn't break out for them, so they traded back, and good for them. They got the next best receiver out there, Kadarius Toney.
Good for them.
He's going to go. Florida wide receivers, except for that guy, he doesn't seem to like it. But
I can't
Florida,
even see his ass.
no. Florida wide receivers. He's got all the hats. He had no idea where he was going. Look at that. He had every single hat on the table. Like nobody knows shit. I don't know where I'm going. I just give me all the hats. Give me a couple baseball hats in case this whole football thing doesn't work out. But Kadarius Toney, who I actually think, look, you think of Ike Hilliard, you think of well, that's about it. But that's one Florida receiver that did well with the Giants.
Ike Hilliard, that's about it.
But Jim B
Hey,
says
Percy Hartman, put some respect on his name.
Was he on the Giants? He wasn't on the Giants.
No,
But
he's
look
a
at
Florida
it.
receiver. I thought we were talking Florida receivers.
No, I was thinking that went to the Giants. There was at least one other one from the
oh, Mario Manningham? No, he's
That's
Michigan.
a good one.
Sorry.
No, he was Michigan. You're right. But I'm watching this and I'm looking at this tape with Kadarius Toney, and all I can look at is Kyle Pitts. That's the unfortunate part of the Kadarius Toney tape. Is every time I try to look at that, I just can't do it. So Jeremy Hagan actually wants us to rate our draft so far. So I want to appreciate Jeremy Hagan because he is keeping us on task, making sure that.
Thank you, Jeremy. That's my brother's name, who's here in the man cave as well, who looked at me as I said that name. There's another Jeremy keeping us in check, unlike you, sir.
Yeah, well, they're doing a better job of running this. John Stock says, "Morning, lads from Bristol, England. 3:45 in the bloody morning.
3:45 in the bloody morning. Wow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are. That's awesome. All the way from across the pond.
One of the things that we haven't seen yet, Indianapolis Colts. I know they took a running back last year in the first or second round. I'm wondering if they would double up on it. I mean, I think they need help just about everywhere, including quarterback. Bateman's better. Rashad Bateman. Yeah, you could make that case, Jim B. Rashad Bateman might be a little bit better. I would agree with that. But to rate our draft, I like Jalen Waddle. I think if Pitts and Jamar Chase weren't there, I think Waddle was a better pick than Devontae Smith. I am going to disagree with Simon on that. I like the fact that he is a little bigger, even if he is small. I'm not a big fan of short receivers. I actually like bigger receivers. But I like Jalen Waddle. I think he's really, really talented. And I think there's something to the fact that Devontae Smith had all that success at Alabama because that last year because Jalen Waddle wasn't there. I mean, he was the best option available at that point. I mean, those stats would have been split with Jalen Waddle out there as well. They just would have been. That's not to take anything away from Devontae Smith. He still caught those balls and ran real fast. But I like Jalen Waddle. I'm not a fan of Jalen Phillips. If I had to put this, let me back up. I'm not a fan of Jalen Phillips. I just didn't think he was the right pick at 18. I think there's a lot of question marks there in terms of his health, and I would have liked Najee Harris. I think that would have been a cool story to have. So I'm a little disappointed in that. But I'll just call it a B minus. Call it a B.
And hold on now. I have to push back just a little bit because I'm right with the Jalen Waddle selection. I like it. But I will side with Simon on that. I got to also shout out to Simon for beautifully articulating everything that I was thinking, but albeit in a very sultry and sexy sounding British accent. I think in that situation, you got to go with the tactician. I want to go with the player who's got a skill set that's not going to diminish with time. And the reason but the real reason I want to push back on what you just said there is they had Waddle available to them in 2019 as well. However, the stats would still indicate that Devontae Smith was far and away the better receiver, getting 1,200 yards to Waddle's 500 something odd. Something like that. So I got to say, I'd probably give That was weird what you just did there.
I was trying to minimize you because you're talking logic, and I forgot about 2019. So,
yeah, sorry. I had to bring back a little bit of reality. Hold on now. Although, of course, this doesn't matter anyways. We got Waddle. That's our guy. I'm going to root for him regardless. But yes, that is the reason that I would have sided with Devontae Smith, but is what it is. Overall, I'm not mad at the draft, though. This has been a good round for us so far.
Sam, for me, I'm gonna give us an A+, and that's because we got Jalen Waddle, a playmaker, as he said. We got a pass rusher that's gonna make a difference on defense in Brian Flores, and because I have a Miami Dolphins colored cotton candy martini glass, and I'm about to get a mixed drink poured. You guys wish you were this cool.
I do very much so.
That is a Smirnoff Ice going into my martini glass.
Wow.
That's rad.
Which is dolphin colors. We
Yeah,
do it big around here.
Look at that. Now that is
I'm going to toast to Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips, making plays for the Dolphins for years to come, guys. A+. Let's get Najee Harris or Travis Etienne or Javonte Williams, and I'm happy.
Well, speaking of running backs, you guys can see the question posed on the screen from John Stock from across the pond. A lot of people from outside the United States are listening to this. We're big in England there, guys. I appreciate you guys. Nick, who is the pick for the Colts? Do we know? Not yet. Darisaw is what he's saying. Is Christian Darisaw, which would make sense out of Virginia Tech left tackle. Maybe the best left tackle in this draft. I know I said that about a couple of them, but he's pretty damn good. And that was my whole point about offensive talent, offensive line talent in this draft is there's a lot of it. They've gotten very good at making offensive linemen. Jim B says the drink you just called is called an instant diabetic there, Chris.
Yeah, Charlotte, I gotta bring it up to my wife. She's not reading the chat. A fan said that drink is called the instant diabetic.
and
diabetes. My wife said
and par for the course. Derek says, "Honey, I need a drink." An instant diabetic. Awesome. Jeremy, you're the one who posed the question.
Shout out to Adrian Sheets. She made homemade cotton candy flavored with the colors of the Miami Dolphins. That is pretty cool here in Indian Trail, North Carolina. The parents and people you meet in the rugby and football community, pretty fantastic.
Gonna rescind my Christian Darisaw left tackle. We have, I believe now, confirmation that Kwity Paye is now an Indianapolis Colt.
So that is,
Colts I think that Kwity Paye.
I think it's Kwity Paye, and I will say this: I think if we had taken Kwity Paye at 18, I would give this much more first round. I would probably be more like a B+, A-. So I like Kwity Paye a lot more than I like Jalen Phillips because of the medicals. Not to say that Jalen does not have talent, because he does. Chris is going to go get himself a diabetic shot. So we'll let him come back after that cotton candy blast. But Kwity Paye, this is fun. Let's just see the different ways that we can actually spell Kwity Paye's name. First one in is from Jim B. Kwity Paye. That's not how we spell it, but we like that. While we're waiting for those others, I like it too. Pitts and Harris is an A+. Waddle and Phillips is an A-. Well, that would have I would have agreed with that there, Derek. I think that's probably the correct response there. We'll talk a little bit of football while the other Kwity Payes come in here. But Savak, we got lookout 24, Pittsburgh, Najee. Next three teams don't need a running back. I would agree with that.
Yeah, 100%.
So Pittsburgh really is the money. And here's the thing: not one running back has been taken yet. And other than the Miami Dolphins, I don't think there would have been one necessarily until the Steelers were on. So when you start looking about where the Miami Dolphins are, if they stay put, Savak, in the second round, then you are looking at possibly Travis Etienne from Clemson. You also have Devontae Williams from North Carolina. I think those are the next two backs, the consensus of where they should be. So you do have some talent there, and running backs are a little bit of a dime a dozen these days. I mean, so maybe it makes sense to not shell out the money for Najee Harris up front if he's going to end up dropping to the late 20s anyways. But here's where I think it gets interesting too. The Tennessee Titans, quarterback Ryan Tannehill, running back the monster from Alabama from years past, and Derrick Henry, of course. And they need wide receiver help. They need tight end help because they lost Jonnu Smith to the New England Patriots. They lost one of their wide receivers, I want to say, to the Giants, if I'm not mistaken. But where do you think the Tennessee Titans go with this pick? I think a wide receiver would make a heck of a lot of sense, like Rashad Bateman, but I don't know if they're going to pull the trigger this early in the draft on somebody like Bateman.
That I couldn't agree more. I think, like you said, I forget what we were even talking about now in reference to, but we were talking about the Raiders. I think if all else fails, you grab yourself a defensive lineman or an offensive lineman and just bolster one of those lines, because otherwise, everywhere else seems kind of set for them. One of the most complete teams, I think, in the league.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they still have Derrick Henry,
their quarterback.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as they have Derrick Henry, they're going to be, in the mix for the AFC South. I mean, isn't that right,
sure.
Nick? Derrick Henry is running. The Titans have a chance. Yeah.
Because
that's all you need to do. I mean, that's the formula. I'm talking to Nick. He's like, give Derrick Henry the ball 30 times a game, and let Ryan Tannehill throw the other 10, and go enjoy your 14-10 victory.
That's right. You win. It don't matter.
Well,
win by.
I really am surprised that the Dolphins picked Jalen Phillips over Kwity Paye. Kwity Paye was getting a lot of hype the last few days for me watching NFL Network and ESPN. His NFL 360 coming out about him, all this stuff. Very interested. Brian Flores knows his defensive players, and if he's happy with Jalen Phillips, I think Savak, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be fantastic for us.
See, you're killing me with that, man. As long as he stays healthy, that is the problem.
For those that are longtime listeners of the Welcome to Perfectville podcast, and you're wondering who Savak is, because it's normally a two-man show, Savak is actually from the Fanatics Network. They actually just released a new podcast, I want to say today or yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Savak is the voice. Yeah. Savak is the voice of a lot of the commercials that you hear on the Welcome to Perfectville podcast over the last year. He's just got that sultry voice, which is amazing. And what I've been told by my girlfriend is that the voice is everything. Which may be her way of saying, like, you have one good quality and that's your voice, and that's about it.
Dude, can I say too, Savak is like so super chill and laid back. Like, he's like the perfect podcast co-host. Like, when I go to sleep tonight and I put my head on the pillow dreaming of Jalen and Jalen, I'm gonna go, man, my brother, fuck you. They're all making fun of me for the ooh. I'm gonna fall asleep dreaming of, man, I wish I had Savak's voice. He's fantastic.
Y'all are too kind.
Well, and what was interesting is that we had slots for all of our guests here tonight, and we said, we'll have so and so come on at this time. We'll have the other person come on at this time. And I told Savak, just come on whenever you want, man. Come in, leave, do whatever you want. We're not going to put any restraints on you. And shout out to Savak, because Savak jumped in as soon as Chris exploded. And he's been here the entire time, and it's been an amazing experience to have you here on the live stream the entire time. So just thank you for the experience and jumping in and helping out there, my friend. We appreciate it.
I fully expect Savak to be my break in case of an emergency for the rest of my life. That's it. I'm like, I can't make it to work tomorrow. Savak, can you make it to Charlotte, North Carolina? I need to go to Wells Fargo and work for me. Thanks.
Hey, man, you give me enough advance warning, possibly. Yeah.
I love how someone said, no lie, I thought Perfectville booked Eric Andre at first.
We're here on the live stream podcast with Dr. Christopher Cole and Sam Marcoux, and of course Eric Andre. You're right. We're just going to go with that. Why not?
Let me in.
Oh man, y'all are too much. But I do gotta say though, it's been my absolute pleasure and an honor, because love you guys. Big fan of the show.
Yeah, no, we were part of the Fanatics Network for the last season, and it was a lot of fun. And we got to meet people like yourselves and Brian, rest in peace, as well as some others. And the entire experience was just so much fun to get to know you guys and be able to do this type of stuff with you. I have breaking news coming from Nick. 1 second. The Tennessee Titans go Caleb Farley, Virginia Tech.
Very interesting.
The third cornerback off, very talented, but he's got some bad medicals that came in on the neck, and I think he's been sick, and who knows. But this is probably about where he should have gone. So this is actually a decent pick. I think this is a BPA sort of thing. They probably looked at their board and said Caleb Farley's there. I don't know that the Titans have a severe need at defensive back, but who doesn't need another defensive back? I mean,
that's exactly right.
Yeah, Farley, in all intents and purposes, was the number 1 rated corner before his back injuries and not playing. That's going to end up happening. So that's a great pick, value pick for Mike Vrabel and the Titans here at 22. If he is healthy, he is a fantastic. He destroyed the University of Miami in college. So he's a good player. And I'm going to call it now. There's no way Pittsburgh does not take Najee Harris here.
For
and my
sure.
wife is super mad, Savak, that we are not doing the Neil Diamond Sweet Caroline here. It's a perfect opportunity for the show. I'm listening to it now. I'm not doing it. What do you think here, Caleb Farley?
I think you're absolutely right, and I actually meant to say that to Sam earlier when he asked me who the Titans were probably going to go with, and that was the other position that, okay, if you don't really have any guy on there that you're specifically targeting, a cornerback is never a bad idea to take. So I think pretty decent selection. Of course, the medicals are going to give you some cause for concern, but I think Mike Vrabel knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel is going to go defense. And if he goes defense, he's going to have a good guy. And if Farley, if healthy, is going to help the Tennessee Titans. And this is where you're in the draft here, 22 and on. These teams are good teams, unless you had picks like Jacksonville a couple picks later. You're a good player. You're in the playoffs last year. You pick the best player available. You can fuck around. You can take risks. You can take guys with injury histories or surgeries, and it's gonna end up working out for you. So yeah, you can absolutely take a guy like Caleb Farley.
For sure. Not a concern there. Like you said, good teams. They've already got their teams basically squared away. They're basically just drafting for depth at this point.
Depth, or if you like a guy on your team currently and you're like, yeah, is this guy a little better? Like, let's bring in some competition and go at it at training camp, because that's what you can do here. You have the luxury to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where I kind of felt like the Dolphins had the luxury to go Jalen Phillips at 18, because we kind of had the luxury. A 10-win team. We're good defense already. We already got Jalen Waddle, a playmaker to help our offense. Man, fuck it. If he's healthy, you get Jalen Phillips, he helps us. If not, we had one first-round pick that hit with Jalen Waddle like every other team. It's just worth the risk.
Can't argue that, although still would have preferred Harris. But, hey, you know what? I did also toss that theory out there early on in the offseason that maybe we were going to use one of the first-round picks for offense and one of them for defense. Because, Coach Flores, defensive-minded head coach, he's got to get a new toy to play with too, I mean, it's his game, right?
Oh, you will. And the funny thing is, it's weird that I don't get it. They talk, and I listen to these guys, and they're right. They know more than I do, obviously. But I listen to the Todd McShay and the fucking Kuiper, and they're like Mel Kiper, and they're like, running backs don't go into first. Maybe one will go, and you're like, what? Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, like Javonte Williams. But it's true. Here we are in the late 20s, and I think Steelers take Najee Harris, but maybe the other two last till tomorrow, and the Dolphins have plenty of room to go get them.
I'm just looking forward to the elite tweet or delete
I would
tweet
be shocked if the
this
Steelers did not take Najee Harris. Should be good. Should be really good.
If Najee Harris is taken, if he's taken by the Pittsburgh Steelers, I will finish this entire rest of my sandwich.
Oh wow!
You're not going to already
for the rest of us.
gonna be killing it, man.
Yeah. Well, speaking of killing it, so where do the Miami Dolphins go in round 2? I mean, we talked a lot about those running backs early in the draft, early in the second round. That seems to be where these running backs start to peel off the board here in recent years. So assuming they get a running back at 36, they still have the 50th pick. Where do they go with the 50th pick? I know that's entirely based on who's going to be available, but where do you think they would be targeting?
I could see a safety, possibly a Bobby McCain replacement or somebody to fill in the role of Nick Needham, free safety, strong safety type deal. Or if we liked Pitts, which we had him third according to Adam Schefter's board, and like someone said in the chat, thank you, Jim. Great call. A center if he's available.
Yep.
You get that D3 kid from
Quinn Miners.
Yeah, Quinn Miners, thank you, from Wisconsin, like Whitewater or whatever. That kid's fantastic. The belly, they call him the gut. You get him in there, play him at guard or center, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I was actually looking. Michael, does Farley have dueling purses? I believe he did. That's probably why he dropped. Not the back issues; it was the lack of commitment to one purse. I saw this from Derek saying, should we do 36 in San Francisco's third next year to go up to 23? I would have said yes, because that seems to make sense for Pittsburgh, but I'm seeing that Minnesota's pick is in.
But the pick is in.
Yeah, Nick, do we have any idea of who he's scouring the Minnesota? See, nobody, not even the Minnesota Vikings, remember that they're a team. They forgot to leak this to the press. Jim B says at the 50 mark, best center available, that's where we should go. So maybe I don't disagree with that either.
Mm-hmm.
But anything from the Vikings? Darisaw. So they took Christian Darisaw. So we jumped the gun over here, saying he went to the Colts. Thank you, Nick. So that makes sense. Again, if all else fails and you don't have any immediate need, or there's nobody there that meets that need, get an offensive lineman, get a defensive tackle, and call it good.
Yep. Because it's hard to go wrong there. Also, that, as I was saying to Chris when we were talking about Tennessee, also defensive back, not a bad choice to go. All else fails, why not? Can always use more of them.
Absolutely. So as we
if I can't, sorry to interrupt you, Sam. Chris Sims, who very questionable in a lot of his takes. This is just something that Dolphins fans, a little fan service for you guys. The Miami Dolphins got the best defensive player in the draft at 18. Phillips is the best pass rusher and edge defender in the draft, period. Nice.
All right, I like that.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm standing by my decision of hating it.
I also like that Torrey Smith tweeted that Mac Jones, quote, walked through the tunnel like he was going to tell on someone. That's exactly what we were talking about. Shout out to Torrey Smith.
Yes. Amazing.
100% correct. I will say this, though. The Miami Dolphins have not had a good history in recent years of drafting defensive ends in the first round. My mind goes to Charles Harris. My mind goes to
immediately.
And then, that's as long as you don't remember what we did a few years before that, trading up to number 3.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't you dare say it.
I won't say it. I'll let somebody in the chat drop the name Deion Jordan, because I'm not going to do it.
Damn it. What did I say, Sam? We dare not say his name.
So this is an interesting one. Gerald says, what about the tight end, Fairmouth, who was the preseason number 1? I don't know that the Miami Dolphins necessarily have a need for tight end. Fairmouth is a very good player, but the reason why they were going after Kyle Pitts was because Kyle Pitts was, as they could say, a unicorn. So I don't think it was necessarily, talent and need situation as much as it was talent.
Kyle Pitts was more of a wide receiver with the body shape and size of a tight end, not quite the same thing. Because otherwise, in any other case, I don't think we need a tight end. But if Pitts was available, that would have been a good pick.
Did we see the picture of Mac Jones? My high school nephew looks bigger. Which picture are you referring to, Derek? I saw the one that looks like he should be hosting a podcast about football instead of playing football with his shirt off. But I don't know if there's any other pictures out there.
Yeah, let's just say there's 30 to 40 other players I'm worried about on New England before Mac Jones.
Jim B said Deion Jordan covered tight ends better than most for the Dolphins in the 2010s.
I'll give it to
for
him.
like 6 games, and everybody's like, "See, he was worth trading up for. He covered, the tight end randomly from the Saints one time," and they're like, "Cool. This is a trade up for a fucking defensive end. He needs to be sacking the quarterback 10 times this season." Like, yeah, no, Deion Jordan. Come on.
Does
I
anyone
told
remember
you.
what did we trade up to or from? Because we traded up to 3 for Deion Jordan, but what did we trade up from? Does anyone remember?
What was it, 8 or 12, something like that?
I think it was 12.
Off the top of my head, I do not know, but I'm sure we could find out really quickly.
The power
Give me some,
of the internet.
give me some filler, boys.
Well, since we're talking about Deion Jordan and we're talking
Steelers
about
never put in a pick as fast. Pick is in. It's going to be absolutely Najee Harris, in my opinion.
let's find out. Nick,
Without a doubt.
do we know who the pick is for the Steelers? It says it's in.
Supposed to be Najee.
It says Najee, according to the internet. So I'm willing to bet that's exactly who it is.
And there's a good chance that Jacksonville next pick takes Travis Etienne to partner him back up with Trevor Lawrence, and we're going to
That
sit
would be
there at
smart.
36 with hopefully Javonte Williams or Carter available from UNC, and there's no guarantee that's the case.
Ugh. Okay, hold on.
But we also need a pass rush, so we'll see unless we trade up. I mean, we got to have a willing trade partner.
Jeremy wants Harris to slide. I don't think we're going to get our wish there, Jeremy. I think Harris is probably gone.
It would
as
appear we had traded up from 12 to 3 to take Deion Jordan.
Yeah, and was that the draft that Earl Thomas went in, or was that a different draft? I cannot remember.
That was the one you had Sheldon Richardson, Eric Reed, Tyler Eifert, Desmond
Good players.
Trufant, Xavier Rhodes, DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, the list goes on and on.
So DeAndre Hopkins was there, and we decided Deion Jordan was worth moving up to get.
Not
Can we talk
only
about
that,
how perfect Najee Harris is for the Pittsburgh Steelers? They just sat
Yeah,
there, and
it's
the best running back in the draft just fell to them.
well. Look, I mean, we don't know yet that Najee Harris is going to be a Hall of Famer. I mean, we know, but we don't know. But you look at
He's
that
such a
system.
Steelers pick, man. Like, he just looks like a Steeler. Like, he's going to fit in that uniform so good.
And the high school that he went to, I believe, they had the same color scheme, if I'm not mistaken. So that's kind of an interesting tie-in as well. But since we're talking about that, and we have a little bit of conflicting arguments as the number 18 pick when we're talking about Jalen Phillips, some filler as we wait to see if the Miami Dolphins will trade back up into the first round, or as we see who's going to be dropping into the second round for them. Who are
Jalen Phillips better light it up. Oof.
It would be great if he hits Najee Harris and for like a loss a few times a game.
Jesus Christ, look at all the people at his party. What?
Najee Harris.
It's wearing a turtleneck. Never mind. I'm glad he's not on our team.
Najee Harris is from the Bay Area here, not too far from where I live. He does have a lot of people. He's in Emeryville. He rented out what looks like a theater because he's actually from Antioch.
Can I just say we're doing this live, so this is fantastic. My brother just said, "Say it to his face," as I made fun of his turtleneck. And guess what? I will not. I will not do that, my brother Brett. So I'm a podcaster in Indian Trail, North Carolina. I will not say that to his face.
We will not. Here it comes. Here it comes. As Jim said earlier, he wears skinny jeans. He is no longer in play for the Miami Dolphins. But I think that makes 6 Alabama players, which ties the record for the amount of players in a single round of the first round of the draft. And then now that we know Najee Harris is down and the dream is over, do we address the running back position at this point or wait and go after it in next year's draft? We did that last year, and we ended up with, Savak playing running back against the Bills in Week 17. So I don't think we can do that.
I probably would have played better than who we actually had.
By the way, Savak is very much of the opinion that he can still run a sub 4.40. Chris.
Yeah.
100%.
What was the question? I'm sorry. There's a million people in here.
Savak was just saying that he probably could have played running back better than who we put out there against the Buffalo Bills week 17. And I was just pointing out in talking to Savak off air, he is very confident that he can run a sub 4.40.
You know how fast that is? Like
Incredibly.
And Savak, you might be really super fast as a coach and former player. 4.4, sub 4.4. So you're talking 4.39.
So hold on. Let me clarify. So when we had this discussion, what I said was, when I was younger, easily would have been sub 4.4. I think now it would still be around 4.4.
Yeah, and if my aunt had a dick, it'd be my uncle. That's what we're talking about here.
And then we'd measure it at the combine. So I think I think to answer your question there, Michael, the Miami Dolphins have to. I mean, even if you have to stretch a little bit, we just do not have the talent at the running back position to be successful. I mean, Jalen Waddle, great. Mike Gesicki, great. We're getting people like Albert Wilson coming back, great.
We have Will Fuller.
Will Fuller, we have some weapons, but we don't have that running. I mean, I know we got a kid. Who did we get? Who did the Miami Dolphins sign, Nick, as a running back?
Hell, I know this one.
No, we not from the Niners. We signed somebody, some sort of veteran, and it was a big guy. It's a big guy.
Shit!
Somebody help me out in the chat here.
Who are they saying over there? I can't remember.
Wait, what's the question? What's going on?
Who did the Dolphins sign, Chris?
The running back that we signed.
Oh, Mike. It's from the Rams.
Malcolm Brown. Yeah,
Malcolm Brown.
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah.
You could have given me another 15 minutes, and I would have never guessed that.
Probably not. No, I got it because you started to say an M name. Like yeah.
Yeah, I know Malcolm Brown, but he's not the answer. I mean, Suvan Ahmed. And I really like Myles Gaskin, but I think to me, the reason why Najee Harris was so appealing beyond the obvious was that you pair him with Myles Gaskin, and I think you actually had a really good 1-2 punch there. But
I agree.
They're going to have to go another way, and maybe that's Javonte Williams. At this point, if we can get Travis Etienne, I think that's a home run as well. But
yes,
agreed.
Him or Javonte Williams, I'll be thrilled with at 36. But I'm just worried Jacksonville takes one of those, and we are really hoping they fall down to us.
Oh, Jeremy has said 4.65 was my best 40 time. Now I'm a solid 5+.
No, Gerald, we did not sign O.J. Simpson. 4.65 was my best 40 time. Now I'm a solid 5+. I don't know. Jeremy's a dad, and when kids do things, either good or bad, sometimes you get faster than you would have expected.
See, I said the same thing regarding fear. That's how I believe I would have been in that sub 4.4 category, running from something. If I'm scared enough, I'm probably going to run. I don't know, a flat 4.0.
Yeah, no, that's true. Maybe not for a long period of time. I might just get eaten. If I'm getting chased by someone who's going to eat me, I'm like, fuck it. I'm
just going to call it.
I got all kinds of salt. This is going to be a good meal. I'll at least leave that person or monster happy on the way out,
Oh, that's so sweet of you. See, you're such a giving individual, Sam. I can really appreciate that.
Jim is like a super fan. This guy's coming up with all kinds of scenarios as to what the Miami Dolphins should be doing. I think he's on the Creed Humphrey thing. Creed Humphrey came back with some bad medicals here recently from the virtual combine, which is why he's dropping as much as he is. And I think he will be available in the second round.
Can we talk about Jim too? Like, he's been fantastic in the chat. I'm glad he's here. But can we talk about generic name Jim B?
Jim B.
Can we talk about that, please? Because and it's fine. I'm sorry, it's not your choice. Your parents did it, Jim B. But man, like, can we get like a skater name or like a graffiti name, like your tag, something that's more fun than Jim B? Like that
you don't like Jim B?
That's like getting sausage, biscuits, and gravy, and they didn't put salt and pepper on it. Like it's just like bland gravy. No, we need seasoning, Jim B. I need some seasoning with your name.
You need some.
Well, I don't.
With that.
Thanks, Jeremy. Jim Beam. That's a little bit better.
So I'm curious. What are your guys' feelings on Javonte Williams at 36?
Oh boy, I'm doing cartwheels.
Okay.
I'll bring the camera. I'm doing cartwheels. I mean, we're not doing this tomorrow. I'm done. After 32.
What I'm saying is, I think that's probably going to be the the best available running back for us to pick
Yeah.
at 36.
Which is
because
fantastic.
Jacksonville-
Some people had Javonte Williams as the number 1 running back on their board. This guy runs like Ricky Williams.
Landon Dickerson is another guy who had bad medicals. A lot of these offensive guys that were originally, supposed to go in the first round, their medicals came back, and I think that's why you're seeing them drop. And again, why you don't necessarily need to go offensive line so early in this draft, especially after what the Miami Dolphins did last draft. But Travis Etienne is gone to the Jacksonville Jaguars, I guess is what I was really trying to say there.
Is that what just happened?
That is what is happening at this point. So, yes, Travis Etienne is now.
Who called that? I can't remember. Was that you, Chris?
I think it was Chris.
What was the call? Was it
Travis? Travis
is ETN?
Yep.
Yep. They're teaming back up together. Good for them.
Nice job.
Oh my God! Wow, that Urban Meyer's like, you know what? I'm gonna leave Ohio State and go.
I love this.
I'm just gonna go be Clemson South. Sounds good.
Right, exactly, dude. As a Floridian, I'm just happy to see quality football returning to our fair state. This is awesome.
You know what I'd like to
Jacksonville's
see?
gonna be fucking good this year. I'm telling you, DJ Sharp. Look at him sitting in the chair, dude. Roger Goodell is just no fucks given commissioner. I love it.
That's right.
I think what would be nice is if
ETN's going to Jacksonville. We got Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne. Urban Meyer.
That's smart.
Is
Urban Meyer's in heaven. Plus Tim Tebow.
and Tim Tebow at tight end. Thank you. Are we topping it off? Oh. All right, hold on, guys. Guys, this is important. This is special to me.
Uh-oh.
This is special to me.
Show us now.
I'm doing a shot with my stepdaughter. She is over hanging out. We're doing a shot to celebrate hanging out the draft. Here we go. Ready? You're going to take it from the bottle?
Yeah, I don't have a shot.
Oh, I'm taking a pineapple vodka shot, guys.
Bro,
Here we
she's
go.
taking hers to the head. Go on.
Oh my goodness.
There we
Look at that.
Yeah.
Shout Sophia. Let's give her a shout out in the chat. Nice job.
Touchdown. Good job.
Touchdown.
Wow.
She brought me beer. She's the best. I got a waitress. That's incredible. She brought me beers and a shot.
Well, that was now the camera's off center. That Chris felt that one. I think that was
that's pineapple vodka. That's pretty. Whew. I'm back to beer. Bush Lighted is. Thank you.
Yep, right here.
Wow, holy shit. We got Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, James Robinson, Marvin Jones Jr., and DJ Shark. The Jacksonville Jaguars are really
I told you, dude. A lot of people were really doubting them, but they've always, for the last couple of years, they have had a very solid room of wide receivers. Those weapons are vastly underrated. So now you add these, you add Etienne and Trevor Lawrence. This is a dangerous offense.
What? Why is Chris so excited about Jacksonville? Like that's?
I don't know.
Shift
I mean,
thought-
okay, so let me defend
I
myself.
would
Let me
be
defend
more
myself. My
excited.
son's a huge Clemson fan. Huge Clemson fan. Travis Etienne and Trevor Lawrence are incredible players. And you're talking about hallmark cornerstone pieces to your offense that played together for the last few years are now making that jump with a rookie head coach that only coach college players. They're all going to learn together. Jacksonville, watch out, man. They get some defensive pieces.
I have been saying that for a while now, and of course, everybody laughed at me. Yeah, whatever, man, the Jags. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, they're putting something together here. It's going to be serious. And see, now I'm a straight up Floridian. I live in Jacksonville. I'm about 15 minutes away from the stadium, and I don't mind rooting for them as long as they're not playing the Finns. So I'm excited to see this happening too. This is good stuff.
I think Savak took the Jalen Phillips approach. He was at L.A. and then retired and moved to Florida and made himself better. The Cleveland Browns are on the board right now. I'm going to butcher his name, but Jeremiah, what's his name from Notre Dame, seems like the right pick for the Cleveland Browns, in my opinion. I don't know that we haven't seen that the pick has come in yet, but it does seem like that would be the right play for the Cleveland Browns. Finally, a good team.
Jeremy's killing me in the comments, man. He'd Clemson gasms in Jacksonville.
That's exactly what's happening. That is exactly 100% what is happening. And it looks like we lost Chris Cullen again.
Yeah, sure did. He froze on his perfect side eye. I loved it.
He did.
Oh,
I thought he was.
should've- Me too. I thought he was just doing that.
But the Browns pick is in. Nick made an audible gasp over there, like it was a surprise. So, are we incorrect in our assumption? We are incorrect with Jeremiah. Who do they get? Greg Newsome, Northwestern,
Really?
cornerback. That's now 2 Northwestern players in the first round. Rashawn Slater at offensive tackle and Greg Newsome, I believe, the second. I believe he is Greg Newsome the second. Cleveland getting themselves a cornerback. They've got the Pittsburgh Steelers with Najee Harris and everybody that they've got going on. They've got Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson throwing the ball.
He's back.
And he's back. So Greg Newsome is the pick for the Cleveland Browns. I knew they'd go defense. I thought Jeremiah out of Notre Dame would have been the pick, but Greg Newsome is the pick from what I can tell there, Chris.
Anybody else worried about Buffalo getting Javonte Williams?
I'm worried about Buffalo getting anybody. I mean, this is the good thing about this part of the draft is that there is a lot of talent. You have Baltimore that's got 2 picks coming up. That's another thing. I'm wondering if Greg Newsome was one of the picks that the Baltimore Ravens was thinking about grabbing because Baltimore now has the 27th pick as well as the 31st with that trade of Orlando Brown to the Kansas City Chiefs, which Kansas City, by the way, saw a weakness be exposed against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the Super Bowl and basically said, "You're all fired. We're going to do this all over again." They got themselves, all this talent. So, what is up with this Cleveland Browns pumpkin guy?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Is that a fan? Why is he fully dressed? He's got pads on.
It's not even close to Halloween, and he doesn't look like Jack Skellington. I don't get it. Like, they're dogs, right? The Browns, Miami has a couple fans like that too. I won't call them out, but it just doesn't make any sense, like any of it. It's just dressing up to be. It's like 5-year-olds putting on costumes in mommy's closet. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's a little strange, and especially in his case, because it's like, dude, you're wearing a jack-o'-lantern as like a helmet, and it is April, so a little confused on what's going on there. If he had shown up in Cleveland Brown colored bunny suit, that might be a little bit better.
Well, according to the Twitterverse, the guy that they had on stage, the super fan, is actually a wife-beating guy, allegedly. So it's probably a bad pick for the Cleveland Browns to put that guy on there.
So they're picking Ray Rice.
If he's available, I'll take him with the Miami Dolphins. We need a running back. So
Greg Newsome, yep.
Yeah, Greg Newsome, good player. I would have thought, I don't know that he goes in the first round in my mind, but not a bad pick. But what are the weapons that they need a cornerback in the first round? Who are they playing? They're playing the Steelers, an ancient Big Ben. Who do they have? I mean, they got Juju and they have a couple others.
And remember now, look, the Pittsburgh has a history of drafting wide receivers very well. They scout them well, so they're always going to have some weapons. So I don't think a defensive back is a bad pick for Cleveland.
No, again, you could always go there, and they were a playoff team. They went 11-5 or whatever they went. So at this point, they're shoring up whatever quote unquote weakness they may possibly have.
Right.
But the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, do they have any wide receiver weapons that they really need to
outside of Hollywood Brown?
Hollywood Brown, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, they signed Sammy Watkins. That's
true.
Oh well, that's something, I guess. But
yeah, to me it seems like maybe they could have possibly gotten that done. Gotten a better player than that. But, kudos to Greg Newsome II, who looks very angry, like happy angry. You ever see that? Like when they're like,
yeah.
You just made $1 million. You should be happy.
All right. Why aren't you? Why is this not the best day of your life? What the hell?
He's mad that he fell to the Cleveland Browns at 26. It feels like
imagine what he looks like on the worst day of his life.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's just like,
so we got the Ravens, and then we have the Saints, and then we have the Green Bay Packers. I don't think at this point that Aaron Rodgers is going anywhere because it would have had to have been a top 10 pick. Yeah. I think if they're going to trade him,
easily.
They're calling his bluff for sure.
Yeah. So at this point, I'm interested in what the Baltimore Ravens are going to do because I think we are in direct competition with them for wild card seeding year in and year out. They have two picks. They have one here at 27. They have another at 30. You also are 31, and then you also have the Buffalo Bills, who are in direct competition with the Miami Dolphins, sitting at 30. And you're right, Javonte Williams. They need a running back. They did get Zach Moss last year, but he didn't set the league on fire. And you're looking at possibly, perhaps, having somebody.
And the Jets as well, ahead of us in the second round. So, and Atlanta needs a running back, don't they? Who did they sign?
Atlanta? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, don't they still have Todd Gurley?
They do.
Do they?
No, they don't. I have no idea.
I love how matter of factly you said that though. They do.
It sounded.
Yeah, he's a free agent right now, but he was with them last, I believe. Yeah, he was with them this past year, but I guess he's a free agent now.
So yeah, that's too many teams. I'd trade here with New Orleans, and hey, you just want to move back a couple picks, get a 4th rounder, and we take Javonte Williams and be done with our day. That's what I would do.
That would be the move. I think you trade up, you get to New Orleans, and just you give them that 36, and then you give them maybe a 3rd rounder next year. And
yeah, we have a relationship with them already. We've made trades with them before, so we have a connection with them. Like, just go up and do it. Call it a night. Go to bed. We all go to bed happy with Jalen and Javonte and the 3 J's, and we're excited.
So we do have Derek is back. He had to send his wife out to get some of that pineapple shit Chris was drinking.
Derek, you're such a copycat. I love it, buddy. Here it is. Hold on. Oh, camera. Here we go.
I'm interested. It's New Amsterdam.
New Amsterdam pineapple. Sophia, my stepdaughter, got it.
It's good stuff.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like Tevin Jenkins is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens. He is an offensive tackle, if I'm not mistaken. Wow. And again, that makes sense. They just traded Orlando Brown, and they get this pick, which was their original pick, and then they get to pick again at 31 for that Orlando Brown. So they have a lot of picks right here. They have 2 picks, so they can probably hedge their bet on where they're going to go with some sort of wide receiver or offensive weapon for Lamar Jackson. At 31.
I think they almost have to, right? They like, now that you went ahead and gotten yourself another offensive lineman, they kind of have to go a weapon here, don't they?
I would think so. I mean, that seems to make the most sense. I mean,
they're going to get Elijah Moore from Minnesota or something like that, or the guy from Temple. Well,
let me ask you this. So the Miami Dolphins get Jalen Waddle, obviously the guy that they thought was the bee's knees, if you will. Do they come back? Do they come back and get another wide receiver later in this draft? Do they double up?
Maybe. I think that there's some decent options available later on. Maybe even some you wouldn't have to burn a draft pick on.
Amari Rodgers, 3rd round.
You could go back even further and get yourself a Tamari and Terry out of FSU.
Nice.
He's big. He's fast. A little bit rough around the edges, but there's definitely some talent there. He was their number 1 receiver for a couple seasons. I think he would probably be a good late round flyer to take.
Well, we're actually seeing now maybe it's Rashad Bateman as the pick here. To our point about getting a weapon for Lamar Jackson, that would be a good weapon if that ends up being the case. Here. So we're trying to confirm on our end. Nick has been on it, and we've only had a couple of rescinds at this point, so we're doing our best to keep everybody informed and spoil all these.
Not bad at all. You know, when I first jumped on here, I don't think Rondell Moore. Thank you, Gerald. Very good choice there. That wouldn't be a bad one to pick up. Well, when I first jumped onto the stream, I don't think I was expecting to stay on through the entire first round.
Yeah, it's going on 11. It's going on midnight for you over there.
Yeah, glad you have, man. It's been great.
Yeah, no, man. Once again, it's my pleasure.
You know, Christian Barmore seems like a very Baltimore Ravens type of guy too. Maybe that's the pick for them if they go wide receiver here.
And if they did pick him with their second pick in this round, would that not break that record?
That would put 7 on the board for Alabama if Christian Barmore goes before pick 32. Rashad Bateman is confirmed that is the pick for the Baltimore Ravens. Although they're showing Elijah Moore. He's in Fort Lauderdale. He's actually, you know what? Why don't we pick him up and just You don't have to walk. You can walk to the stadium, sort of.
Yeah, exactly. Well, nah, just send an Uber on over. We'll go come get him right now.
There's Rashad Bateman right there in Tifton, Georgia. That's here it comes. But yeah, Rashad Bateman is the pick, which means we got the New Orleans Saints. And I'm really surprised. Something must have happened with Jeremiah because he really was at some point he was slated to go like in the mid first round, and it looks like he may be falling out.
Who?
The linebacker for Notre Dame, Jeremiah.
Oh yeah. Interesting. He might fall to someone like Buffalo or Baltimore again, or Tampa. Tampa's so loaded though. Yeah, I don't know. You kind of go best player available, and then you got Jacks, Jets, Atlanta, and then us. So yeah, if you're talking about the linebacker from Notre Dame, we can kind of do a lot. You can cover the linebackers and rush the passer. It'd be a good get there, but we definitely have to hit one of these running backs. I'm agreeing with Savak here. We have to somehow either get Javonte Williams here. Sermon from Ohio State's fine. He's okay. Carter's good.
I saw all of that,
okay.
by the way. The tone
Javonte
drop,
Williams is
the side, the eyes, everything. You just Trey Sermon is fine. If I can't have Jordans, I'll take a pair of Shaqs. Fine,
dude. No lie, I got Shaqs my entire life, and everybody thought they were Jordans. They look good. Yeah, $25 Walmart, man. They look good.
It was good stuff. Balling on a budget, good sir.
So there you go.
Gerald's calling me a shot. He's a Saints fan, so he wants. They want to go linebacker. If they go linebacker, I got to do a shot. He said.
Oh, there you go. So the other thing here at Tampa at 32, what's precluding them from getting a running back?
Not a damn thing.
So that's another one that
Tampa Bay could take whatever they want at this point. There is no wrong answer.
Tampa is the pick of the litter. They can do whatever they want. They're just like, oh, we're incredible. We have all our starters back. Let's just fucking pick the guy that made us laugh the most. Like, that's it. They can do whatever they want.
Take best player available, throw a dart. Hey, who chugged a beer the fastest? This guy actually shotgunned one. Let's take that guy.
Imagine you show up to training camp. They're like, why is he here? Like, he out-chugged anybody in the Zoom meetings. So he was our pick at 32. So that's it. He's our guy.
Like, he took his car key and he pierced a tall boy and just downed that entire thing. We had to take him.
They just call him the Chug. They're just like, hey, Chug's here. Hey, Sam, you missed the Chug joke.
I did miss that joke. I will say Reverend Matthew Roosh over here saying he clearly supports Sermon, which I think is hilarious since he is a bona fide reverend.
Okay, see, I was wondering about the quotation marks. I'm glad you clarified that because that is really funny. That's good.
Sam, we're saying that Tampa is so good that they literally can just like make their pick based on things like who chugged their beer the fastest in Zoom meetings. And, when you get to training camp, they're like, why is this guy here? And they'll be like, oh, he chugged a natty light with a fork faster than anybody else. So they call him Chug.
What was his 40 time? And we're not talking running, right?
Oh, that's funny, man. Although not as much in Florida. They don't sell 40s down here. Yeah, they sell 32s.
I'm sorry, is Chris Evans an actual running back in the draft, or are we talking about Captain America?
Captain America for sure. If Captain America's in this draft, we need to trade back into the first round and get him now.
Why is Captain America lasting the day two? I don't understand.
He's in that second phase of the universe. Peyton, you said Peyton Turner? Peyton Turner looks to be the pick for the New Orleans Saints.
Nice.
I think that's a little bit of a reach, but everything the Saints are doing right now just doesn't make any damn sense. So let them do whatever it is they got to do.
They are winging it right now, man. Can you got to let them do it? They're probably going to start Jameis Winston this year.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know what I'm like. Did they just not understand that Drew Brees was going to retire? Like, I don't understand how they got caught.
Everybody knew that was happening, but them.
Yeah,
clearly. I don't know how they did not know. See, there we go.
Chris
Jeremy
Evans
saw it
is
too.
Michigan's running back, I guess.
Okay. I was about to say, with a face like that, he's going to day two. Get out of here.
Yeah, well, if he's Michigan's running back, he wasn't that good. So,
well, it was
Mike Hart.
I was just on the phone with Kabir SIngh, writer for Family Guy, Comedy Central, all kinds of stuff. He's actually filming something for Amazon Prime right now. He's still on stage, and he called me like, "Hey, I got like another 20 minutes." I'm like, "Are you on stage? Get off the phone and just join us afterwards." So if he's able to join us before the stream is up, we'll have him come on. And he sent me all the bets that he had. He gambled on this draft, so I'd like to see how well he did, if anything.
Interesting draft for that.
So. Oh, actually, he just wrapped up. So let's see if he can sign in for us and jump on and go through all this stuff here. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. But what the hell is he doing? Oh, and setting me. They're doing some drone footage there. So Kabir SIngh's getting ready to join us here as best as he can. Chris, I think is going to go get some more vodka here in just a minute because he may be having to take a shot here based on.
I'm sorry. I just love the fact that little chat's filled with that same message.
Yeah. So those you can't see it, but we have an internal chat here on the stream that lets us know what's happening if we need to turn it to somebody or if I have to feed my dog. And Chris's message over and over again just happens to be right back, gotta piss. Be right back, gotta piss. Jim B has actually a pretty good observation here. I think I agree with this. It lacked some big trades. This had the potential to have some big trade ups and trade downs. We had a couple. The Jets, the Bears, I think, did a pretty good job. The Giants, I think they traded with the Bears and came back. So I think that was about it. You're right. We didn't see, and you usually see right around here somebody try to jump back into the first round.
Right. And I got to say, I think that was probably the best damn move / pick that the Bears have made in, gosh, I don't even know how long. Trading up to get Justin Fields.
Yeah, and then I'm just talking to Nick, and there's some rumors going around right now that the Miami Dolphins are trying their best to actually trade back up into the first round and maybe swoop one of those running backs or whatever position of need they're looking about. And then Jeremy says, we actually traded twice. What are you talking about? But I think he means on the day.
Yeah. So Jeremy, he means during the draft. But you're right, though. He said, I'm just trying to jinx it. That's good.
So Peyton Turner, edge rusher out of Houston, goes to the New Orleans Saints. Sure, fine, whatever. The Saints, again, they're kind of like the Titans to me in that if they have Derrick Henry, they're fine. If they don't have Derrick Henry, then you better start figuring out where your holes are. For the New Orleans Saints, it's kind of like, well, you had Drew Brees, so you're fine. But if you don't have Drew Brees, you got to start filling some holes. And I don't know. I don't know that Peyton Turner necessarily does that. He doesn't blow wind up my skirt, as they say. But
certainly does not make the kitty drip, as my wife likes to say. But I think you're right. They do still have some pieces to work with, though. They've got Alvin Kamara. They've got Michael Thomas still. I think they've got a tight end too, don't they?
They got a tight end who might be their starting quarterback before too long.
They've got their right-handed Tim Tebow.
Yeah. Although I think he's a little more successful than Tim Tebow, ironically enough, at quarterback, considering Tim Tebow was a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. But whatever. I'm looking at the highlights here of this kid. Maybe I'm wrong. Peyton Turner looks like he might be something.
Oh, kitty starting to drip now.
A little bit. little bit. I mean, look at the green room. Like the Saints aren't even happy. They're just kind of like, all right, I guess they did this.
Yep, that's exactly it. They're like, well, I mean, he's there up on our board. I don't even remember putting him on there, but all right, fine.
You ever do those mock drafts where, like, once you get to the fourth round, you're just like, well, whatever. Yeah, we're on, wide receiver sounds good. And then you just you look at it at the end, you're like, I picked like 7 wide receivers in the last 3 rounds.
Yes.
I think that's what the Saints just did. There's like, yeah, pick him. He's fine.
I'm using the kitty drooling analogy this weekend with my wife. Please do, Jim. Let us know how that goes. I do I do want to know.
Chris is back. It was like he never left. There he is.
Exactly.
But I can only imagine what you guys said while I was gone. I can't wait to watch this back. It'd be great.
I'm not watching this back. It's 4 hours.
No, bro, I'm one and done. I'm not coming back to this ever.
One and done. What's said is said. I'll keep my dignity. I won't watch this back either. I'm with you guys. Skull.
He's gonna watch it. He's gonna watch it later when he's going to bed.
Look at this maniac. There he is. He's on stage right now at the Carson City Comedy Club with the worst lighting ever.
I know.
Jesus, I'm so
Mr.
sorry about this, guys.
No, look, I was just telling these guys. Kabir comes. His girlfriend actually called me and was like, "Hey, he's still filming for Amazon. He's so sorry." I'm like, "Yeah, let him go ahead and film his special for Amazon Prime. He doesn't need to be here right now. So whenever he gets done, he can pop him on." But hold on one second. We're getting
The
breaking
worst thing
news.
about filming a special on Amazon right before I lose every goddamn bet that I had on the goddamn draft. So much fun.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about that. It
Well,
does look like,
there goes your answer right there, Sam. There goes.
it does look like the Green Bay Packers took Eric Stokes with their pick, according to super producer Nick over here. So we're down to the final 3, 4
Very
picks.
good.
It might be. So let's take a look at these here. This is actually something that you came up with, Kabir. I thought it was highly. So you had Kyle Trask to the New England Patriots, $100 to win $2,400. That did not happen. They took Mac Jones,
has he been
SEC
drafted
quarterback.
yet?
No, he has not. So technically, you're still in
No.
play, but I don't know that they're going to double down on an SEC quarterback that can't
Still
throw.
alive, baby.
It's still alive. Okay. Well, there you go.
You all right?
For those that don't know, Kabir Singh, writer, voice actor for Family Guy. See him on Comedy Central. See him on Dry Bar. If you guys know what Dry Bar comedy is. If you don't, then you're really not a fan of comedy. This guy's got so much going on in his life. I'm actually so happy that he's here. We had Jim Florentine on here just a little bit earlier here, Kabir, and he was hilarious and talked to us about what an upper decker is in terms of shitting into the top of the toilet bowl. So I don't know how you're going to top that, but my comedian friends, we end up talking about dick measuring contest, shitting, and of course gambling horribly. So as you see on the screen right there, you got Kabizi on Dry Bar Comedy. You can see his video right there. Check it out on YouTube. He also had Najee Harris, but you didn't tell me anything about Najee Harris. You didn't say where he was going to. Did you just have him in the first round on your bet?
Najee Harris first round was the bet.
First round. Okay.
So
Najee Harris
got
first round. He did go to.
So you got that.
You got that. He was
that
at
one.
minus 167. So that was kind of an easy one, though. You had to spend $167 to win 100, but you got
I
it.
did.
So,
I did.
you got some money back. And then you had
can I
400 to win. Yep.
The Niners are outrageous.
Let's hear
How do you
about
not
it.
pick? Come on, man. Listen, you were what is it? 2 years ago, you were one throw away from the Super Bowl. You're gonna restart it with another quarterback. Why not just pick the tight end Pitts and go crazy? Come on. Could you imagine trying to guard Pitts and Kittle?
No. I think Kyle Pitts and George Kittle would have been an amazing 1-2 punch at the tight end
Change
position.
the game here, buddy. Let's go. Come on.
No, but they want to start over doing hit the reset button.
So hold on, Kabir. You bet that they traded up to draft a tight end to pair with George Kittle.
Here's what my bet was.
Okay.
I bet that they wouldn't trade up to draft a Division III quarterback. This guy was playing me and my family for a year. He played one game this year in front of actual competition through 3 picks. I don't know what to tell you.
He did not look good.
No, he did not look good, and he's not good. Listen.
All right. Well, let's just take a look at
somebody
this.
From.
So he's mad that they didn't take Mac Jones. This is what's hilarious. So you picked you were a plus 110 for Mac Jones to be picked third. He was not picked third. He was picked 15th. So you lost that one.
And he went to New England.
I don't think he should have felt like the. I felt he did. So the thing about Mac Jones is the only reason why I picked them 110. Yeah, the thing about Mac Jones is the only reason why I wagered on that one because Mac Jones was the favorite for the whole time, and then it automatically dropped 2 days ago to plus 110. So I figured that they might grab him. I mean, it's just when you're gambling, you don't think about like what they're gonna do in the future. You're picking the odds, the best odds. I had them picking Kyle Pitts for Pitts for I don't know, it was 1,001. I just don't understand why they would go all the way out there and do that. And another thing, it was just I don't know, man. I don't understand what the Niners. You have the team. You were injured. Jimmy Garoppolo was injured. You have a good defense. You have a good offense. Grab Pitts and go for it. Change the game.
I think that was the concern, though. Is just the long term of Garoppolo, because they're a winning team when Garoppolo is healthy, but he's had trouble staying healthy, and I think they just got a little bit too tired of that. So, like, you know what? Let's just reboot. We have this team right now. Let's get a new quarterback. We can start over. Gives us a little bit more flexibility in the cap. I know it's not what you want to hear, but
then why
that
not
was
start
what they
over
had
with
to
Justin
do.
Fields? Why you're starting over with some guy that played like Division VIII baseball?
And you know what? I'm with you on that. I am. Honestly, I would have went with Justin Fields in that situation. I was not expecting them to take Trey Lance. Yeah, I know.
I'm not a Trey Lance. You listen, if the guy kills it, I will be on camera and saying that it's bad. But he played nobody for a long time. Yeah, listen, what was his stats? What was it like 6 downs, 0 interceptions, 1 interception?
Oh no, he had 60 throws. I mean, the guy. Yeah, but let's look. This is what happens, and just so we all know, Kabir Singh is not a 49ers fan, so he's not coming at this with a heart of gold here in San Francisco. He's mad because he lost a bet. Let's just put that out there. If you follow Kabir Singh on any social media, people always come to me, Kabir. This happens all the time because I go on the road with Kabir. I know Kabir very well, but then every now and then people are like, "Why was he so mad at the Milwaukee Bucks last night? I didn't know he was a Milwaukee Bucks fan." I'm like, "He's not. He was for one quarter, and they fucked up." And that's it. That's all it was. So 1 second.
So that was it. By the way, 28 touchdowns, 0 interceptions is Trey Lance's stats from 2019.
28-0, phenomenal. They were playing Ohlone, Chabot, San Jose State, and who are they playing? Come on,
I don't know, the South Dakota University of New Mexico or something out there.
You got. Fields went out there. He was coming out of high school. He was 1B next to Lawrence, and then he beat him when it mattered. Yeah. How does that guy go?
That was my thing.
I'm going to say, buddy,
please,
come on,
please.
And let me just say one more thing. And here's what I read 1,000 articles when I was making my bets, right? And people were professional when he was in Georgia. They said that he didn't wait his turn and he wanted to leave. Okay. Mac Jones got a goddamn DUI. It's racism. Come on.
Well, let's just take a look at this. So a couple things. He did. But Buffalo Bills take Greg Rousseau. Just so for the Miami Dolphins fans hanging on here, Greg Rousseau from the University of Miami is now a Buffalo Bill. He is the enemy.
Who drafted Mac Jones, by the way?
The New England Patriots at 15.
Yeah, it's insane.
Really? Here's what you lost. Let's guess.
Yeah, really.
Here's who you lost. Kyle Trask to the New England Patriots. Well, that's still in play technically, but not going to happen. Najee Harris in the first round. You won that one. You took over under 4.5 wide receivers drafted in the first round. You took the over. So right now, help me out here, Savak. We had Devontae Smith, Kadarius Toney, Jalen Waddle.
Yep.
And then who else?
Bateman.
Rashad Bateman. So we're at 4. So you need one more wide receiver to go in before the 32nd pick to win that, because you took the over at 4.5. They're at 4 right now. So that one's still in play, Kabir. So we might win money on this one, or you might win money on this one. And then you also had Justin Fields over at 6.5. That's when you thought he was going to be picked by the over-under of 6.5. You took the over, so you win that, right? Because he was taken at like 9 or 10, right? So,
in case you're keeping count, Gregory Rousseau just got picked by the Bills. He's going to dominate Tua for the next 10 years.
Yeah, we mentioned that already. And then,
sorry,
I think Kabir is frozen, but he also took running backs over 1.5 in the first round. We've had 2 taken. So okay. Kabir wins that one, because we had Travis Etienne and we had Najee Harris. So through 5 bets, you're on 2. You've lost 2 and 1 still in play there. And then you also had Mac Jones picked 3rd plus 110. So you lost that one. So those are the bets that I know that Kabir Singh had. And he has now disappeared. I think a bookie's coming to break his ankles right now based on that Mac Jones bet. Oh, there he is right there. We'll get him back in here. So no, Kabir is actually on stage right now. And where are you, Kabir? You're in Carson City, Nevada?
Yeah, I shot a quick special for Amazon Prime. Carson City is very fun, very nice. Sorry about that. We had a little internet problem. But what was the biggest shock for you guys today?
The biggest shock for me was the Miami Dolphins passing on Najee Harris. I thought with Najee Harris being there at 18, it just made a ton of sense for them to pair him up with Tua Tagovailoa. They walked right past it and didn't even think twice. They went with Jalen Phillips, edge player out of the University of Miami. A lot of injury concerns, but a lot of talent. For me, in terms of a Dolphins fan, that was the biggest shock. Najee Harris was there, and they didn't do it.
Makes sense.
Other than that, I don't know. Like somebody else had mentioned this was not a very shocking first round. I think it fell a lot of ways that people thought. I thought the Niners taking Trey Lance was probably the right move long term, but he doesn't have a lot of experience. So them basically punting on this season is one thing, but the Miami Dolphins own their pick next season in the first round. So if they do bad, I'm actively rooting against the Niners this season because it helps Miami next year.
Yeah. Here's my thing though. The Niners was 2 years ago was ready to win the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes. I mean, do you really need a restart on that? Grab Pitts and let's go. Come on, change the game. I don't want to hear it.
No. I and this is coming from a Seattle Seahawks fan. I think that.
Yep.
What about you, Savak? What was the biggest surprise that you saw in the first round?
I think that might have been it. The 49ers taking Trey Lance. Even if you were going to go quarterback at that spot, Trey Lance just did not seem to be the one for me personally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and the thing is that they came out and said I've seen reports that supposedly Shanahan Lance was the guy the whole time, which I think is fucking bullshit. But they said Lance was the whole time the pick. That's why they moved up. I don't buy it for a second.
Yeah, I disagree.
Did you see the odds? Every goddamn day it was changing. It was Mac Jones number one, then it was Justin Fields, and then at the day of today, when I'm over here, I was looking at the odds, and then all of a sudden, Mac Jones was minus 220 yesterday, and then all of a sudden Trey was minus 140 today. I mean, it's just like, what are you doing here, buddy?
They don't know.
And can I ask you one more?
It's funny you said that, Kabir. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I was watching Mel Kiper before the draft. He said his mocks were all lined up based on a source, and his source was wrong. And then today, the day of the draft, he said he's not going to change his mock, but his source says it's Trey Lance, and he was right. The source either they sabotaged him or they just change their mind immediately. Who knows?
It's amazing how these things happen because, I mean, these guys that are grading these drafts, which is so hard to bet on. As a gambler, it's really hard to bet on it because, I mean, you see the grades that Patrick Mahomes was graded as a second-round pick back in the day. I mean, what are you supposed to do with that? I mean, these guys have no idea what they're doing. But at the end of the day, I think the Niners made a huge mistake. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo isn't garbage, and I hate the Niners. You have a guy, he was injured, the whole defense was injured. Grab the guy. How are you going to guard Kittle and that guy from goddamn Florida? You got Pitts and goddamn Kittle. That's every first down. You're going to be fine. Let's make a move here. I mean, and the guy just grabs. Let's grab this guy from North Dakota. I mean, Jesus, this guy's playing in India. Come on.
Yeah. So Kabir, you are a noted Seattle Seahawks fan. And the Seahawks don't have any picks because they traded for somebody from the Jets. I can't believe a Jet would garner a first-round pick. But
we're killing it. We're doing really well.
So, I don't know when you guys even have a pick. When you do pick, what do the Seattle Seahawks need to do in order to be successful in a very tough division? If you're the Seattle Seahawks team.
They need to keep Pitts away from the 49ers. They already won.
So their first round pick was to watch the Niners fuck it up.
They're gonna play a Division III quarterback 2 times a year.
Well, there you go.
Good
so there was a lot of
idiots.
Speaking of the Seahawks, though, Russell Wilson, there was some chatter, very much like how Aaron Rodgers had some chatter today about Russell Wilson possibly being traded away from the Seattle Seahawks. It did not happen, but what were your thoughts on that? I mean, were you for it? Were you against it?
Well, I think Russell Wilson is our guy. I didn't think we're going to let him go. I think he's just, Aaron Rodgers is a stubborn guy. There's a difference between Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson is, he was a little bit disappointed in the seasons. I get it. But Aaron Rodgers will leave Green Bay at some point. I mean, if you don't talk to your parents for 3 years, and you tell an organization that you want to leave, that guy is going to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's out.
He's a dick.
One way or another, he is out of there.
He's done. He doesn't want to be there. Here's the thing, though. when you disrespect somebody by drafting Jordan Love, which I understand that was a smart idea for an organization to have a guy to be the next Aaron Rodgers or somebody that Aaron Rodgers.
But they did that. Aaron Rodgers was that guy for Brett Favre. I mean, he knew it was coming. This is what they do. They fill that pipeline.
But Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre, he's not that guy. He's a dick. He doesn't talk to his family.
Brett
you
Favre's
know the
kind
guy.
of a dick too.
I know, but Brett Favre still talks to his brothers and sisters. This guy cut off his goddamn family. If he thinks he's going to cut off his family and be cool with the Packers organization, you're incorrect. You do not draft a backup quarterback for Aaron Rodgers. You say
the Ravens got.
I mean, how many wide?
That's the sad part about it, though, is that Jordan Love wasn't even able to take the backup job. He didn't climb up the depth chart.
No, he's inactive the entire season.
Yeah.
It's a very, you know what, this season is going to be a lot of fun. Can I ask you a question? Because I was on the stage the whole time. Where did so Justin Fields went to the Patriots?
No. Mac Jones
Fields went to the Bears.
Justin Fields went to the Bears they traded up and they got him at like.
Can you tell me something? I've always wanted to record an Amazon special, and they did it during the fucking draft that I've been waiting for like 35 days. I missed the whole thing. He went to the Bears.
What about the Bears?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
The Ravens take Jason Oweh out of Penn State with the 31st pick. So unless
Wow.
Yeah, he went to the Bears and never to be heard from again. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock, and you have a bet on the line there, Kabir. If they take a wide receiver, which they have no reason to, but if they were to take a wide receiver, you will win the bet on the over/under of wide receiver. You won the bet on running backs, so you're good there.
We got two on them?
You got two. You got Travis Etienne out of Clemson went to Jacksonville, and then you had Najee Harris went to Pittsburgh Steelers. So
come on, very good.
You're doing all right. So this one's on the line. So one of two things needs to happen here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers either need to draft a wide receiver with the 32nd pick, or the New England Patriots need to trade up and draft Kyle Trask after drafting Mac Jones, and then you'll be a winner on either one of those trades. Those are the two that are in play.
Who do you think had the best draft here, boys? Come on.
Oh, the best draft. Chris, what do you say? Who had the best draft out of everyone?
Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne, like in the first round. Like, good Lord.
Whew. Very good stuff. That's the answer right there. I'll give you that.
That might be the answer. I don't know that we have to get. You ever play golf and then you play best ball and the first guy drives it off the tee and lands it on the green? And like, I don't need to hit. I'm good.
No,
we're good to go.
We could just go to the bar right from here. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Jacksonville might be the answer there. So I don't know that we need to go anywhere else. The Ravens had a decent. I mean, Chicago did well because they got the quarterback that they wanted. They traded up to do it, but they got the quarterback that they wanted. And who did they trade with? Was that the Giants, right? The New York Giants and the Chicago Bears were the ones that traded.
Giants.
Yeah. So the Giants did well. I mean, I think Dallas got Micah Parsons. That's a pretty good first round. And the Jets traded back up. They actually got Zach Wilson, who I don't care about, and they got a pretty good offensive guard. So
hey, if healthy, Sirach, Jalen Phillips and Jalen Waddle are great picks of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, Miami. By the way, that's the answer.
What are your thoughts about Zach Wilson? Because I remember slamming Zach Wilson when they went up against.
Zach Wilson looks like a B character, like a side friend on a Nickelodeon children's show.
That is so weird that you said that, dude, because I had quoted that thing that Sam said at the beginning that somebody had commented and said he looks like if Disney was making a movie about Zach Wilson, the actor that they'd get to play Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
And my wife said, nah, he doesn't look that high budget. That'd be a Nickelodeon movie.
That's hilarious. Very true.
Well,
how many Indians got drafted? No Indians got drafted? No punt returners?
No, it's not a spelling bee, Kabir. There's no Indians on the board.
How do we not get one fast Indian out there? Just give me a goddamn slot returner. Come on.
That's a good point. Have we ever had an Indian football player? And I mean that sincerely. Is that something that's happened?
I mean this sincerely too. No.
Well, how fast can you run, Kabir?
Hey, well done. Good point. Very nice. Good point. I'll give him that one.
No, Kabir, if it's a water slide, he can get down the water slide pretty fast, but he's not really running. He's never even been on time to any of his damn shows.
I miss those water parks. I'll give you that. But what an amazing draft was this! This was a fun one. I missed all of it. I'm so pissed.
Look at this.
But
look at our Jim Thorpe. He was Indian apparently, according to Nisa there. So
thank you there, Nisa.
What do you know?
Well, with all due respect, Nisa, there's no Indian named Jim Thorpe.
It's not a particularly, it's not a traditional Indian name, I don't imagine, but
I love how she said it's not. Oh, it's not Indian Thorpe, but it's now it's Indian because the O's in it.
yes.
Okay.
Is that Nisa or Nisa Otter Lifter?
Well, there you go, Joe.
Hey, but I'll give you one. There was a Kabir on the Packers, Kabeer, but he was black and Muslim.
Well, there you go.
Which is the most anti-Indian thing you could find.
They took an edge rusher.
They did. They took Joe.
You like that one, don't you, buddy? You like that one.
They took Joe Tryon. So the wide receiver, unless you count, if you count Kyle Pitts as a wide receiver, then you win that bet. But the over under was 4.5. You took the over. It was 4. You did win the running back bet. You lost the Mac Jones bet. You won the Justin Fields bet. You lost the Kyle. I mean, it's still in play, but you lost the Kyle Trask bet. And
I don't think they're grabbing him out, guy.
No. But you've done worse. I've seen you do worse. I remember when you bet on that Canadian WNBA game, and you took the wrong people.
I told you, Tim, this might be the best day of gambling ever. Even though I lost, this is actually pretty good.
I'm sorry. Everything about that sentence you just said there, the Canadian WNBA game, like what? That almost feels like it requires more digging.
No, that's exactly what it is. We have a friend named Jeremy Curry who like gambles on my daughter's softball games, and she's 8. I mean, the guys that I run with are not exactly running for mayor anytime soon, but they're a lot of fun to hang out with. How was your show tonight?
It was great. We shot the special. It was really good, and it was really cool. It was packed. Everything's great. It'll air in hopefully August.
Very
awesome.
Cool. Very cool. So if you guys,
I don't know, 40, 50 for those nights. This was what it looked like.
Yeah, it's a nice that room in Carson City is good.
So much fun. We miss you. We love you. Thank you so much for having me, by the way, guys. I can't wait to watch this actually later when it was Raiders. This girl is still trying to find Indians. There's no Indians. Give it up.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Lumpkins.
she's she's kind of missing the point. He said Indian, not Native American.
Yeah, no, she look, we have our demographics, we have like one female viewer, so don't scare her off. Michael Adams wants to know what's the name of the special. I don't know that I know the name of your special on this one.
So this one is going to be called this is going to be great. You're going to love it. It's called here you go. You guys ready? No sneezy on Kabizi.
There you go. The COVID stories. No sneezy on Kabizi. You can actually follow Kabir on Twitter. Go ahead.
Oh, I got
it's
you.
Called,
follow you now.
It's called Let's Shoot a Special During the Draft.
There you go. That's a good idea right there. Well, the draft is over. The Miami Dolphins did not trade back up into the first round. They took their 2 picks. They got the Jalen brothers, Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips. The Jacksonville Jaguars seemed like they did a really, really good job with everything that they did. Mac Jones ends up on the Patriots, even though he looks like he should be on this show instead of in the actual league. And Kabir shot a special. And for those that are just seeing Kabir for the first time, follow him on Facebook. I think Facebook is where you're best. It's just fun to watch you get so mad at.
And I love you, man. Thank you.
No, I love you too, man. And if you guys don't know Kabir, even after this, you will soon. There's a lot of stuff coming up with Kabir, including the Amazon special in August, as well as some other things along the way. So look out for.
I like
Kabir.
that. Some of our fans think that Kabir is Riz Ahmed from The Sound of Metal. When like really, guys, like Kabir Singh is like
I've heard
his own guy. Like really, like you probably do get that. Do you get that a lot? Is that something you get?
Oh, it's the worst. I do a lot of like.
I'm just glad that I'm the Indian guy from Sound of Metal, not the Indian guy from Venom, because that was rough.
Yeah.
You know what? That's fair.
You saw him in Venom.
That's very
Come
fair.
on, that was rough. That's not me.
Well, no, there was a
My
time
mom
where
could have
like
done better than him during that fucking movie.
there was a time when there was a bunch of scripts that would come in, and Kabir and I would be going through scripts and reading them, and then it'd always be like, Indian guy, Aziz Ansari type. It's like, is that that was the only reference they had for Indian entertainers was Aziz Ansari.
Yeah.
And then Kabir would go, well, then why don't you go get Aziz Ansari then and throw the script away?
The best is like, Sam, they want me to act. Like Sam would be like, Kabir, you better not be funny.
Yeah. You just gotta stop being funny if you're gonna be Aziz Ansari. I remember we did a. Go. No, I was going to tell the story. I think we can because the show's now shot and on its 5th season. Obviously, Kabir didn't get the role, but there's a show on Netflix called Atypical, and it's about this kid who's got autism, and he's, you remember that it was called Alaska at the time when you were reading for it.
Yes.
But they eventually changed it to Atypical, and Kabir was the Indian friend. The best friend was this Indian kid. And I'm going to reference the word kid because you can see Kabir a little bit on stage, and he doesn't look like a teenager. And he was reading for this part of being a teenage Indian kid. And we go through this whole read, we film it, we send it in, and then I look and I'm like, Kabir, this is for a part for like a 15-year-old boy. And he's like, yeah.
15-year-old kid. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look 72. Like, there's no way you're gonna get this role.
It's all good. I got this, bro. Don't worry.
And then,
my manager shit on me. So, yeah. Yo, good.
Yeah, no, I remember the show came out, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch this and see how close the casting was. And I was like, absolutely not. There's no way Kabir could have done this role.
Oh man, of course he could have.
Come on.
Shave the face, throw some lotion on, you're good to go.
No,
get a fucking
one.
time machine is what I needed. I needed a time machine for that shit. Why even give me the goddamn script for that one? Come on.
I don't know. But he's Kabir Singh. I'm tired. He's Chris Colin. He's Savak. Savak joining us from Jacksonville over there. Also a fellow comedian there, Kabir, just so you know. So next time you're in Florida, let him open up for you.
Come on, let's go.
Thanks, Savak.
Of course.
And that's about it, man. So Kabir, I know you're up in Nevada, and you got to go make up some paper there on the slots or poker or whatever it is you're going to go play. So I'm going to let you go. Thank you for joining us here at the end. We enjoyed it, and we'll see you before too long there, Kabizi.
Pleasure is all mine, Sam. It was an honor. Love, guys. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for having me.
All right. See you later, man. He's out of here. He doesn't need to talk to us anymore. Yeah. Okay, everyone.
He didn't even finish his last sentence.
He's still hanging on. He's listening to see if I'm going to talk shit, so he can fire me. But no, that was awesome for him to jump in there. And yeah, who the hell took the bet for Kyle Trask? You know what he did? Kyle Trask to the Patriots because he was going to win like $2,000 if that were to come through. But I'm like, that's just not going to happen.
I can understand why that would have netted him $2,000. Nobody else is going to take that bet. Come on.
Yeah. So, well, with that said, I think it's probably time for us to call it a night. But this was a lot of fun. It was a little over 4 hours. So you guys are troopers. For the people that stayed on the whole time, shoot me a DM, man. I got patches. I didn't even get to the patch vibe contest, so we'll figure out how to get you guys.
Give it to everybody that stayed the whole time. Good Lord.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
They went the distance.
They did. So hit me up on
Hercules. I could go the distance. Great song.
I don't even know what that is, but at Perfectville Pod on Twitter, you guys know how to find me. But just let me know. We'll get you some patch vibes patches for all of your troubles and efforts. Savak, thank you very much. I'll be hitting you up before too long. We got to do some more stuff together before we all get too old and die. And then Christopher Cullen, I know tomorrow. Bro. Yep. And I know tomorrow, Chris, you have all day to do this again. So enjoy the rest of your night. To all the citizens of Perfectville, thank you very much for joining us. And it's probably time for us to say what we always say here, which is goodbye from Perfectville.
Later. I like that.